Spatial portals? Chief Drogath was taken back. Yes, with spatial portals connecting us with other tribes, we will be able to get reinforcement almost instantaneously, Felix affirmed. This is the only way to turn things around if Lord Heaterise went all out on us. Felix knew that as long as Elder Stravis gave them permission, Botadai could easily open long-lasting spatial portals between the tribes. As a space worm, he could open spatial portals with low energy consumption as long as no one was using them all the time. This would turn the Alliance into a useful force to be utilized by the Mire Marauders. It sounds good and all, but even if we got the permission, have you forgotten that elementals lose most of their strength if they leave their territory? Chief Drogath said. This was a fatal flaw in this plan since even if the other tribes wanted to help, they wouldn't be able to do much but hold the Mire Marauders down during crucial times due to their weakened state. I know and I believe I have a solution for it. Felix walked away from Chief Drogath and created a dimensional mirror that was connecting to the northern forest. Are you sure you aren't an elemental in disguise? Chief Drogath commentated as he studied the dimensional mirror with a faint look of marvel. Who could blame his reaction? Felix had demonstrated that he could manipulate water, poison, lightning, gemstone, space, and even his size. Felix chuckled at his comment and remained quiet, not wanting to freak him out by mentioning the rest of his arsenal. Be right back, he said as he walked to the northern forest. The moment he stepped his foot there, Chief Clover's face manifested on a trunk of a tree. What brought you back so soon? He asked. Chief, I'm hoping you give me permission to test something with Chief Drogath on your territory, Felix requested. What is it? He asked as he glanced through the dimensional mirror and saw Chief Drogath, standing in front of it with his usual stoic expression. I want to try and see if it is possible for Chief Drogath's territory to expand through the spatial portal without him losing his control or prowess on it, Felix asked with a serious tone. He knew that he was literally asking Chief Cloverus to trust him enough to give up a piece of his territory to another chief. Even if it was temporary, it was still a big request. I guess this is related to the war. Chief Cloverus frowned. I really don't want to take part in this. Just as Felix wanted to try and convince him a bit harder, Chief Cloverus sighed. But since you have been good to us, it won't be right to reject such a request. So, go for it and make it quick. Thank you, Chief. After showing his gratitude, Felix returned to Chief Drogath and told him about everything as he wasn't able to hear them talk through the dimensional mirror. Sound was easily lost in the fabric of space with such lower quality portals. I am more surprised that Cloverus has agreed to your insane plan, Chief Drogath remarked. He must really like you. I hope you like me even more, as if this trial worked, you won't be pleased with what I am planning. Felix thought to himself as he showed a mere smile as a reply. Without further ado, Chief Drogath stretched his hand forward, causing the forest swamp to begin spilling inside the dimensional mirror and reaching the northern forest. In less than a few seconds, more than a kilometer radius around the dimensional mirror was turned into a similar swamp, causing some trees to blacken and some to have their leaves cut off like the tree was aging rapidly. This was the effect of the poison inside the swamp as it was attacking any foreign object or life form indiscriminately. Chief Cloverus merely knitted his eyebrows in silence at this sight. How do you feel? Felix asked Chief Drogath. Normal, Chief Drogath answered as he controlled the other part of the swamp to his own desire. Normal as in you haven't lost your consciousness prowess? Yes, Chief Drogath nodded. As expected, it worked. Felix's face broke into a wide, elated smile at the news, knowing that this test success was enough to change the entire course of the conflict if used right. Felix went back to the northern forest and thanked Chief Cloverus for his trust. Then, he returned and closed the dimensional mirror shut. With it being close, the connection was cut off to Chief Drogath forcefully, turning the swamp into a normal environment. Then, Chief Cloverus got rid of it and returned that patch of forest to its natural appearance. It's time for the hard part. Just as Felix was about to open his mouth and request permission from Elder Stravis, he got ahead of him with a proposal. 10 food containers on a daily basis for each spatial portal between two tribes. Felix and Chief Drogath were left speechless, not knowing whether to feel shocked at his agreement or his abusive ripoff. "Don't even think of haggling with me like that bastard," Elder Stravis added. "You either accept it or forget about it." Supreme L. "I agree. You. It's all right." Felix smiled bitterly at Chief Drogath. "It's just food. It doesn't matter as much as keeping your tribe safe." Asna and Candace rolled their eyes at his shameless tear-jerking performance, knowing that the bastard could afford hundreds of such transactions with the amount of food he brought with him. Unfortunately for the natives, they had no idea about this, which made Felix's actions touch Chief Drogath deeply. He might not have said anything, but Felix knew that Chief Drogath was accepting him more and more. If things went as expected in the war, I will receive the best help in my training." Felix laughed in his mind like a sleazy merchant who just succeeded in swindling his customer. Although this really was downright immoral to be manipulating people's emotions through such fake actions, but Felix was already deep down in his revenge plan to give a shit about anyone's emotions. As long as his goals could be achieved, he couldn't care less about the morality of his actions. "Elder, I hope our partnership stays between us," Felix requested, fearing that everything would go to shit if Elder Stravis' big mouth exposed them again. "Don't worry, my mouth is sealed shut. Now, give me my food." Although Felix still didn't trust him completely, he beamed more than 3,000 food containers and said with an unwilling tone, "This is payment for a month." This amount was enough to make even Chief Drogath's mouth water a bit. Before he could stare at them for long, the food containers disappeared with Elder Stravis' voice. "Fuck. I could have gotten much more out of him." King Valthor was irritated by the sight as he felt like he was cheated out of his services. Elder Stravis received 3,000 food containers in a mere month for nothing but giving out permission. Meanwhile, he had to act like a damn radio for an entire decade. Alas, whether he was pissed off at the deal or not, it was already too late to change it. For such authoritative elementals, their word meant everything to them as it defined their reputation in the whole galaxy. Now, the only thing left is to convince Chief Drogath and our allies of my plan. Felix thought to himself with a serious look. "I really doubt Chief Drogath will accept it," Asna shared. "He won't be pleased, but he won't reject it." Felix smirked coldly. "I have shown him that I invested too much in this conflict for him to have cold feet." "You are really quite evil." Candace licked her lips. "I love it when you act like this. Keep it in your pants, woman." Asna gave her a lazy cold look that was enough to wire Candace's brain back to normal. Felix ignored their banter and stared at the far distance in direction of the Scorchlanders' territory. "If the strategy worked, I will be training at peace for a very long time for both sand and poison element. But if it failed, I will be forced to either give up on poison manipulation or seek out another tribe." Felix knew that his new reputation after the war would be down to the gutter if he failed with his strategy. This meant even the other poison tribes on the other continent might not entertain him. The stakes were this serious. Back to the present. "King Valthor, please tell the Alliance's chiefs to prepare their armies for the counterattack," Felix requested. Although King Valthor said nothing in response, Felix knew that he had accepted his request begrudgingly. "It's finally happening," Chief Drogath commentated as he appeared next to Felix. A look of distress could be seen in his eyes like he wasn't certain about the future. "It will be fine, Chief," Felix comforted him with a serious tone. "I will never let anything bad happen to the Meyer Marauders tribe." As Felix expected in the past weeks, Chief Drogath wasn't pleased with his plan, but he still accepted it, understanding that it was their best way to save their tribe. "Good luck. Let's go, fatty." Without delay, Bodadai opened a portal and jumped inside of it first. Just as Felix wanted to tag along, Selfie caught his arm and asked with a worried tone, "Are you sure you don't need my help there?" Felix patted her hand to comfort her and replied with a faint smile, "I will be fine. You on the hand need to be careful as they will come at you nonstop." "The same applies to you," Felix added as he flicked Olivia's forehead. Then, he entered the portal not waiting for their replies, knowing that time was out of the essence. When Felix opened his eyes on the other side, he found himself above a towering sand dune that was overlooking a magnificent golden desert. It was a never-ending stretch of golden sand and granite outcrops that shimmered in the relentless light. Heat waves swayed above the sand dunes, turning the horizon into a murky illusion. There was a little aroma of dust and burning sagebrush in the heavy, dry air. There was nothing but sand and sky as far as the eye could see, sometimes interrupted by a wind-sculpted tree or clump of cactus. The only sound was the occasional gentle ruffle of sand as a lizard or scorpion scurried across the ground. Otherwise, there was complete quiet. Nonetheless, while being desolate, the desert had a weird, eerie beauty, a sense of enigmatic antiquity that gnawed at the spirit. Let's go. Felix opened a dimensional mirror that was connected to the Desert Wind Clan's front lines and stepped inside. Unlike the Mire Marauders' chaotic front lines, there wasn't an ounce of noise near the territorial line. It was for a good reason. As expected, they went into a completely defensive mode. Felix commentated as he watched the Scorchlanders hiding behind their lava and magma barriers across the territorial line. Meanwhile, the desert tribesmen weren't attacking them as they seemed to be building their numbers near the territorial line. Isn't that the food merchant? What is he doing here? Wasn't he still in the Mire Marauders tribe? Quickly, inform the Lord. Since Felix teleported to such a peaceful battleground, the Scorchlanders easily spotted him. He didn't seem to care about being found out as he merely walked toward a gigantic humanoid man made out of a sandstorm. Although he had no features, he stood tall and straight. This was Chief Xander of the Desert Wind Clan and the holder of Felix's fate in terms of mastering his runic sand spells. It's good to see again, Chief Xander. Felix greeted politely. Felix was already familiar with him as they had met multiple times during the Alliance's meetings in the past weeks. His relationship might not be in a friendly state yet, but it was higher than neutral as Felix made sure to always be in his best image near him. Chief Xander nodded and then asked, "How is the situation in the Mire Marauders?" "Not good. They will be engaged on in less than 2 minutes. Then we have to rush our preparation." Agreed. Both turned to look at Badadai with similar stoic expressions, making him flinch. "I will start now." Knowing what they wanted from him, Badadai swiftly teleported to the eastern side of the territorial line. Then, he opened a towering square-shaped portal after he picked the exact destination in his mind. He repeated the same process across the territorial line, opening a dozen of gigantic spatial portals. What are those? Gulp. Is it me or do they resemble spatial portals? They can't be portals, even if the Desert Wind Clan's chief gave permission. There is no way Elderstravis will do the same. Then, what the hell is going on here? The Scorchlanders were left utterly baffled and creeped out by the sight of those gray illuminating portals. Every one of them had a very bad feeling about this. Yet, they just couldn't fathom what was going on. Just as the appointed commander was about to contact Lord Hediaz about this bizarre development, the words ended up stuck in his throat at one of the most horrific sights he ever witnessed. Rumble! Rumble! The ground shook in front of one of the portals as a heavy flood of crystal pure water rushed in direction of the sea of lava. At first touch, sand turned wet and hardened while the lava sea cooled down and released white fog around the portal, blocking everyone's vision. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the commander and the Scorchlanders could react, their attention was forcefully changed to another portal. This one was releasing a chilling air carried by a surge of milky white snow and icy fragments. When they landed on the lava sea, the reaction was obviously liquidation followed by fog, causing the area around the portal to be hidden as well. Unfortunately for the Scorchlanders, the party was merely at its first leg as the remaining portals began terraforming the environment around the territorial line too. Some were similar environments and some were different. The only thing that mattered was that the lava sea was getting assaulted by all of those new expanding environments simultaneously. The Scorchlanders' commander was too stunned and horrified to bother ordering his armies to defend their territorial line. Too bad for him, this was merely the first part of the invasion. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, when the new environments had established a good area of the surface around the portals, thousands of raging elementals surged from each portal, causing the sight to resemble the Avengers' Endgame war scene. There were water-based elementals from the Nola River tribe, earth-based elementals from the Underground Dwellers tribe, snow/ice elementals from the More the Peak tribe, plant/wood from the Southern Forest tribe elementals, and more. All of those tribes were bordering the Scorchlanders and in conflict with them, causing them to join Mire Marauders' alliance when proposed. By the time they stopped surging from the portals, the territorial line had become a hot pot of multiple environments that separated themselves with invisible lines. Felix smirked as he watched this once-in-a-lifetime beautiful scene of nature coming together with all of its environments in one area without any conflict. Abruptly, the chiefs of those tribes appeared next to Felix and Chief Xander. Each one took a humanoid form of their element, causing Felix to resemble a video game summoner. "Are we late? I came as fast as I was told. Lord Hidiez must have been informed by now. Let's begin our assault." When they asked those questions, they had their eyes on Felix like he was their leader. It wasn't far-fetched to call him this since he was the lead strategist of this entire war due to the plan being proposed by him. Plus, most of the investment belonged to him. "Attack with everything you got," Felix said with a serious look. "This is now a race to the hearts of both territories. The faster we get closer to Scorchlander's main territory, the more cards we will have for our negotiations." This was Felix's master plan for this conflict. Use most of the power of more than 12 tribes to attack from a single direction while the Scorchlanders were weakened due to their heavy investment in the Mire Marauders. With this unfathomable number of armies attacking from a single direction and combining their forces to accelerate the territorial terraforming, even Lord Hidiez would feel the sweat. Attack! With one unified order, the Alliance's armies charged forward as they used tens of thousands of elemental projectiles at the Scorchlanders' barriers. Boom, boom, boom. To no one's shock, the lava and magma barriers were no match to this overpowering force as they kept falling apart at a rapid pace. "Retreat! Retreat!" Horrified, the Scorchlanders' commander shouted at his army while flying away, ditching the territorial line without a second glance. If Mire Marauders knew that their armies would get run over by the Scorchlanders' reinforcement, then he was certain that his weakened army was going to be deleted out of existence in less than a minute. There was simply absolutely no way to defend their territorial line. Pewish! Felix watched the chaotic battleground with a faint cold smirk, knowing that Lord Hidiez should be observing this development with a livid expression. Felix had hit the nail right on the head. Lord Hidiez's face was completely twisted in rage as he watched his people being chased after like they were dogs. Yet, what angered him the most was definitely the sight of his territory getting devoured at a dumbfounding speed. "Let's see how long you will last until you give in to our demands," Felix snickered. "Boom! Bastards!" Lord Hidiez cursed as he slammed the throne's armrest into fragments. His eyes reflected the sight of his tribesmen getting hunted down by a never-ending shower of overwhelming abilities. Elementals were hard to kill, all right, but if there was enough power to completely ruin their environment, their consciousness would have nowhere to hide or go. This marked their ending. "How did this even happen right below our noses?" Ivroim said with an agitated tone. "There is only one to find out." Lord Hidiez glared at the ceiling of his throne chamber and shouted, "King Valthor, Supreme Elder, how can you allow this?" Lord Hidiez was certain that one of those two elders had a role in helping the Alliance create this ambush. In his eyes, it was simply impossible to conduct this perfectly arranged counterattack without careful planning with all parties involved. The fact that the Alliance was able to open multiple portals made him more certain. "We can do as we please on our celestial bodies. So, know your place before addressing us." King Valthor answered indifferently, not bothering to explain himself. Fortunately for Lord Hidiez, Elder Stravis was more understanding as he shared. "They paid for permission to open the portals. I may not prefer interfering in your little conflicts, but if the price is right, nothing will stop me." "How much did they pay?" Elder Stravis asked with a cold tone. He already knew that Elder Stravis could be hired to do anything as long as the price was right. He just never expected that someone would pay him to open spatial portals in his celestial body. Still, he was lucky that Elder Stravis was respectful enough to merely allow the initial permission. Permission was still needed from the chiefs to allow portals in their territory. If it wasn't for this, Felix would have straightaway opened spatial portals near the Scorchlanders' main village and attacked it while most of their armies were out. Since he already got permission from Elder Stravis and Chief Xander, there was no need to include King Valthor. He paid more than enough. Elder Stravis went silent after this answer, making Lord Hediaz understand that he wasn't telling him more. "What do we do, father?" Iavroim asked with a worried look. "Even if we withdrew all of our armies, we won't be able to stop them in time." "Withdrew our armies?" Lord Hediaz sneered. "Why would I do that?" Before Iavroim could respond, Lord Hediaz sent a collective order to all of his commanders. "Go all out." The moment Zytos and the rest of the commanders received this order, they didn't think twice about their father's motive before switching to a wild assault. All of the Alliance's tribes, who sent a majority of their armies through the portals, were exposed to this barbaric assault. When the news reached Felix and the Alliance's chiefs, none of them seemed fazed. "He is really too predictable," Felix snickered. "Millennias of successful conquests through brute force will make anyone always seek out the brute path," Chief Xander said calmly. Felix and the Alliance's chiefs had predicted that Lord Hediaz would most definitely attempt to pressure them by attacking their unprotected tribes. That's why they left enough of their army to hold the tribe's territory by creating a defensive blockade. Because the reinforcement of the Scorchlanders in the Mire Marauders' territory was taken from those armies, the blockade was enough to hold them down for a fairly long time, at least until they reached their goal from their assault. Though the same couldn't be applied to Mire Marauders. "Boy, Chief Drogath has sent you a message. It says, it's getting harder and harder to hold them," King Valthor disclosed telepathically. Felix thanked him for his work and spoke with the Alliance's chiefs. "I am going back to the Mire Marauders tribe to help with the defense. Be careful. Good luck. Don't sacrifice yourself. If Mire Marauders' tribe was lost, it can always be revived in the future." The Alliance's chiefs advised Felix with good intentions as they already started to consider him a vital member of their war. "Don't worry." Felix nodded in appreciation and teleported tens of kilometers above the battlefield, giving him a perfect view of the ongoing slaughter. Chief Drogath wasn't exaggerating one bit. Felix frowned at the sight of the territorial line already being pushed back more than 10 kilometers. This occurred while the lava sea was moving at a slow pace. Felix could see that the Mire Marauders were doing their absolute best to defend it and slow down the conquest, but to no avail. Even Olivia and Selphie were dancing on the battlefield and using their unique spells to halt the advancement. While Olivia's help was mostly non-effective due to her element being hard countered by the magma, Selphie was really giving the Scorchlanders hell with her combination of spells. Still, her area of influence didn't surpass a mere couple of kilometers due to her energy tank being quite limited. In addition, her time spells consumed a significant amount of energy for each spell. In fact, even Felix's current teleportation spell had left him close to exhaustion due to the distance traveled being way too long. The only difference between him and Selphie was that he had Asna capable of purifying spatial elemental stones, allowing him to rejuvenate it at a rapid pace. "Are you going to use that tactic?" Asna inquired after noticing Felix beaming drone-like silver devices into the clouds. "It's the only one that will allow me to slow down the conquest's speed drastically, or even halt it completely if I am lucky." Felix nodded while flying through the clouds above the battlefield. He wasn't having difficulty with flight as he was using newly mastered lesser spell called spatial levitation. It enabled Felix to make himself or objects levitate freely. Obviously, it used spatial energy as fuel. After spending more than 5 minutes placing those devices, Felix stopped in the middle of the sky above the battleground. Then, he requested from Queen AI an offline version. "Activate the rainstorm devices." Understood. Since those devices were connected to Felix's AP bracelet, Queen AI could activate them from a distance by using similar technology to Bluetooth or Wi-Fi. Not being connected to the UVR only meant that Felix was unable to access the network, database, and Queen AI in general. It didn't mean that he couldn't use her as an AI for his bracelet. "It's happening," Candace uttered with an excited tone as she saw the already gloomy sky turning much darker and thicker. Then, droplets began to fall into the battlefield. However, because of the explosions and insane heat in the atmosphere, those droplets were turned into mist before touching the ground. They merged with already created fog from the evaporation reaction, causing both armies to not pay attention to them. It's time. Felix folded his legs into a meditation position and sat at the very top of the rainstorm clouds, making him in direct contact with the glorious sun. Felix ignored this magnificent view and increased his size until he was at least 10 kilometers tall. Then, he closed his eyes and folded his hands together. With his nude chiseled chest and giant colorful gemstones illuminated brilliantly due to the sun rays, Felix appeared like a Buddhist statue to be worshipped for generations. King Valthor, please tell Chief Drogath to retreat his army from the battlefield. Felix opened his eyes and stated with a soothing tone, "It's about to get rainy. Kid, you really a devil incarnation, aren't you?" King Valthor laughed as he already knew what Felix planned on doing. "I am just doing my job." Felix replied calmly as he released a flood of green water from his pores and controlled it to spread throughout the thick clouds above the battlefield. Even though the battlefield stretched for thousands of kilometers, with Felix's water external manipulation, he found absolutely no issue with making his soul-burning water reach every single corner. If seen from above, one would be mesmerized by the sight of rain clouds seemingly having green water veins coursing through them. When Felix finished his preparation, the Meyer Marauders' armies gave up on their territorial line and retreated away from the battleground. Neither Zytos nor his army was weirded out about this sight as they anticipated them to retreat sooner or later. Chi. Meanwhile, the soft rain had finally turned into a heavy downpour. This made the rain merge with the soul-burning water of Felix in the clouds and carry it down its journey as green droplets. One soul-burning droplet was nothing, but what about billions or even billions of never-ending droplets? What the hell? It burns. Why is it raining? And why the fuck is the rain hurting my soul? The Sorchlanders' mindless aggression was forcefully halted after each one of them ended up getting showered by a soul-burning rain. Because of the heavy downpour, even the insane heat couldn't turn the droplets into a fog before touching the Scorchlanders. To make matters worse, even when the rain turned into fog, it was green as well and kept burning their souls each second. "This is my territory now," Felix stated with a flat tone as he watched the Scorchlanders' armies get thrown into utter mayhem. "It's happening again," Zytos murmured with a traumatic look at the sight of his armies using whatever means possible to protect themselves from the rain and the fog. Some covered themselves inside barriers of magma, and some buried themselves underneath the lava sea. Whatever method was used, no one bothered to push the territorial line anymore when their souls were getting tormented. Meanwhile, the Meyer Marauders didn't know whether to feel relieved or shocked after figuring out that this was Felix's doing. In fact, even Selphie and Olivia were left with mouth agape in disbelief at this sight was simply on the level of a god instead of a mortal. Is this how much he improved in the cold lone island? Selphie and Olivia were left feeling a deep level of despair at Felix's insane advancement. Each time they thought that they were getting closer to Felix, he'd pull off something like this and wake them up from their fantasy. "This fucking brat is really getting on my nerves." Meanwhile, Lord Hediaz had the opposite reaction to this new development. His intense fury could be felt even when lava and magma were everywhere. Who could blame him? He was placing high hopes on capturing the Meyer Marauders to use it as a bargaining chip against the Alliance. He might be wild in his decisions, but it didn't mean that he was stupid. He knew that Felix's goals lay in the Meyer Marauders' tribe survival. As the figurehead of this alliance, he had a big say on the matter of whether to save the Meyer Marauders or give up on them. Now even this card was about to get forcefully taken away from him. Lord Hediaz wasn't having it. "Zytos, order those fuckers to stop hiding on individual barriers and work together to create a giant shield as high as possible to protect the entire army." If it was up to him, Lord Hediaz would have created the shield on his own. Unfortunately, there was one universal rule in the entire galaxy about elemental conflicts that couldn't be overwritten by anyone. Elementals could only fight other elementals on the same level of hierarchy as them due to the unbridgeable consciousness prowess difference. This was a rule invoked by Four-Mother Siamese personally and upheld by every elemental for the sake of their protection. Obviously, there were exceptions to this rule since punishments had to be given out to those deserving of them. In this case, Lord Hediaz had no right to exert his powers on the Mire Marauders elementals when he was the one invading them. This meant if he wanted to join the conflict, he could only fight Chief Drogath, Chief Xander, and the rest of the Alliance's chiefs. Unfortunately, when the chiefs fight each other, it always resulted in the mass destruction of the environment due to their insane strength. This infringed on the only rule Elder Stravis had in his world, which meant unless Lord Hediaz wanted to summon his wrath on him, he better continue leading his people passively. Rumble, rumble. Zytos made sure to use his father's name to install fear into the hearts of his people when he gave them the order. This made the Scorchlanders fight through their cowardness and fear of the rain and build one unified humongous shield that resembled a ceiling made out of hardened magma. Naturally, it was supported by countless pillars throughout the battlefield. With the massive numbers of the Scorchlanders, it took them merely a couple of minutes to get the job down. Oh no! This is bad. They countered it. When the Mire Marauders saw the rain turn into the fog above the ceiling and remain separated from the battlefield, they couldn't help but feel dread creeping up on them again. Ha! Good job, everyone. Xistus praised while laughing in elation at their father's tactic working perfectly against the rain. The Scorchlanders also cheered in excitement as they watched what remained of the fog disappearing from their territory. As long as the Scorchlanders protect their shield, they can continue moving forward, Olivia exclaimed with a worried tone. This was exactly what happened as Zytos assigned a portion of his army to be responsible for protecting the shield and also extending it into unprotected areas. Because of this, their conquest speed was going to take quite a big hit, which could be considered a small victory for Felix and the Mire Marauders. If it was someone else, he would be satisfied with this ending and wish for the best. But not Felix. Nice try, but it's not enough. Felix uttered with a flat tone as he stared at the magma ceiling that was blocking his vision completely. Oh ho, you have more? King Valthor asked with an intrigued tone as his face manifested in the clouds near Felix. You will see, Felix replied while pausing the overflow of the green water from his pores. This caused the next waves of rain to return to normal. Since the rain was falling also in the Mire Marauders' territory, the Scorchlanders were surprised when they saw it. Ha! He must have given up. Phew, thank goodness. Don't grow complacent. It might be bait to give up on our shield. Zytos warned everyone, not daring to let down his guard ever again against Felix. He was smart to think like this. Unfortunately for him, it didn't really matter that much. Rumble, rumble. Without any warning, the battleground's noise was deafened by one of the loudest natural noises in the entire universe. Thunderclaps. The Scorchlanders lifted their heads with various looks of confusion, shock, and a hint of dread. The clouds. The clouds are flashing green. When their eyes landed on the distant thunderclouds outside of their shield's range, that hint of dread was turned into full-blown bone-chilling fear. Please don't tell me it's what I am thinking of. Please. Rumble. Boom. Boom. Before they could even resort to prayers and wishful beggings, the brilliant thunderclouds began raining down with thousands of thick green lightning bolts across the entire battleground. To the absolute shock and fear of the Mire Marauders and the Scorchlanders, the lightning bolts were insanely powerful as each strike that landed on the magma ceiling ended up creating a massive hole. When there were thousands of lightning bolts striking each second randomly, it was to no one's surprise that the magma ceiling was getting absolutely battered. Thud, thud, thud. Giant fragments kept falling into the lava sea. Pillars cracked apart after they lost their balance, and the Scorchlanders were turned into a shambled army yet again. A. To make matters worse, with the shield's hastened destruction, the lightning bolts began targeting the Scorchlanders. Unlike the soft rain and fog, the lightning bolts carried one of the most potent soul-burning effects in all of Felix's elements due to their destructiveness. This resulted in multiple Scorchlanders literally getting one-shot by a lightning bolt, falling into the lava sea with no intentions of ever getting back. Selphie, Olivia, Chief Drogath, King Valthor, Lord Hediaz, and Zytos were left staring with stunned and aghast expressions at the Scorchlanders' massive army getting absolutely demolished by one person. One human. One outsider. One mortal. It was an uncanny sight that no one anticipated ever occurring in the history of the elemental galaxy. While the entire battleground had been turned upside down, the main culprit could be seen still sitting in the same position and with the same size. SZZLZLZLZLZLZLZ. The only difference was that his entire nude body was covered from bottom to top with brilliant electrical green discharges, causing his long hair to be forcefully unbraided and stand upright akin to spikes. Felix opened his eyes slowly, showing nothing but illuminating electricity coursing on his pupils, and then glanced below him at the dying Scorchlanders. "You should have stayed with the rain," he uttered indifferently as lightning escaped from his mouth with each word released. "Now he looks more like me," Thor stated with a cocky smirk and a hidden proud look. "Tisk, show off." Jormungandr clicked his tongue in irritation at the sight of Thor's cocky smirk. While he was immensely pleased with Felix's utilization of lightning, he still felt a bit vexed that his element was being shunned to the side. But he knew that Felix wasn't really playing favoritism, as poison element was not the best option in this situation. After all, poison was originally in a mist form, which made it get countered heavily by the intense heat of the battlefield. Additionally, poison's main source of power came from the inducement effects, which were useless against elementals in general. After all, how could you poison nature itself? Even if he used a potent brittle inducement to damage the hardened bodies of Scorchlanders, they would still turn into lava and void his attempts. As for the deconstruction sacred attributes or other attributes, why use them when a soul-burning attribute was literally the best counter to elementals? This left only lightning as the best option, even though Felix had absolutely no control over such a massive thunderstorm. Rumble, rumble. The only thing he could do was keep fueling it and watch it attack anything in sight. "Father, we have to do something. Our army isn't going to last like this," Ivroim said with a distressed tone. "Bunch of good-for-nothings." Lord Hediaz cursed coldly as he stood up from his throne, causing the entire throne chamber to shake at his awake. "Father, don't tell me. You are heading there personally?" Ivroim was left shocked by her conclusion, as she knew that if her father dared to join the conflict personally, he would be breaking laws set by Foremother Siasim herself. "I have no intentions of touching the Mire Marauders or helping my people. I am just heading out to get rid of an outsider vermin who keeps butting in my business." Lord Hediaz sneered as he looked at the ceiling. "I believe I am within my own rights to do that." "Thought so." Elder Stravis and King Valthor neither confirmed nor denied his statement, which made Lord Hediaz snort out loud. He already knew that those two had absolutely no authority to keep his hands away from Felix when he was literally at war with him. Because of Felix's foreigner status, he obviously didn't fall under the same sets of laws as elementals, which meant that Lord Hediaz was free to do as he pleased with him. Ka-thump! Ka-thump! With a wave of a hand, the throne chamber started shaking wildly like an earthquake had come for a visit. The tremor's source was the humongous towering black volcano, as the throne chamber was built right at the bottom of its mouth. PSSSHS. Bubbling red lava began bursting from the bottom, filling up the entire throne chamber and covering Lord Hediaz and Ivroim. "Handle matters here when I am away." Before Ivroim could reply, she found herself thrown out of the volcano and forced to turn into a lava eagle to stay in the air. Boom! With a sudden thunderous explosion, the biggest volcano in this world finally erupted, launching an unfathomable amount of lava and magma into the air. However, nothing fell down at the empty Scorchlanders village. "He is really royally pissed," Ivroim uttered with a stunned expression at the sight of the magma, lava, and gas being turned into a singular flaming meteor that was flying into the atmosphere. Obviously, its direction was the battleground. Meanwhile, Felix and everyone around the battleground were left baffled after hearing a sudden explosion and being hit by a weakened shockwave. "What's this?" Felix frowned, knowing that such shockwaves could only be produced by explosions on a nuclear level. "It has to be a volcano eruption," Asna guessed after eliminating the usual suspects due to them not existing in this world. "If you are right, it means he is finally coming." Felix took a deep breath to calm his arising agitation at the notion of being hunted down by Lord Hideas. Even the bravest would feel nervous if they were told that a being on a primogenitor's level was after them. "You can still retreat to Meyer Marauder's territory," Asna said. "No one will judge you." "No, I will judge myself for being a coward." Felix hardened his expression. Felix knew that if he fought against Lord Hideas in his environment, he had zero chance of winning. However, right now he was tens of kilometers above the surface. The sky was part of the atmosphere, which meant part of Elder Stravis' main consciousness. That's why Felix wasn't too afraid about being above Scorchlander's territory, as he knew that Lord Hideas wouldn't be as deadly. "I have already got rid of him using his consciousness prowess on me. So, there won't be another chance of experiencing Lord Hideas' strength even if he was massively weak." Before Felix could finish speaking, his instincts alarmed him of an immense incoming danger from the back. When he turned around, Felix felt chills coursing down his spine at the sight of a billion-ton raging meteor falling straight into his location. This was happening while he was already above the highest point of the clouds. He really brought with him his environment, Thor stated speechlessly. This changed everything in everyone's eyes as they knew that Lord Hideas would have more natural resources to use in addition to the elemental abilities he could create. "If I can't even be courageous to fight here, I have no right to exert my revenge." Still, Felix merely toughened his expression and extended his finger into clouds, absorbing every single electrical discharge into his finger. Since the thunderstorm spanned thousands of kilometers, Felix's finger kept turning brighter and brighter until it was nearly impossible to look at it without getting blinded. Rumble, rumble. Naturally, this reduced the number of lightning bolts until there were barely a couple of ones striking here and there. When it was fully pacified, the Scorchlanders lifted their heads and stared at the thunderstorm with looks of confusion and relief. One could only wonder if they would feel relieved to know that the nightmarish thunderstorm was now fully concentrated at the tip of Felix's finger. It was pointed at no one but their lord. With a cold, resolved look, Felix uttered, "Thunder God's decree," just like the last time Felix used this ability on the bishop at his promotional game. A magnificent thin green beam surged from his finger, casting a blinding flash of light that illuminated even the darkest cloud in the thunderstorm, baffling everyone on the battleground. When the flash of light dimmed down, the laser beam disappeared as well, leaving behind two aftermaths. Felix's extended finger emitting smoke and the blazing meteor exploding into gigantic burning pieces. Boom! Before Felix or his tenants could enjoy this beautiful once-in-a-lifetime scenery, the sonic boom of the explosion finally reached Felix and the thundercloud behind him. Whoosh! The shockwave was insanely powerful as it had cleared out a humongous hole in the thunderstorm, causing the sun rays to finally reach the ground and, most importantly, allowing both armies to see what was happening. When everyone saw Felix's gigantic body that was covered in electricity and the shattered falling meteor, they were left stupefied and mostly bewildered as hell. It can't be. Impossible. Only Chief Drogath and Zytos had a small inclination on what had occurred. Yet, no matter how much they tried, their minds simply refused to accept their conclusion. Was it really this easy? In fact, even Felix was finding this situation a bit difficult to believe even when he was clear about the terrifying power of his ability Thunder God's decree infused with soul-burning attributes. He almost never used this ability since it required an insane amount of electricity to be viable, and it was hard to spend time in the middle of the fight to meet this condition. But in this situation, he had everything prepared for him and Felix merely took the free opportunity to use it. He didn't have a single clue that it was going to be this freaking powerful to the point a billion-ton meteor got blown out. Alas, the fairy tale had to end even if it lasted for a mere second. Rumble, rumble. I knew I was asking for too much. Felix narrowed his eyes in complete concentration after spotting the destroyed meteor fragments merging with each in a single point. In a few moments, the process ended and the smoke was pushed away by the breeze, exposing Lord Hidea's demonic body in his glory without a single bump on him. The only difference between this version and the one on the throne was the size, as even with Felix's current towering height, he was still forced to lift his head to match Lord Hidea's dreadful cold eyes. "That hurts, you little brat," Lord Hidea's uttered without an ounce of pain in his expression, like his soul didn't just receive one of Felix's most powerful strikes. "Well, shit." Felix smiled through his nervousness as he covered his body in a condensed crystallized armor, knowing that this was the moment of truth. The moment when he learns and experiences the true terror of beings at the same level of hierarchy as primogenitors without any safety net. Lord Hideas extended his molten-clawed hand in direction of Felix and said, "It won't be polite not to return the favor." The moment Felix saw Lord Hidea's hand turning brighter and brighter, he immediately manifested 10 thick crystallized adamantine gates in front of him and used his levitation spell on them to keep them hovering in their place. "Foolish attempts." Lord Hideas sneered as he fired a dazzling red laser beam from his hand. The laser beam was extremely intense and powerful, making the tenants recognize immediately that it was much stronger than Felix's Thunder God's decree. How strong exactly? Boom! 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 The crystallized adamantine thick gates ended up getting pierced through one after the other without much resistance, like they were made out of some cheap alloy instead of one of the hardest materials in the universe. "Shit!" Felix's expression couldn't help but turn ugly as was forced to evade the lava laser beam to save his dear life. His most trusted defensive gemstone had failed him at the very start of the fight, making him understand that he was simply way out of his depth. How can he create such an intense beam in mere seconds without preparation, while Felix needed an entire thunderstorm? Candace asked with a deep frown as she watched Lord Hideas playing with Felix by using a single laser beam. Primogenitors and elementals at our level are able to condense, absorb, process, and refine anything related to their element at a godly speed due to the massive time we spent on doing them. Jormungandr answered. In other words, Lord Hideas could manifest multiple intense lava-red beams as he pleased at groundbreaking speed, while Felix needed to struggle to create just one. In this department, there was simply no way Felix could catch up to Lord Hideas or the primogenitors without spending a lot of time. "I guess you are too fast to get hit by one. How about 10? Lord Hideas smiled coldly as he started launching 10 lava laser beams from his fingers akin to a machine gun. Boom! 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 This added intense pressure on Felix's ability to defend himself as he kept using crystallized gemstone barriers, shields, walls, and whatever means possible to avoid getting hit. As for focusing completely on dodging, Felix was fast all right, but those intense lava laser beams were even faster since they were instantaneous beams. Haha! He fucked up big time. He actually made our lord make a personal move on him. He should feel honored. Kill him. Kill him. Kill the bastard. Meanwhile, the Scorchlanders grabbed popcorn and watched this ongoing one-sided showdown, cheering for their lord to slay Felix to vent their aggregation from being bullied by him before. In the opposite direction, Meyer Marauders, Olivia, and Selfie had various negative emotions written on their faces. Please help him, Olivia begged Chief Drogath, knowing that he was the only one capable of standing before Lord Hideas. As for her, as much as she wanted to offer her assistance, she knew that she would be merely a hindrance to Felix and might even cause him to get killed off faster. My apologies, little one, Chief Drogath sighed. My hands are tied on the matter. If I dared to fight off Lord Hideas in the sky, he will definitely overpower me and might even destroy my consciousness. If that happens, everyone in my territory will drop dead. I can't do that to my people. You! As much as his explanation was reasonable, Olivia still refused to accept it since she believed that Felix was in this mess because he wanted to help them. In reality, Chief Drogath really didn't owe Felix anything yet, since he was the one who was desperate to join the conflict to fulfill his goals. So, why would Chief Drogath risk the death of his people for the sake of saving him when he hired Felix to help them survive? It was like hiring a bodyguard for your protection, but you're expected to sacrifice yourself for the bodyguard's safety. Plus, I believe that your friend is engaging with Lord Hidiaz willingly. Chief Drogath frowned. He had many chances to use teleportation and return to my territory and avoid the fight completely. Huh. This left both Selphie and Olivia stunned, as when they thought about it, they realized that he was right. Why? Selphie murmured as she eyed Felix, who was still doing everything in his power to not get hit by the beams. Unlike Olivia, she really considered flying over there to help Felix, but after realizing that he was doing it voluntarily, she understood that Felix wouldn't want her up there. Shit, he isn't taking this seriously at all, and I am still getting fucked up. Felix cursed while thinking of new plans to solve his current predicament without resorting to escaping from the fight. Thunder God's decree failed to harm him even when it was powered up with a soul-burning attribute. This means most of my elemental attacks are pretty useless against him. This leaves me with only spatial spells. The cogs in Felix's brain worked at their fastest speed to come up with a legit strategy, as he knew that Lord Hidiaz was bound to get bored of toying with him. When that happened, he would go all out, and that would be the end of the fight, with either Felix fucking off or dying. But I can't cast spatial spells under this intense pressure. Against strong opponents, spellcasters always start with spells running in the background to protect them, as well as their runic hexes. This would allow them to go all out in their assault, making sure that their entire focus would be on just spellcasting. But in this case, Felix was literally against a deity with a reaction speed of 0.001 seconds or even lower, meaning that he would be always faster than Felix's spellcasting. The only reason Felix managed to hit him before with Thunder God's decree was because of its uncanny speed. Losing focus against me, you are a bold one. Abruptly, Lord Hidiaz snapped his finger, causing the laser beams that were dodged by Felix to defy gravity and reverse their pathing, attacking him where he least expected it. Teleportation. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix cast his most reliable evasive spell in his kit, allowing him to disappear from his location, successfully dodging the laser beams by a hair strand. Such a rookie mistake. Lord Hidiaz sneered as he locked his eyes on the exact position where Felix's body was going to appear from teleportation. He did so through his insane sensitivity to space, as the teleportation spell destabilizes space when used in both locations. Lord Hidiaz didn't waste this free opportunity, as he shot another laser beam at Felix's location while his body was still getting constructed. Boom! While this entire scenario seemed in slow motion to Lord Hidiaz, in the eyes of the bystanders, the only thing they managed to capture was Felix's disappearance and a sudden explosion, followed by a rain of blood and two ripped-off bloody limbs falling from the sky. Olivia and Selphie's eyes widened to the limit in shock and horror as they kept staring at the falling gigantic limbs and the blood cloud, feeling like their hearts had just dropped to the bottom of their stomach. Felix! No matter how loud they shouted his name, it didn't change the fact that Felix was injured heavily. You managed to change your position at the last moment. Not bad. Lord Hidiaz praised as he eyed Felix through the disappearing blood cloud. Cough! Cough! Felix didn't even hear his compliment as he kept coughing a great amount of blood with a pained expression. His condition wasn't to be envied, as he had lost his left leg and arm, plus a sizable portion of his left torso, exposing his mushed-up interior. Fortunately, his fire immunity saved him from getting burnt to a crisp, which was the biggest source of damage to the laser beam. Felix, I think it's time to leave, Asna said with a worried tone, as she didn't expect the fight to be this one-sided. Not yet. Cough. Felix toughened through the pain and used his new healing ability Water Touch plus Poison Recovery to boost his insane rejuvenation. With the addition of healing sacred attribute to both abilities, Felix's wounds were getting healed at a freakish speed that took even Lord Hidiaz by surprise. How fast? Well, Felix's body returned to its peak form in less than a second under the dumbfounded eyes of the Scorchlanders, halting their celebration before it could even take off. I have to give it to you. You're an interesting creature for sure. But it's time to end things. Lord Hedias narrowed his eyes coldly and uttered, "Wind coffin." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Abruptly, Felix was assaulted with intense, powerful wind gales from all directions, causing his body to get affixed in a single place. This could be considered as an upgraded version of what Felix experienced against Eldred, as he realized that it was just impossible to move a finger. In fact, even breathing became difficult as his lungs were being pressed to their limit. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Felix got agitated as he kept thinking of ways to free himself without repercussions. But he realized that there was none. If he used teleportation or spatial displacement, he would be setting himself up for failure, as Lord Hedias would always act one step faster than him. The only way to avoid this was by having quicker reflexes or thinking reaction than him. Increasing his body mass to escape the wind pressure would make it impossible to evade the laser beams. As for decreasing it, well, nothing much would change. Even his crystallized shields or barriers would fail to protect him like before, especially when he had less time to make them. Is this it? Is this my current strength compared to such figures? Felix would be lying if he said that he wasn't absolutely devastated by the fight's development, as he didn't expect to get bested in all departments. This happened while Lord Hedias wasn't even using his consciousness prowess or taking this fight seriously. I just can't accept this ending. Felix's expression turned from frustration to absolute anger as he could see his confidence crumbling before his own eyes. The confidence that he needed to fight off the Darkin faction. The confidence that he worked his ass off to cultivate and keep him always motivated and certain that there would be a day when he reached the same level as primogenitors. Felix knew that if he lost just a bit of his confidence, he could forget about avenging his family, friends, and race. Felix might seem normal on the outside, but only he and the tenants knew that the guilt of killing off his family was still eating him alive on a daily basis, making him even have nightmares during his sleep. Yet, he was able to keep his cool at all times simply because he knew that he still had work to be done. But now, his future really looked too bleak, and Felix knew that if he retreated like this, he was done for. Uncaring about Felix's rapid thought process, Lord Hedias launched a laser beam at him and waited to see if he was going to use teleportation near him or not. Even though he knew that it was coming, he couldn't do much about it since the runic hex could be controlled to appear in any location as long as it was above or below Felix, making it possible to be activated without interruption. The only runic hexes that Lord Hedias could interrupt were the ones cast near him, which was the reason Felix knew relying on spatial spells wasn't going to work. The moment Lord Hedias sensed a disturbance in space in Felix's location, his first instinct was to look around him in case Felix was foolish enough to repeat the same mistake. However, before he could do this, he was startled by the sight of his laser beam going through Felix like he was a ghost. Is that spatial imprisonment? Lord Hedias recognized what Felix used immediately, which truly threw him off. Who could blame him? Not even Felix's tenants thought of him being crazy enough to the point he would use spatial imprisonment on himself just to stay in the fight. It was a known fact that spatial imprisonment captured the target inside a different temporary dimension. Felix was inspired by this idea at the last moment by the wind coffin ability, as it made him realize that he could still avoid the attack without needing to move. Was it an unorthodox, crazy move? Yes. Did it work? Absolutely. Why are you still trying so hard? Lord Hedias asked with a weird look. You should know by now that you aren't going to win this. Felix ignored his question and used the chance to teleport right behind Lord Hedias while still imprisoned in a different dimension. Without an ounce of hesitation, Felix released a long, dreadful spatial blade at Lord Hedias, causing his torso to get sliced up akin to butter. I did it. I hit him. Felix uttered with a look of exhilaration and disbelief as he watched Lord Hedias' torso fall into two directions. He bet everything on this attack as it was the last thing in his pocket, knowing that spatial imprisonment allowed him to cast only spatial spells. Felix wasn't delusional to trust that his attack was going to hit, since spatial blades were slow and left spatial destruction at their awake, making them noticeable even by normal fighters. So, his Hail Mary had less than 0.0000001% of it working. As expected, your motive is really to just hit me. Alas, his happiness was short-lived as Lord Hidea's body got reformed back to shape after ditching the magma body parts sliced by the spatial blade. He allowed himself to get hit. Felix's heart dropped to his stomach as his confidence was finally cracked. Even he couldn't help but feel a sense of despair as from the start to the end of the fight, nothing was in his control. Something that he had almost never experienced before in his life. His wits, schemes, and unique ideas that always got him out of trouble were completely useless against such raw, overwhelming strength. This was enough to shatter anyone's confidence. "Felix, please leave already," Asna begged him. "This fight proved nothing, but you are still not ready to fight those bastards. You can always get ready with time." "Don't worry, I am leaving." Felix smiled bitterly as he planned on teleporting back to the Mire Marauders, finally having enough of this fight. He might have planned at the start to defeat Lord Hideas, but it turned into just hitting him. Now that he realized that even that was out of the question, what's the point of trying anymore? Unfortunately for Felix, he played too much with his fate and it was time to pay the price. "You think it's easy to leave after getting this close to me?" Lord Hideas uttered with a diabolical smile as he suddenly released his consciousness prowess to the limit. It was a thick red aura that was visible to even the bystanders at the surface. Before Felix could react, the aura surrounded his imprisoned body and expanded to many kilometers until even the Sorchlanders and Mire Marauders felt an intense pressure pressing on their skin. As for Felix, no matter how hard he tried to use his teleportation spell, it kept getting interrupted due to the spiritual pressure aura. Felix stopped his useless attempts and took a deep breath to calm his rising agitation, knowing that it wasn't the time to lose his cool. "You are really going to break your word?" he said as he looked directly into Lord Hidea's eyes. "Break my word on you? TSK, you aren't worthy." Lord Hideas sneered. "I am merely exerting my consciousness prowess in Elder Stravis territory." Because Felix was currently in a different dimension, this deadly spiritual pressure was useless against him, but at the same time, it made it impossible for any spatial spell to manifest in the original dimension. In a sense, Lord Hideas really wasn't using it on him, which meant he did not break his word, and it was Felix's fault for taking such a stupid risk to use spatial imprisonment on himself. "So, now what are you going to wait for me until I exhaust my spatial energy?" "Yes." Lord Hideas smiled. "Then you will be mine." Felix knew that if his spatial energy got exhausted, he would have no way of escaping Lord Hideas even if he retracted his consciousness prowess. "What have I done?" "A mistake to be learned from." Lady Sphinx answered calmly as she closed her book and placed it gently on the table next to her. Before the tenants or Felix could react to her statement, they were left stunned by the sight of her appearing suddenly right next to Felix in the real world. "Thank you, Lord Stravis." She nodded her head politely at the sky and turned to look at Lord Hideas, whose expression changed a little for the worst at her sudden appearance. "Sir Hideas, please return to your village while I am still asking nicely," Lady Sphinx requested with a soothing tone while still exerting her schooler demeanor like she came here while she was in the middle of an experiment. With the size difference between her and Lord Hideas, anyone would find it hard to take her words seriously. But not Lord Hideas. Still, he wasn't easily scared as he narrowed his eyes deeply at Lady Sphinx and asked, "What if I refuse?" "I was hoping you wouldn't say that." Lady Sphinx sighed, a disappointed mother at her child's answer. "I am not scared of you," Lord Hideas said coldly. "This is my world and you came here with a mere copy. So, I will be polite enough to give you a chance to leave." "You're right. I did come here as a clone," Lady Sphinx said calmly as she pointed her slender golden finger. "But it's enough to handle the likes of you. Most of you haven't seen Lady Sphinx fighting before, right?" Thor inquired as he looked at the tenants. Besides Jormungandr, everyone nodded their heads. "You're in for a treat then." Thor smirked as he watched Lady Sphinx's nail break into a small golden needle. "Felix, you think that you don't have what it takes to deal with beings at primogenitor's level. You are wrong, you already have the tools, you just can't use them to their maximum potential. Let me show you a small taste of what my ultimate ability is capable of offensively." Before Felix could react to her speech, Lady Sphinx flicked the small golden needle casually in direction of Lord Hedia's massive burning body. The difference in size made her attack seem like an absolute joke, as Lord Hedias wasn't even able to see or sense the needle's location. Because of its non-threatening size, his instincts simply ignored it, making him unable to know whether he was hit by it or not. Lord Hedias frowned as he tried his absolute best to sense the needle, but to no avail. When he didn't find it, he was certain that it was burnt off with his intense body heat. Alas, the golden needle still existed, but he would never be able to find it regardless of how much effort he put into it. That's because it had been reduced in size to the point it had reached a cellular level. Quantum vision, Felix murmured with a dazed expression while staring at Lady Sphinx's unique eyes, as she had a gleaming red tringle inside her golden triangle pupil. This was the activation mark of the second level of truth vision, quantum vision. A level that Felix was too familiar with due to his utilization of it in his potion-making and general zooming for better sight. Yet, right before his own eyes, Lady Sphinx was using this vision in an offensive manner. "I have no idea what was that joke of an attack, but my patience has run out for you," Lord Hedias uttered as he created hundreds of condensed lava spheres around him, making Felix realize that he planned on bombing the entire area. He had to get serious against Lady Sphinx. "I offer my sincere apology for this," Lord Hedias said with an indifferent tone as he prepared to launch the lava spheres. Instead of being phased, Lady Sphinx merely closed her eyes and uttered with a static tone, "I am sorry for this too," the instant the last word left her mouth. Lord Hedia's eyes widened to the limit in shock after realizing that he was losing his senses on his body at a groundbreaking speed. Who? Meanwhile, Felix and the tenants were presented with a different stupefying sight, making them unable to take their stunned eyes off Lord Hedias. No one could blame them for such a reaction, as Lord Hedia's humongous body was being turned into a golden sand needle from bottom to top. "What have you done to me?" Lord Hedias screamed furiously, masking the absolute horror he was feeling inside. He had lived for a very, very long time and had seen and experienced many unconventional things. But this took things into a whole different realm of unnaturalness. How? What kind of sorcery is this? Even King Valthor and Supreme Stravis were left startled by the image of their close companion, having his body literally morphed into a golden sand needle against his will. What truly left them appalled and baffled was the fact that Lord Hedia's body was barely emitting any magma or earth elemental particles anymore. Instead, sand particles were absolutely dominating, which was simply an illogical occurrence no matter how much they thought about it. "You should stop resisting, it's futile," Lady Sphinx said indifferently. "Almost your entire cellular structure has been invaded and altered at an atomic level to sand crystals. Your body doesn't belong to you anymore." The moment Lord Hedias heard this, he swiftly broke a piece of magma from his body, placing his consciousness within it to save himself. He didn't know if Lady Sphinx was spewing nonsense or truly that's what had happened, but he understood that if he didn't do anything, his consciousness would die with his body. "I already said it's futile." Lady Sphinx shook her head. "It can't be." Lord Hedias was left terrified after seeing even his separated piece of magma turning rapidly into crystallized hardened sand. Knowing that his situation was beyond dire and he might actually get killed off, Lord Hedias used drastic measures to save his consciousness. Whoosh! He manifested a sphere of wind and transferred his consciousness into it before escaping as fast as he could toward his territory. He knew that his consciousness was too vulnerable in this form and he could get killed off easily. Fortunately for him, Lady Sphinx wasn't too interested in slaying him, since she would be killing off the entire Scorchlander's population. Even though Lord Hedia's death would help Felix a lot, she refused to kill him as she came here for exploration and research, not to slaughter wantonly. Nothing would change that. "You can come out now," Lady Sphinx said to Felix as she reduced the size of the billion-ton golden sand needle to its original size. Then, made it turn back into her fingernail, making it seem like everything that had just occurred was a mere dream. "Master!" "How?" Felix's uttered as he stared at her fingernail absent-mindedly while his heart was beating out of his chest. "Where are your manners?" Lady Sphinx knitted her eyebrows in displeasure. I am sorry. Felix broke out of his daze instantly and bowed his head deeply before thanking her for saving his ass. That's more like it. Now, talk with my other clone. Lady Sphinx smiled and patted him on the head like a loving mother. Then, she was teleported to her previous location by Elder Stravis. Before Felix took the conversation to his consciousness space, he teleported to the Meyer Marauders' territory, not daring to spend another second in that cursed area. Felix! Felix! Olivia and Selfie swiftly appeared next to him with looks of relief. Before Felix could talk to them, Chief Drogath manifested near him and asked with a serious tone, How is Lord Hediaz's condition? He is fine and returning to his territory. Felix answered. I see. I am glad that you are safe, Chief Drogath said with a hidden look of disappointment. Felix knew that he was disappointed that his master didn't finish off Lord Hediaz when she had the chance. Chief, I am a bit tired from the fight, Felix informed. I will be returning to the village to recover. If it gets too tough in the front lines, call me. Without waiting for his reply, Felix took off and was chased after by Selfie and Olivia. Chief Drogath didn't react much to his departure as he knew that the Scorchlanders' army was in shambles after they witnessed their god getting turned into a golden needle. It was doubtful that Lord Hediaz was going to take his time to pacify them when he had just been humiliated in front of everyone. So, Chief Drogath ordered his army to take advantage of the situation to rebuild their blockade and buy time for the Alliance's army, which was still gaining ground toward the Scorchlanders' territory at a rapid pace. Inside a hut in the Meyer Marauders' village, Felix could be seen sitting in a mediation position alone. He sent the girls back to the front lines after easing their worries about his health. As for Nimmo, he was nowhere to be seen for the past days, most likely in the Void Realm. Right now, Felix was inside his consciousness space talking with Lady Sphinx about her bizarre ability. Master, how? Just how was that even logically possible? Felix asked with the most attentive expression, resembling a student cramming for his final exams. His reaction was understandable as he had just witnessed Lord Hediaz getting turned into Lady Sphinx's nail. His consciousness might have escaped, but Felix knew that if this ability was used on non-elementals, they would be doomed to die. This is an advanced ability of my creation, Lady Sphinx answered. I call it the Philosopher's Invasion. The Philosopher's Invasion, Asna repeated with an astounded look. You are still referring to it as an advanced ability. Thor smiled wryly. I am telling you, it should be categorized as an ultimate ability. Unlike Felix and the other tenants, Thor and Jormungandr had witnessed the true horror of this ability in the old era when Lady Sphinx first ever used it on Mananangel during a one-for-all fight for an extraordinary treasure. Lady Sphinx might be pacifist, but when it came to getting what she wanted, she would restore to violence just as any other primogenitor if other options didn't work. In that situation, no one wanted to give up on that treasure regardless of her offer, which prompted her to use this ability on Mananangel, turning him into crystallized sand and killing him in front of the attending primogenitors. Luckily for him, he was using one of his clones, allowing him to be revived. But the treasure went home with Lady Sphinx as other primogenitors didn't dare fight her without understanding what she had just used on him. It's not on the same level as my truth vision, so it's an advanced ability, Lady Sphinx said calmly. This again. Thor didn't know how to feel when Lady Sphinx wasn't interested in fights. Yet she was still able to create such powerful battle abilities on a level that surpasses his own. But he didn't let it get to him as he knew that creating such abilities required having godly intelligence, and he wasn't even close to one of the most knowledgeable creatures in the universe. They both might be primogenitors and receive the same gifts, but it didn't mean that they would be the same. Each primogenitor had his own experiences over the billions of years that helped shape him differently than the others. As for how it works, Lady Sphinx glanced at Felix and answered casually, It's simple. You just need a transmutation ability to turn a part of your body into sand particles. Create a hard object with them and reduce it in size while utilizing your quantum vision to keep your focus on it when it reached the size of atoms. Just like the dark reaction in a potion concoction. Give it as much fuel as possible to increase its quantity, and then use them to break down the molecules. This would be enough to erase your target as you are killing him below a cellular level. But if you want to fool around with it, you can leave your own atoms behind to bond up, which would change the entire structure to whatever you desire as long as the base was from your DNA. That's why I used my own fingernail, as I can manipulate them on an atomic level through my quantum vision. Oh, of course, you have to do all of this at a reasonable time, otherwise, you will end up dead before you can do any damage. Simple, simple, she said. Felix uttered with a speechless look that was shared by most of the tenants. Felix planned on asking her before why she hadn't told him about this method of using quantum vision. But after hearing her explanation of the ability, he knew that he was way too far from learning it. The fact that Philosopher's Invasion had transmutation ability as one of the requirements was enough to cool Felix's excitement instantly. That's because he had spent more than 500 years in the cold lone island attempting to master water transmutation, yet he barely mastered turning one arm into water in a reasonable time. It was that difficult. Even if you mastered transmutation, you still need enough mental energy to use quantum vision offensively, and also a fast reaction speed to finish the entire attack in less than 0.01 second. Lady Sphinx said calmly, "You aren't even close to any of those requirements. But it doesn't mean that you won't reach them in the future. When you do, I guarantee that you will be able to kill any primogenitor you wanted as long as you catch them off guard with it." That's a massive and somewhat arrogant statement. But not a single one doubted it, as they all had serious expressions. They knew that if this ability was used on them and they had no clue about it, there wasn't really much to be done to defend themselves. After all, even if they were primogenitors, the realm of atoms was uncharted territory for the majority of them. On the other hand, if they knew about it, it would be almost impossible to harm them with it, since they would always be on guard against it. Keep working hard on your potion making, as it is the only thing that can help you improve your experience on an atomic world. Lady Sphinx shared, "When I see that you are ready to learn it, I will teach you. I will do my best." Felix nodded with a solemn look. The crack in his confidence was restored at the notion that he was sitting on such an overpowering ability that would allow him to at least end one of the Darkin faction members. Felix planned on doing whatever it took to master it, even if it meant wasting materials to continue practicing his potion making in this world. "By the way, have you seen that little brat anywhere?" Asna asked with an irritated tone for Nimmo. She usually didn't mind Nimmo disappearing for days, as he always returned without causing trouble. But his current disappearance was really at the worst timing possible, as he could have saved Felix easily by dragging him into the Void Realm, not needing to make Lady Sphinx come all the way. "Who knows?" Felix shrugged his shoulder, not too bothered by the situation. He might be raising Nimmo, but it didn't mean that he was planning to use him as a tool for his fights and such. He was giving Nimmo his freedom to do as he pleased if he avoided creating trouble for him. Unbeknownst to them, Nimmo was on his way to cause trouble. Just not for him. "That bitch! What kind of wicked ability she used on me?" Back at the Scorchlander's throne chamber, Lord Hedias had yet to finish venting his burning fury after receiving such a humiliating defeat. The worst part was that he was confident in his strength to deal with Lady Sphinx if it came to a battle of elements, especially when she was a mere clone, meaning that her physical strength was at its weakest point. He wasn't being too cocky, as he needed to have what it took to fight with most primogenitors on equal terms, or even defeat them as long as the fight was carried on his territory. "This isn't over. That brat is bound to step into my territory sooner or la. Ha!" Before Lord Hedias could finish his sentence, the entire environment around him changed into absolute chilling darkness without any warning. It was like the day was turned into night with a finger snap. "My body. This is Void Realm," Lord Hedias remarked in his mind with a hint of fear in his eyes, as he could feel his entire body getting disintegrated each second. His reaction was understandable, as he had been kidnapped to the Void Realm without an ounce of resistance, which would freak out even primogenitors. Suddenly, two bright long crimson eyes opened in front of Lord Hedias, making him get into a guard position immediately. "Who are you? Why have you brought me here?" Lord Hedias asked telepathically while trying his best to keep his calm. "Why ask? when you already know the answer? The entity replied with a diabolical crackle that sent shivers coursing down Lord Hidiaz's soul. Impossible. You can't be him. Lord Hidiaz might not have never left the Elemental's galaxy, but it didn't mean that he had no idea about most of the high-end classified information about the universe. In fact, he might even know more due to Formother Siasim. Knowing the Void Realm and its master was basic information for elementals at his rank. You're right, I am not him. I am the improved version. The crimson eyes stretched widely into the darkness of the background, seemingly trying to smile, but ending up only creating a nightmarish image in the eyes of Lord Hidiaz. Lord Hidiaz trusted his words instantly as he knew that even Lord Cows wouldn't be able to pull him into the Void Realm in this freaky manner. This was the realm of laws, the realm of gods, and to be specific, the realm of Unigens. Why did you bring me here? I have never wronged you. You attempted to take what belongs to me. The entity spoke with an eerie, devilish tone. That's an unforgivable crime punishable by death. Huh? What are you talking about? Lord Hidiaz couldn't help but scream in fear at his answer after realizing that the void energy around him had gotten 100 times more intense, resulting in his body's disintegration at a much more rapid pace. It was so potent, he couldn't even create more magma to protect him as the magma particles were getting disintegrated the moment they leave his body. Before he could get too freaked out at the notion of getting killed like this, the void energy potency was reduced back to normal. When he focused on the entity, Lord Hidiaz was left confused at the sight of one of the eyes turning green in color. What are you doing? I thought you wanted this. The entity spoke with an irritated tone, not caring that Lord Hidiaz was hearing him. Huh? Lord Hidiaz's confusion doubled after hearing a cute, angry squealing coming out of the entity. You don't want him dead to not make trouble for that mortal? The entity seemed like he was gritting his teeth in anger. What has he done to me? Shut up. I am the real one. You are just a clinging leech, refusing to leave. Daring to threaten me to take back control? He matters that much to you more than fulfilling your own duties. You really have lost your mind. Fine. Just shut up already. Your squealing is piercing. Lord Hidiaz merely floated still through the whole conversation with the most baffled expression he could muster. He believed at first that this entity might be the paragon of sins. But now, he really wasn't so sure. You're in luck, you will live. The entity spoke coldly. Thank you. Just this news alone was enough to delight Lord Hidiaz and completely ignore that bizarre conversation. As an elemental on a chief level, he knew that his death was more severe than the rest of the elementals. Especially now than ever, since the Alliance's troops were on their way to his territory, which meant if he died, they wouldn't hesitate to split his territory amongst themselves and completely erase any chance of him being revived anytime soon. Who knows? King Valthor might never revive him to avoid having conflicts arising in his body again. So, Lord Hidiaz really couldn't afford to die. Unfortunately for him, he wasn't in the clear yet as the entity was too pissed off due to Nemo's interference. Some of your emotions are too delicious to pass on. The red-eyed entity uttered with an eerie tone as 3 tongues emerged out of nowhere and started moving creepily toward Lord Hidiaz. One was red and had the wrath symbol written all over it, while the other was purple and had a pride symbol on its surface. The last one was green and had the greed symbol on it. Stop! Go away! Lord Hidiaz attempted to escape from the tongues, but he realized that his motion was crippled with an invisible aura. He knew immediately that it was the entity's spiritual pressure. Because he was on a different dimension, his consciousness prowess was weakened significantly, making him unable to contest it. So, he resorted to begging even though he had no clue what those tongues were about to do to him. Honestly, if he knew, he would have chosen death. Bon appetite. The red-eyed entity smiled widely as the 3 tongues penetrated Lord Hidiaz's body and started devouring those 3 emotions without him being able to resist them in the slightest. No! No! Stop! Please! Why are you doing this to me? The process wasn't painful, but Lord Hidiaz was screaming at the top of his lung for the entity to forgive him. His reaction was understandable as he was beginning to feel his pride dying off and his constant fury being cooled off. Even his greed was being erased. He knew that this was much worse than death, as if he lost those three emotions, he wouldn't be able to get them back ever again even if he died and got revived. They would forever belong to the paragon of sins and he could do nothing about it. No matter how much Lord Hideas pleaded, the red-eyed entity continued devouring those three emotions until they were utterly uprooted from him. The red-eyed entity recalled his tongues and said satisfactorily, "What a delicious meal! You monster!" Lord Hideas cursed with a faint whimper like he wanted to get mad at the red-eyed entity, but he just couldn't muster any rage. "Tell anyone about what happened here, and you will see the true monster." The red-eyed entity threatened one last time before returning Lord Hideas to his throne chamber. Is this all I get for helping you? Rushing me to give back control?" The red-eyed entity spoke with an irked tone after hearing Nemo's voice. Fine, I have to digest these three laws anyway. The red-eyed entity crackled. "Kakik, with more laws absorbed, you will continue to lose control over me. So, just enjoy your pet life as much as you can. It won't last forever." Nemo squeaked angrily at his statement, but the red-eyed entity had already gone into slumber to absorb Lord Hideas' three emotions. Nemo transformed his body back into a raccoon, but his usual cute, excited eyes seemed to be hiding a deep amount of distress and worry. A moment later, Nemo controlled his emotions and blinked instantly next to Felix, scaring him out of his consciousness space. "You little troublemaker. Where have you been?" Felix smiled lovingly as he rubbed Nemo's belly, causing him to keep squeaking in enjoyment. "You are spoiling him too much. He needs discipline." Asna scolded Felix as she was still displeased with Nemo's disappearance in key moments. If only she knew what Nemo had just done for Felix, she wouldn't act like this. Nemo seemed to have absolutely no intentions of telling anyone about the red-eyed entity. Sometime later, Chief Xander contacted Felix to inform him that the Alliance's armies had finally reached the Scorchlanders' territory. Felix reached out to Bodadai to open a portal for him, as he didn't know their location to teleport by himself. In a few moments, Felix emerged from the portal and joined the Alliance's chiefs in the sky above the raging multi-elemental armies. "How are you doing?" Chief Xander asked with good intentions. The Alliance's chiefs were interested in his answer too, as they had been informed about Felix's fight by Chief Drogath. "I have recovered just nicely." Felix nodded in appreciation before switching the subject. "How is it going here? Why aren't there many Scorchlanders to defend the front lines?" "We also found it somewhat peculiar as it wasn't like this 10 minutes ago." Chief Xander frowned. "I see." Felix rubbed his chin thoughtfully as he watched the Alliance's armies freely pushing the territorial line at a record-breaking speed. He knew that the Scorchlanders weren't going to stop them, but it would be possible to slow them down a bit if they gave it their all. He was weirded out as he had heard that the Scorchlanders attacking the Mire Marauders had also stopped their aggression and were pulling their forces gradually. Did Lord Hideas just give up? It can't be. He should be livid right now and wanting to vent his anger at anything. As much as Felix thought about it, this just didn't make any sense. "I guess this should be enough," Felix said. "Let's reach out to him for the deal." The Alliance's chiefs agreed as they knew that pushing past the Scorchlanders' territory might result in pissing off Lord Hideas even more, causing him to engage in battle with them. A fight of this magnitude? No one was going to survive Lord Stravus' wrath when they ruined the environment. It turned out, they didn't need to contact him as Iavroim had already told him about their arrival. "What do we do, father?" Iavroim asked with a look of agitation, knowing that things weren't looking so good for them. "Go talk to them and agree to their conditions so they will leave us alone." Lord Hideas replied with a lazy expression as he leaned against his throne like he just woke up from a nap. "Huh!" Iavroim was startled by his order. She knew that her father was going to accept a truce or something like that to avoid escalation, but agreeing to any condition? That's just mad. "Father, what happened to you?" Iavroim said with a worried tone. "Do I look like something is wrong with me?" Lord Hideas eyed her lazily and ordered, Stop asking too many questions and just do as you were told. Iavroim didn't know what was going on, but she still listened to Lord Hedia's commands as she knew that he hated repeating himself. To avoid awakening his wrath, she went to handle the mission. Unbeknownst to her, Lord Hedias had no more wrath to be awakened, greed to seek out a better deal from the Alliance, or pride to continue this whole conquest plan. With those three emotions stolen away, his ambition was gone as well, leaving him to appear like an empty slothish husk. On the other side, Iavroim had appeared at the front line while having with her some reinforcement from the village. Where is Lord Hedias? Chief Xander frowned in displeasure. We contacted him personally. Is he thinking this lowly of us to send you? The rest of the Alliance's chiefs shared the same sentiment as him, which made Iavroim feel even more nervous about the situation developing to violence. My father knows that you seek a truce. He sent me here to negotiate the terms. Iavroim swiftly said, Please state your terms and I will relay them to him. Who told him that we want a truce? Chief Xander sneered. Do you think we will be satisfied with a temporary truce after reaching this far? What do you? We want peace of mind, Chieftess Nola of the Nola River tribe stated coldly. We aren't going back down unless he gives us his word that he will return our lost territories as well as never attempt to trench on them again. Iavroim's expression turned for the worst at their insane conditions. Returning territories to all of the affected tribes here was already a giant request. Yet, they still desire to have a peace treaty for eternity? It wasn't happening, and she trusted that her father would know how to pressure them to accept the truce. Unfortunately for Iavroim, the situation didn't develop as she envisioned in her mind as the moment she updated her father. He only said one thing with the same lazy tone. Fine. I am also too tired of such rewardless conflicts. Before Iavroim could even try to change her father's mind, he told her to stop contacting him as he would be taking a nap. Father! Iavroim lifted her head to look at the Alliance's chiefs with a stunned look, making them curious about Lord Hedia's counteroffer to make her act like this. Yet, no matter how much they guessed, they could never reach the real conclusion. He agreed. So, when they heard Iavroim's response, every one of them was left utterly stunned just like her. Is she joking? Even Felix doubted the situation and refused to believe it. He interacted with Lord Hedias a couple of times at best, yet he was certain that would never be his answer. In fact, he made the proposal with the Alliance for the sake of helping them get a good amount of time in the truce during the negotiation. Iavroim, this isn't a joking matter. Chief Xander stared daggers at Iavroim before asking her. Is that really what he said? Chiefs, I would never joke about such things. Iavroim was on the verge of sobbing. He really agreed to your proposal and said that he became too tired of such rewardless conflicts. Ask Supreme Elder or King Valthor. They will vouch for me. Before Felix or the chiefs could do this, King Valthor confirmed it with a serious tone. He said it and meant it. With his confirmation, reality finally began to sit in the heart of Felix and the chiefs. This left them dumbfounded as everything had just absolutely derailed from the plan and taken the biggest twist they never dreamed of happening. So, that's it? The conflict that lasted for thousands of years is now over? Are you kidding me? Felix said speechlessly. If this was Felix's reaction, one could only imagine how the Alliance chiefs were feeling at the moment. They spent thousands of years defending their territories and doing everything in their power to prolong their inevitable death. Even the truce was meant to buy them a few centuries of peace before returning to the same constant life-or-death conflict. Yet now, they hear that Lord Hedias was tired from the conquest and gave his word to stay holed up in his territory? It was just too much for them to swallow at once. Did you do something to him? Or your master? This isn't right. Chief Xander turned to Felix while firing a series of questions. He knew that he was the only variable in this war that could cause such an unnatural drastic change. Unfortunately for him, Felix was really innocent in this matter. I am just as bewildered as you guys, Felix replied. I asked my master and she said that she had nothing to do with this. Although Felix was still the biggest suspect, The Alliance's chiefs trusted his words as they knew that if he had done something to cause this, he wouldn't have hidden it. After all, to help the Alliance finally get peace from Lord Hidia's conquest was simply a massive matter that would affect the entire continent. No one would be dumb enough to not take this credit and receive favor from all the tribes on the continent. After all, Lord Hidias clearly wasn't planning on stopping his conquest with the Alliance, as he was going to keep going and potentially conquer the entire continent. "You guys are focusing on the wrong thing," Chiefess Nola said with an elated tone. "Who cares about that bastard's motives? We finally have gotten our peace. This is something to be celebrated and not questioned." "She is right." Chief Xander smiled. "We can always ask Lord Hidias later on. But for now, this is a moment to be cherished and celebrated." The rest of the Alliance chiefs finally loosened up and broke wide smiles as they went forward and relayed the news to their own people. When everyone heard that the conflict was concluded and even their territories would be returned, they honestly had no clue how to react or behave. If the news didn't come personally from their chiefs, they would have disapproved of it instantly. "Since we are already gathered here, how about we hold a celebration party?" "Sounds good." No one disapproved of the idea, as everyone's emotions were at their peak and nothing would be better at relieving them than a wild party. "Then, I will gladly help you with preparing the feast." Felix smiled. He was also just as happy as them, since this situation meant that he could focus completely on training his poison and sand element for the next 1,000 years without worrying about the conflict anymore. In addition, he felt that when the news traveled to the rest of the tribes, his reputation would be affected positively, which would help him secure the Thunder and Gemstone tribes. "Please don't, you already offered too much food for the war," More the Peak tribe chief said with a tone filled with gratitude. "I really don't mind." Felix smiled. "Plus, it will be just wrong to have a party without food." "Ah, you are really just making it harder and harder to pay you back." Chief Xander smiled wryly. "I am not doing this for any payment. I am just happy to be accepted amidst your tribes," Felix said with an honest look, making Asna almost vomit her food at his shamelessness. "You can consider yourself to be an honorary guest in my tribe," Chiefess Nola offered with a smile. "You can get anything you want from my tribe. Likewise, I will be waiting for your arrival in my village." The rest of the Alliance's chiefs offered the same benefits without any hidden motive. At this moment, they really were too gratified with Felix's help in their conflict, and they would do anything to repay him. This pleased Felix to no end, as he knew that some of those chiefs must be sitting on extraordinary treasures like the Eternal Firestone. Those treasures were useless for elementals but priceless for him, which meant they would definitely hand them over if he ever requested. "This is really shaping up 100 times better than I envisioned." Felix grinned widely in his mind. "I really need to kiss the forehead of whoever caused Lord Hidias to become like this." Nimmo threw a tantrum in the Void Realm after hearing Felix say this, feeling conflicted about whether to expose everything to get the forehead kiss or not. In the end, Nimmo acted against his desires, fearing that if Felix ever found out about the red-eyed entity, he would get rid of him. One could only wonder if his current two personalities resulted from his fear of separation fighting against his awakening. Whatever it was, Nimmo clearly wasn't on top of this, as the red-eyed entity was gaining control slowly by absorbing laws. Nimmo used to grow with void energy, but as the paragon of sins, it was nothing compared to growing with them. This meant that the only way to keep the red-eyed entity at bay was by not absorbing laws. But clearly, this was impossible, as Nimmo would never hold back when it came to helping Felix. In other words, it was only a matter of time before the red-eyed entity get awakened for real. Nimmo was still too naive, as he thought that he was being slick about what he did and that no one found out about it. Nothing in this world escaped the eyes of Elder Stravis, which meant that he had seen him kidnap Lord Hidias and bring back a broken shell of his former self. The first one he told this to was no one but Lady Sphinx, taking him to the Void Realm without resistance. "It must be Nimmo, but this can't be right," Lady Sphinx murmured as she stood in front of a well-organized potion-making station inside a lab made out of hardened black sand. Elder Stravis's featureless cloudy face was floating next to her with a serious expression. Is this going to be causing me problems? I can't be hosting an unstable Unijin on my body, as he can destroy my body in the blink of an eye. Elder Stravis asked with a serious expression while having his face come out of the lab's wall. I don't know. I need more information, Lady Sphinx answered, not giving any false promises. On the one hand, she knew that Nimmo seemed to be normal. But on the other hand, this situation made her realize that Nimmo must have either unlocked more abilities, having his strength get boosted, or his memories, allowing him to finally gain real intelligence. As much as she hated to admit it, she knew that it had to be the latter since Nimmo hadn't shared anything about his new abilities with Felix or them. This had never happened since Felix had told him to share anything that he unlocked after reaching a milestone in his growth. Nimmo was always doing that. Lady Sphinx knew that if Nimmo had awakened his intelligence and locked memories, there should be no way he would be acting like a dumb pet any longer. After all, he was the paragon of sin replacement, and with his memories unlocked that gave him his purpose in life, it also gave him his identity and the ego of having it. As much as Felix showered Nimmo with love, he was still a Unijin with the duty of guarding the laws of sins and void. Lady Sphinx, the only reason I came to you with such information instead of kicking out your party is because of my respect, Elder Stravis said with a stern look. Regardless if that Unijin uses his sins laws on any elemental in my body again, I won't be as respectful. I understand. Lady Sphinx nodded in appreciation at him, giving them a second chance, knowing that he was taking a massive risk for them. The only way to keep them safe from expulsion was by learning more about Nimmo's situation. Obviously, she had to study him without alerting Nimmo, as she still had no idea what she was dealing with. I guess my experiments are done here. Lady Sphinx sighed as she beamed the potion-making tables in her spatial card, planning to return to Felix's side. She always prioritized her experiments, but in this case, she knew that if they got kicked out after Felix finally got the peaceful time to master his manipulations, it would hurt him badly in the long run. She had no plans of allowing this to happen, even if she had to work on Nimmo's case by herself. Days went by and then months after the day the conflict had ended. As Felix had guessed, his reputation had skyrocketed through the entire continent after the news reached everyone's ears. He was praised and glorified even when he stated that he had nothing to do with Lord Hedia's sudden switch of heart. The elementals didn't care about his response, as all of them knew that this result wouldn't have happened without his existence. So, Felix gave up on the matter and just accepted his favorable situation. After the party was concluded, Felix ignored everything and jumped straight into training his poison manipulation. Because of the peace being restored, Chief Drogath had given Felix his full support in whatever he asked from him. As for the girls and Bodadai, they returned to the northern forest to restart their training as well. Meanwhile, Lady Sphinx had returned to Felix's side and tried her best to study Nimmo's condition. When she found nothing peculiar as he still acted like the lovable idiot, she sought help from the primogenitors in private, leaving Asna, Felix, and Candace out of the loop. She knew that it would mess up Felix's focus big time if he was told that Nimmo might have been awakened and he was in uncertain danger. So, unless she was certain about her conclusion, she had no intentions of breaking this situation to them. It's been months and Nimmo hasn't shown any change. Thor questioned. I am starting to wonder if your assessment was faulty. I never said that I was 100% certain. Lady Sphinx answered. The only way to be sure is to catch him slipping. So, how long will you be doing this? Elder Kraken said. The little thing spends most of his time in the Void Realm. It's better for me that he spends more time in the Void Realm, as it was the only place where he can feel safe enough to let his true self out. Lady Sphinx said calmly. I have void vision to catch him in the act. That's good and all, but it would have been better if it was useful to put a wisp inside his consciousness space. Jormungandr said. He knew that it was possible to put a wisp inside Nimmo's consciousness space just like the rest of the void creatures inside of it right now, but it wasn't that useful in this situation. It was locked, making it impossible to see through Nimmo's eyes like what they were doing with Felix. All of them understood that it would be impossible to convince Nimmo to unlock it, as he wouldn't be intelligent enough to pull it off or able to do so and act dumb about it to keep his facade. It was best to not risk their investigation by alarming Nimmo. We can only keep an eye on him and wait until he exposes himself. Lady Sphinx said, "This is the safest choice." No one argued with her as they knew that this was a serious matter that might either affect Felix positively or negatively depending on how it was played out. While they were discussing this, Felix was in his own little world, having an empty free mind to allow his senses to reach much further poison particles. He had just undergone having his poison talent enhanced through absorbing condensed purified poison energy. With Chief Drogath giving it his all, the results were even more extraordinary than the enhancement through Chieftess Moana. Increasing my poison range is important, but upgrading my true poison is a priority. Felix thought to himself as he exited the zone and opened his eyes to the sight of the foggy poisonous green swamp. Felix knew that his poison element had much more to offer as its potential was so high. He could actually kill primogenitors with the right attack. During Thor and Jormungandr's epic deathmatch, Thor was slain after he was hit with an advanced ability called 9 Steps of Damnation. This was one of Jormungandr's strongest offensive abilities as it was an incredibly complex ability plus it was created out of the purest form of poison, true poison. Make no mistake, the true poison that Felix kept using was merely a downgraded version of the real deal. It was extremely powerful as it enabled him to kill off anyone that interacted with it, but it was nowhere near the real deal. True poison that Jormungandr used in his battles was powerful to the point it was able to poison the body, the mind, and the soul. Felix was merely at the first level. To master the real 9 Steps of Damnation, I need to upgrade my true poison to the last level. Felix was already educated a great deal about true poison and all the abilities he could create of it. He chose to make 9 Steps of Damnation his goal since it was one of the few poisonous abilities capable of killing off primogenitors. As his master explained, 9 Steps of Damnation was separated into 3 levels. When it hit the enemy, his body would be assaulted by the most wicked combination of inducements that were capable of erasing any physical substance. This alone was enough to obliterate 99.99999% of people without poison immunity. Still, after taking 3 steps and the opponent was still breathing, his mind would be targeted next. For the next 3 steps, his mind would be attacked by the most hideous concoction of mind-affecting inducements. Because the body would already be ruined from the first 3 steps, there was almost absolutely no doubt of him surviving this level. But there were always special beings in this universe and the primogenitors were part of this group. This meant they were one of the few proud ones capable of reaching the final 3 steps. At this level, even primogenitors had to make an early appointment with death as their souls would be the next target. In this universe, anyone with the ability to affect the soul negatively was to be feared. Jormungandr was respected and feared by his peers because he wasn't just able to affect the soul negatively, but completely poison it permanently. This meant even if the target had survived the last 9th step, he would be destined to live a life of damnation as Jormungandr would literally own his soul. There was nothing to do about it as one's soul meant one's life. Whether it was a primogenitor or a commoner, the moment their soul was poisoned by true poison, their lives could be ended with a mere snap of a finger. This was the real terror of poison at its peak potential, and even though it was Felix's first element, he had yet to tap into it. Oh, as for Thor's death at his 9th step, it was an automatic execution carried on the moment he cracked Jormungandr's skull with Mjolnir. This meant that even when the user of 9 Steps of Damnation was killed off, the enemy would merely hasten his death instead of freeing himself. In other words, there was absolutely no counter to this ability. For the next 500 years, Felix's goal was to reach the 3rd level of true poison and hopefully learn the 9 Steps of Damnation. 1,000 years later, Felix could be seen sitting at the highest point on a dune, seemingly admiring the crimson sunset in utter silence. He wasn't wearing a shirt, exposing his fair-skinned chiseled chest that didn't seem to have gotten even a bit tanner after he spent almost 500 years in the desert. I have mastered all the known omnipotent sand spells and lesser spatial spells. Plus, a greater spatial spell, Felix murmured. I guess my journey here has come to an end. Felix spent the first 500 years in the Mire Marauders focusing completely on his poison manipulation as he planned. During it, he mastered many new poison abilities, increased his manipulation range to match his water manipulation range, enhanced his physical strength by adding another dragon mark, and most importantly, he mastered the third level of true poison. It was a very productive training period as his poison element could be considered to have reached the same level as his other elements with the addition of a couple of abilities that utilized the third level of true poison. As for 9 steps of damnation, Felix learned only half of it and was still struggling with the other half as it was an incredibly complex ability. Knowing that it would take him much more time to master, Felix decided to embark on a journey toward the Desert Wind Clan to focus on his sand spells and spatial spells. After spending another 500 years, he had concluded his training as there were no more sand or spatial spells to master. Obviously, there were still many greater space spells, but Felix didn't want to spend decades grinding for another one when he still needed to work on his gemstone and thunder manipulations. 1,000 years was a long period of time, but because he was in the Elementals galaxy, there weren't really any exciting things going to make the time go slower. The moment Lord Hedia's conquest was ended, nothing out of interest had occurred in the continent and most elementals were pretty content with their mundane, peaceful lives. Even the Scorchlanders managed to integrate back into the continent as one of the peaceful tribes, allowing them to commence trades and even hang out with elementals from the bordering tribes like the conflict had never happened. This sort of peace had helped Selphie, Bodadai, and Olivia too with their advancements. Finally, you are going to change the scenery. I can't bear to look at a sand dune for another second. Asna complained with an annoyed tone. I feel the same, Felix chuckled. However, just as Felix wanted to teleport back to the Wind Clan village, Fenrir suddenly informed everyone with a serious tone. Noah has made up his mind to break through the next morning. This news caught everyone by surprise as it came without a single warning. Is he for real? Felix asked with a solemn look, knowing that this was a massive step to take, and there would be no return after taking it. The moment you attempt to break through Origin Realm, you either succeed or die. There was no in-between. I already confirmed it with him, and he has made up his mind on tomorrow. Fenrir answered. What about you? Do you think he is ready? Lady Sphinx asked. All I know is that he has worked incredibly hard to prepare himself. Whether he is ready or not, that's up to him. Upon hearing this, no one asked any more questions and decided to travel to the North Pole to attend this historical event. All of them knew that whether Noah succeeded or failed, he would be the first human to attempt to break through the Origin Realm while using a primogenitor's bloodline. With one request from Elder Stravis, Felix and his party were teleported to the exact location of Noah. So damn cold! Bodadai yelped in pain the moment he opened his eyes to the sight of a hazardous blizzard with a wind speed of 500 kilometers per hour. They were standing near the highest peak of the North Pole, which was also the coldest point on the entire planet. This environment was simply inhabitable, and if it wasn't for Noah's immunity to coldness, he wouldn't have spent a single year here. Heat flowers. Selphie used a fire spell to create a couple of floating fire flowers around them to increase their warmth. Then, they walked towards the highest point of the mountain, allowing them to see with great difficulty a snowman sitting in a meditation position. When Fenrir saw Felix and his party, he intercepted them midway and warned, Noah is in the zone right now, preparing for tomorrow. We understand. Felix nodded with a stern look. Lady Sphinx waved her hand and created a humble-sized sandhouse with furniture and even a door. She invited everyone inside and closed it shut, relieving them from the cold almost instantly. Nimmo jumped outside of a void rift and joined them by sitting on Felix's shoulder. Lady Sphinx glanced at him getting patted by Felix without a change of expression. An entire millennium went by and Lady Sphinx still hadn't given up on Nimmo's awakening theory even when her peers caved in a long while ago. Who could blame them? Nimmo acted the same as always every single day while he was being watched by their piercing eyes. Yet, nothing out of the ordinary occurred, making them quit one by one until only Lady Sphinx remained. They tried at the start to convince her to let it go. Unfortunately, when Lady Sphinx got obsessed with something, she never stopped until she saw it through. Without this attitude, she wouldn't be collecting the maniacal monoliths. Since we will be waiting for first light, mind telling us how he prepared for this moment? Lady Sphinx asked, not giving Nimmo any more attention for now. Life or death situations. Many life or death situations, Fenrir answered. All I can say is that he was near death's door more than you can number. If Fenrir stated that they were life or death situations, it only meant that he left Noah to his own devices during his exploration. The North Pole wasn't a safe region in the slightest, as it was packed with strong creatures just like the Third Ocean. The Dawn Behemoths had taught Felix a strong lesson that this planet's creatures weren't to be underestimated one bit. It must have been tough, Olivia murmured. It was tough but necessary to build his will against death. Felix replied, only those who no longer fear death and are willing to come face to face with it have a shot of breaking through the origin realm. Olivia bit her lips in silence as she knew that the time she spent here was nowhere as dangerous as Noah's. In other words, she could forget about her breakthrough unless she planned on using the cheat method by relying on Lady Yggdrasil's help. I know that he worked extremely hard to do a natural breakthrough, but I really feel like it's going to be too hard for him, Selphie interjected with a worried tone. He is using a method that is created to devour a bestial bloodline with his 1% human bloodline that was powered by other bestial bloodlines. Is it really going to work? Everyone already knew about this and couldn't help but knit their eyebrow tightly. They understood that the circumstances were entirely different, which meant that even with Noah's insane preparation, they may not be enough. This would be fine if Noah allowed Fenrir to help him during the breakthrough, but he told him that he would rather die in the process than end up breaking through because Fenrir suppressed his bloodline. We will find out tomorrow, Fenrir said one last time before exiting the house. The next morning, everyone could be seen standing around Noah without crowding him. Noah was the same after this long period of time when it came to his appearance and attitude. However, those with good eyes were able to pick up a dangerous glint in his icy cold eyes. A glint that spoke volumes above his experiences and the harsh life he had to go through to reach this point in time. Without saying a single word of greeting or anything to Felix's party, Noah closed his eyes shut and began attempting to break through the origin realm. He is starting, Felix commentated after noticing that Noah's body heat was on the rise. This was the first indication that a bloodliner had committed to breaking through, since it marked the moment when the bloodliner had finally decided to rebel against the foreign bloodline and flush it out of his system. Since Fenrir's bloodline was capable of fighting for itself, it would never remain passive while it was being forced to leave the host. Arg! Noah let out a painful grunt from his throat after Fenrir's bloodline rebelled against him and started attacking every single thing related to his human bloodline. This caused Noah's body to start falling apart in real time, causing the girls to cover their mouths at the sight of his skin melting while releasing hot steam. I don't think he is winning, Asna noted. He isn't even fighting. Lady Sphinx frowned at Noah's rapid health deterioration. She had studied many breakthroughs of other bloodliners, making her establish repetitive key points that separated the ones that succeeded and those that failed. The ones that succeeded only went through this painful stage after the 24 to 48 hours due to their human bloodline being able to fight back and even gain control over their bestial bloodline at a gradual pace. The ones that failed? Well, Noah's situation was the perfect demonstration, as it was showing that his human bloodline was absolutely worthless before Fenrir's bloodline. It doesn't matter how much he worked on his will through life or death experiences. That is merely the tool to help him win the fight between the bloodlines. Lady Sphinx explained with a heavy tone. In this case, there isn't even a proper fight in the first place. In other words, Noah had brought with him the gloves to the ring but had no fighter to wear them. Shit, he is going to die this way. Felix's face turned for the worst, knowing that Noah literally had minutes or even less before his body turned into a nasty, disgusting goo, representing destruction on a cellular level. He either uses the cheat method to carry on the breakthrough or he dies, Thor stated with a serious look. Fenrir, you have to help him out, Jormungandr stressed. This is not a question of whether he can do it or not anymore. Everyone knew that he was right. If Noah had the slightest chance of pulling this off on his own, none of them would have said anything. But this wasn't what was happening before them. To make matters worse, time clearly wasn't in their favor as Noah was falling apart way too fast. Selfie. Slow down the time for him, Lady Sphinx said after seeing that Fenrir hadn't replied to them. All right. Selfie did as she was told, casting a time-slowing sphere around Noah, causing everything inside to move at 50 to 1 time different. This drastically slowed Noah's body self-destruction, allowing Fenrir to think carefully about his next decision. Clearly, he was conflicted as his interference meant that Noah had literally gone through hell in the past years for absolutely no reason. There has to be another way. Fenrir turned to Lady Sphinx and requested for her help with his eyes. Without saying anything, Lady Sphinx paused all of her clones' experiments throughout the entire universe and gave them one task: finding a different solution for Noah's breakthrough. With this much brain power on one problem, Lady Sphinx managed to get many new ideas, each with a different amount of success chance. In the end, she chose one idea that seemed to be the best of them all. If he wants to win this alone, there is absolutely no way of it happening with his weak human bloodline. However, Lady Sphinx looked at Fenrir and stated, instead of completely shutting down your bloodline, you can help him by controlling the amount of bloodline he would be fighting at each time. Leveling the fighting ground again. That's smart, Felix expressed with an elated tone. He understood that Noah's problem was that he wasn't being given a chance to fight. With this method, he would be able to defend his bloodline and even try to devour Fenrir's bloodline. It would be slow as hell and a long battle of attrition, which would most definitely put a massive toll on Noah. But this is the only way he has left, Lady Sphinx stressed. Fenrir thought about it for a moment as he eyed Noah and knew that it was the only way forward. So, without delay, he told Noah about it while controlling his raging bloodline to make the fight even. In a sense, instead of Noah having to deal with the entire 99% at once, he would be handling 1% or 2% at each time and in a gradual process. The moment Fenrir finished, he nodded at Selfie. Release. Selfie cancelled her time-slowing sphere, causing Noah's body to return to its self-destruction process. Arg! But everyone noticed a drastic difference as Noah was now capable of reacting to the destruction, making it slow down to the limit. It's working, Lady Sphinx said. Now, it all depends on him. No more help was offered as everyone kept watching Noah go through the most hellish experience in his life. Replacement process and integration had nothing against Origin Realm breakthrough since the body wasn't just changing at a cellular level, but the host also needed to fight for the sake of this change happening. It was like someone working in favor of having his ass kicked. This was where one's will to live played a massive role as not everyone was capable of going through that process. The fact that it lasted usually from 2 to 3 days made it even more dreadful. But in the case of Noah, for days went by and he had just managed to devour 30% of Fenrir's bloodline and turn it into his own. Just like a cornered rat, the more he devoured Fenrir's bloodlines, the more ferocious and destructive it became. This is just too brutal, Felix stated with a stern tone as he eyed the blood-covered and barely breathing Noah. His slowly shattering soul could be seen in his dim pupils. Everyone knew that Noah still had 70% more or so, which translated to at least 6 days more of this continuous torture. Just this thought alone was enough to make anyone give up midway in despair. But not Noah. Grace, grace. He kept repeating in his mind like a broken record as he envisioned his little sister's smile before his dim eyes. As her big brother, Noah knew that he had failed in protecting and giving her the best life she deserved to make it up for the nightmarish childhood they lived. He failed once, and he had no intention of failing again, even if it meant having his nervous system fried from the pain first before he dies. Hours went by and then days. Signs of tiredness began appearing on Bodadai, Selfie, and Olivia as they were awake for more than 10 days straight. Yet not a single one of them dared to complain. How could they complain when Noah was in front of them, still hanging on to a thin line for his dear life? They couldn't really see him as he was hidden under a giant pile of snow, but they could still feel his existence. Keep it up, you are at the last 1%. Fenrir encouraged. Grace, grace, grace. Noah's mind was way too deep in the zone to hear anything he said. Even if he heard him, he probably would have ignored it, as the only thing on his mind was his sister's name on repeat. It was actually the only thing that was keeping him hanging on to his life, as each time he said her name, his motivation was restored like he used a magic spell. By now, he had said her name more than 1,000,000 times. Rumble! Rumble! Abruptly, a thunderclap boomed in everyone's ears, causing the girls and Badadai to almost yelp out loud in fright. The three of them lifted their heads to look at the cloudy sky in confusion, as it didn't have a single lighting flash in it. As for Felix and the rest, they didn't look above them but at Noah, who was still buried in the snow. He did it. The madman actually did it. Felix murmured with a dazed look, knowing that the thunderclap was nothing but a celebration of Noah's historical achievement by the universe itself. Fenrir swiftly removed the piling snow with a single wave of a hand, causing Noah to be exposed to everyone. When they saw his new appearance, every one of them was left utterly stunned. Noah! Even Fenrir and Lady Sphinx were left astounded by Noah's appearance. His white fur appeared to sparkle in the dim moonlight, almost as if it were infused with some sort of supernatural energy. His body was massive, with broad shoulders and muscular muscles vibrating beneath his fur. His two silver orb-like eyes might be dim and unfocused, but they were emitting an intense fierceness. Despite his vicious aspect, there was a certain beauty to the way Noah sat still under the dim moonlight and never-ending snowstorm. Such aura was identical to Fenrir, who was standing next to him. It was quite weaker, but any random person would have great difficulty separating both of them unless he took a close look at their faces. Unbeknownst to what happened to him, Noah finally gave in to the exhaustion after the pain disappeared. Thud! He fell face first on the snow and murmured his sister's name one last time before losing consciousness. A couple of minutes later, Felix's party could be seen inside Lady Sphinx's sandhouse while Noah slept on a custom-sized bed near them. I knew that Origin Realm bloodliners resemble the owner of the last bloodliner they devoured, but it shouldn't be by this much, right? Olivia wondered. It must be because of the other bloodline's genes not being at the same level as Fenrir's genes, causing them to get absolutely dominated in terms of mutations. Lady Sphinx disclosed. Everyone nodded in agreement, as this made the most sense. Other Origin bloodliners usually receive 3 or 4 mutations from their previous bloodlines while having the last one's mutations as the majority. In this case, it was clear that Fenrir's genes were too overbearing for other mutations from beasts to dare appear in its presence, especially when Noah had used beasts with Fenrir's bloodline within them in the first place. Fenrir's genes might be dominating heavily, but he is still considered a human. Lady Sphinx stated, right now, he could be considered a new human variation with complete control over 100% of his bloodline. Other Origin bloodliners receive all unlocked abilities permanently plus a massive all-round strength enhancement. Felix asked with a serious tone. Noah must have received the same things, but since he used a primogenitor's bloodline, do you think he might have gotten Fenrir's gifts? This thought was always on Felix's mind ever since he heard about primogenitors. He understood that Origin bloodliners receive only the best of the best from the last bloodline they devoured. That's why Origin bloodliners' spiritual pressure became much higher, and their lifespan might even increase explosively if they devoured a bloodline from a species known for longevity. The primogenitor's best gifts were obviously their inscriptions, high intelligence, consciousness prowess, insane physical strength, and immortality. Even when Felix used 6 primogenitors' bloodlines, he merely got their inscriptions, and it was because they bestowed it to him. Felix never bothered to think too much about this, as he knew that the only way to find out the answer was through reaching the Origin Realm. Now that Noah had done that, it was finally time to uncover the truth. 10 hours later, Noah finally regained consciousness and sat next to his master, making them seem like twins. Everyone looked at Noah with solemn expressions, as they could feel an intense spiritual pressure hitting them once in a while. If it wasn't for Fenrir and Lady Sphinx keeping Noah's spiritual pressure in order, he would have caused Felix and his party to lose consciousness instantly. His spiritual pressure isn't as good as primogenitors, but it is near them. Felix murmured with a look of wonder. He has jumped from a mere human to someone at the very top of the pyramid. This is just mind-blowing. This sign made Felix hopeful about Noah getting the rest of Fenrir's gifts. How do you feel? Lady Sphinx asked. Weird. Noah murmured as glanced at his snow-white furry paw. In which way? Like my body doesn't belong to me. That must be from the drastic changes in your body occurring at once. Lady Sphinx comforted him. Noah nodded in understanding. Let's go to a better area for testing, Lady Sphinx said as she scanned him from top to bottom like he was a delicious candy. I need to know everything about your breakthrough. Noah could only agree silently. This time Badadai used his portal to teleport them back to the Northern Forest's personal training ground. The moment they exited the portal, Chief Cloverus and Chieftess Sunflower manifested in front of them. Welcome back, Chieftess Sunflower said with a gentle tone. I see the whole squad has grouped up. Must be something special, Chief Cloverus said as he eyed Noah, noticing that he had made a 180-degree change in almost everything. We will find out soon, Felix said as he beamed many testing machines around the training ground. Before he starts the tests, we need other results to compare to. Lady Sphinx eyed Fenrir, clearly asking him to do the tests first. Fine. Fenrir agreed and walked to the physical strength testing machine first. Make sure to go all out, Lady Sphinx said as she had a holographic notepad before her. She might have perfect memory, but she still preferred to write things down. Fenrir tightened his fist as he stared at the red pad expressionlessly. Felix and the others watched with great attentiveness as this was the first time they were going to witness a primogenitor using his full physical strength in real life. It was serious as it would give them a real measurement of their current level compared to at least Fenrir. Unfortunately, the situation didn't develop as they had anticipated. In a split second, Fenrir disappeared from his location and returned to it while having his fist stretched forward and emitting a chilling blue smoke. Boom! Before anyone could react to this godly speed. Their eyes were drawn to the testing machine that was turned into a dark, dusty cloud. It had gotten erased from the sheer destructiveness behind that punch as it wasn't even given a chance to calculate or get thrown away by the force. Felix had no words to explain what he had just witnessed as he could only stare at Fenrir with widened eyes. His reaction was understandable as he always believed that he was 300 kbf or so away from the base physical strength of primogenitors. After this sight, he completely erased that thought as he knew that the testing machine was able to calculate up to 900 kbf without getting damaged. For it to turn into dust only meant that Fenrir should be above 1.4 million bf. We need UVR to measure your physical strength accurately. But it isn't really that important as I have gotten what I needed. Lady Sphinx wrote a number in her notepad. Do I need to carry on the rest of the tests? Fenrir asked expressionlessly. No need. I don't want you to break any more machines. Lady Sphinx looked at Noah and said, You're next. Still a bit shaken from Fenrir's demonstration, Noah walked towards a newly beamed physical testing machine while glancing at his master. Is it possible that I have gotten that much stronger too? Noah thought as he kept tightening his fist and opening it up, feeling slightly dreamy. He already looked like him, and even his consciousness prowess had gotten even better than Felix's. It wasn't far-fetched to think that he might actually get closer in terms of physical strength to his master. Too bad. Reality hit him just as hard as his punch landed on the red pad. Boom! The punching form was exquisite, and the noise was thunderous. Yet the machine wasn't even moved. Before Noah could feel disappointed in himself, the machine stopped calculating the force behind the punch. When he read it, even his expressionless face couldn't help but crack from sheer disbelief. 570,487 bf. You gotta be shitting me. Felix reacted the same as his eyes were affixed on the magnificent number that surpassed even his own. Felix had barely reached 500,000 bf after spending his entire life going through the worst painful experiences. Noah had come from behind and surpassed him with a single move, allowing him to jump from around 60 kbf to more than 500,000. Still, Felix's initial shock didn't turn into spite but utter excitement at the notion that he would be getting the same, or even higher enhancement during his breakthrough. This is nuts. Selphie exclaimed. How can this even be allowed? It's not allowed. Lady Sphinx said calmly. That's why the universe reacted to his breakthrough. In other words, this entire experience shouldn't be happening logically. If it was any other person, it was doubtful if they could push through the breakthrough like Noah. After all, he had spent 10 days of continuous torture, while most bloodliners couldn't even handle a 5% integration percentage that lasts merely 5 minutes. This was for the real, extraordinary humans who were willing to do anything for the sake of strength. Noah had finally gotten rewarded for his intense hard work. If this was his reward, one could only wonder what Felix would be getting after all the experiences he had gone through. But still, isn't a jump from 50k to 550k a bit too much? Selphie said a bit enviously. As a high elf, she might be considered a monstrous talent in spellcasting, but her talent didn't affect her physical strength one bit. She knew that her race could never get such enhancements. It's actually slightly lower than I anticipated. Lady Sphinx shocked everyone with her statement. What do you mean? Fenrir asked. From my understanding of the bloodline integration system, each replacement level gives a small all-round enhancement due to having merely 1% human bloodline to accept it. Lady Sphinx explained. But, in the case of Origin Realm, the human bloodline becomes 100% and perfectly merged with the last devoured bloodline, which signified the ability to accept much larger enhancement. If we assume that Fenrir's true physical strength goes beyond 1.5 million BF, then Noah should have logically gotten more than 700k BF increase, as his race could be considered now a quasi-primogenitor. When it was put like this, no one felt that the enhancement was too big anymore, as they understood that becoming a quasi-primogenitor warranted a much bigger enhancement. After all, Noah didn't just replace his bloodline but actually evolved into another race, which was two whole separate matters. One was using borrowed strength and the other own said strength. It must be because the breakthrough wasn't 100% natural, Felix suggested. My thought exactly. Lady Sphinx nodded. Everyone knew that the universe was fair, and just when it came to rewards/effort. If we considered going through the Origin Realm without anyone's interference as having a 100% clearance rate, then Noah possibly cleared only 80% or so. He received the rewards of such clearance. Still, Noah didn't seem too upset by such information as everyone thought. He knew deep down that he already went beyond his limit to obtain that clearance rate, and if he desired a perfect score, then he was just being a greedy idiot. He gave it his all and was satisfied with the results. Nothing was going to change this fact. What do you think? Asna asked. Noah wasn't able to get a perfect clearance because of his other bloodlines being a hindrance in his breakthrough. Felix answered with a firm tone. But, I don't have such a problem. It won't be fair to not attempt a natural breakthrough. You are saying this even after seeing what Noah went through? That's exactly why I am saying this. Felix narrowed his eyes. If I am going to go through the worst torture in my life, I might as well seek the greatest reward from it. Felix hadn't perfected his bloodline path just to ruin everything at the end line. So, regardless of difficult it was going to be, he was aiming at a natural breakthrough. 2 hours later, Noah had finished almost all of his tests after doing them as thoroughly as possible. The end results had truly confirmed Lady Sphinx's hypothesis that Noah's race could be now considered as a quasi-primogenitor with a human bloodline as the base. He aced the intelligence-based tests as his cognitive reasoning and memory got boosted immensely, giving him similar traits to primogenitors. His consciousness prowess's enhancement affected his mental energy and mental defenses, making him one level above Felix in this department. Reaction speed was also affected positively as it was now closer to Lord Hediaz. Even his longevity was tested, making Lady Sphinx realize that Noah might not have obtained true immortality, but he was able to live for billions of years before his body gave in. This was more than enough to convince anyone that Noah's new race could be considered a quasi-primogenitor. Now, to the final and most important test. Lady Sphinx eyed Noah with a solemn look and requested, "Try to create a random ice figure." Noah nodded and gave it a go. He closed his eyes and extended his palm forward while imagining an icy sphere on it. He may not have had ice manipulation before, but he was taught about the principle of creating abilities from Fenrir in anticipation of this day. At the start, It didn't seem that anything would appear on Noah's palm no matter how much he tried. However, before they could start to lose hope, icy particles began to arise bit by bit until a tiny icy sphere was created. It was as small as a marble, but in the eyes of Noah and the others, it was as big as the world. Congratulations, Noah! It really worked. When the rewards will end? Bodadai stated enviously. Humans' cultivation system is really too busted. I got it, Noah murmured with a faint smile as he eyed the icy marble. Ever since his sister's death, nothing made him feel an ounce of happiness. Even his breakthrough merely satisfied him instead of making him ecstatic. However, obtaining ice manipulation was different. He was happy not for himself but for the fact that he finally could be considered a worthy student of Fenrir. After all, it was really shameful to have the god of ice as your master, but not be able to learn anything about ice. Perfect ice manipulation. He really got it, Felix uttered with a dazed look. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, Lady Sphinx said. It might be just limited manipulation. We have to test for it. Noah, try to summon the inscriptions, Fenrir said. All you have to do is think about them. Noah closed his eyes and did as he was told. After waiting for a few minutes, nothing much appeared on his snow fur. I guess you have gotten only limited manipulation, Lady Sphinx noted down. Noah seemed to not mind much on the outside, but he was kinda disappointed. No need to feel like that, Fenrir said calmly. Perfect manipulation isn't really that important when the only technique we get from it is elemental conversion. Noah nodded in understanding. Sure, elemental conversion was extremely useful, but in the case of Noah, he might not need it too much since his elemental tank had increased immensely after his breakthrough. It would allow him to cast any ability and out of any magnitude without problems. With his affinity increasing as well, he could absorb ice elemental energy from the stones much faster. I really thought he will get perfect manipulation. Felix sighed in disappointment. He was feeling this way not for Noah but for himself. He used to think that if it was possible to get perfect manipulation from the breakthrough, then he could pick almost any primogenitor's bloodline as his last without caring if they were alive or dead. After all, alive primogenitors wouldn't mind allowing Felix to use their bloodline when they had no clue that it would give him a copy of their perfect manipulation. This would really broaden his options. It's not decided yet, Lady Sphinx mentioned. There is still a possibility of getting perfect manipulation through a 100% natural breakthrough. It was clear from her test results that Noah's primogenitor's gifts were affected immensely because of his imperfect clearance rate. His immortality was affected, his consciousness prowess was weakened, and the list goes on. So, it was only logical to assume that his manipulation could have been downgraded as well. That's one big if, and I am not going to risk using an alive primogenitor's bloodline to test it out. Felix shook his head. The plan still stands. Well, at least this ensures that you will get destruction-limited manipulation if Lord Shiva rejected you, Asna said. I guess that's true. Felix smiled for a moment before frowning. I have to find a way to get it as soon as possible. Felix planned on spending his entire stay in the Elemental's galaxy training and only seeking out the bloodline when he was done with everything. But after seeing Noah's breakthrough, he knew that he couldn't remain patient for another millennium, especially when he wasn't sure yet if this was his last bloodline or not. You better keep thinking. I don't see a way of you getting out of here and return. Before Asna could finish her statement, suddenly the words were stuck in her throat after she felt an intense godly pressure freezing her soul. She wasn't the only one experiencing this sensation, as everyone on the outside and the inside of Felix's mind were put under the same influence, causing each of them to react differently. Lord Zervan has requested your attendance in half an hour. Just as they wanted to react, a cold, distant feminine voice resounded heavily in their minds. Lady Sphinx and the tenants recognized it immediately as they were too familiar with it. Siasim. Lady Sphinx narrowed her eyes coldly. You are as impolite as always. Sphinx, you are as irritating as always. Foremother Siasim replied indifferently. Siasim as in Foremother Siasim? Candace sucked in a deep breath in agitation. Even Felix and Asna felt distressed as Foremother Siasim's spiritual pressure was simply on another level, as it made them feel like she could literally extinguish their souls with a single word. The only consolation they have was that even the primogenitors were under the same execution sword. It's gone. Just as sudden as it appeared, the pressure went away in the blink of an eye. Prepare yourselves for the meeting, Lady Sphinx stated coldly before walking away. Felix didn't even need to ask about his master's situation, as he already knew that she had bad blood with Foremother Siasim. Foremother Siasim might be in the right for rejecting Lady Sphinx's entry to her galaxy even when she was offered so much, but this didn't mean that Lady Sphinx wouldn't feel irked. Ever since then, Lady Sphinx didn't come eye to eye with Foremother Siasim. It's finally happening. Felix's heartbeats accelerated as nervousness began to take over him at the thought of meeting Lord Zervan. If it was any other primogenitor, he wouldn't have acted like this. But Lord Zervan wasn't any primogenitor. He was the last hope he had to remedy his mistake and save everyone. This meeting was one of the most important moments in his life, and he didn't want to mess it up. Noah had the same reaction. Unlike Felix, he couldn't care less about any other Earthling as long as his sister was revived. He planned on doing whatever it took to make it happen. Half an hour later, Felix, Noah, Fenrir, and Lady Sphinx were teleported into a beautiful rainforest that seemed to resemble the Amazon jungle greatly. Felix didn't bring the others with him since Olivia had no idea that they planned on requesting Lord Zervan to revive their people. After thousands of years, Olivia had already processed the pain and was living her life normally again. It would be cruel to give her hope and strip it away. That must be it, Felix said as he eyed a humble hut that was covered from top to bottom with vines and moss. Raindrops pelting the thatched roof got louder as they get closer to the house. The building was compact, totally constructed of wood and bamboo, and had a rustic, natural aspect. The supporting beams were encircled by vines and other tropical vegetation, giving the impression that the hut had spontaneously sprung from the forest. When they reached the door, they found out that it was open and welcoming to an aroma of moist dirt flora that filled the interior. The only light in the room was provided by a small, crackling fire in the middle, which created flickering shadows on the unfinished walls. There were only a couple of wooden stools and a table in the functionally minimal room. In one of the corners, a hammock swung and softly swayed in the air. Shelves constructed of woven reeds covered the walls and were filled with diverse items such as carved wooden bowls, a few baskets made of palm fronds, and other handmade equipment. Felix and the others didn't bother to appreciate the calming simplicity of the house, as their eyes had been lured to focus on a man who was sitting near the fireplace. He was moving the burning wood with a long golden rod that was covered with intricate inscriptions. Lord Zervan, it's a pleasure to finally meet you. Fenrir and Lady Sphinx bowed their heads without an ounce of disrespect. Felix and Noah copied them hastily, as they knew that when even their masters bow, then they had to offer double the respect. The pleasure is all mine. Lord Zervan smiled kindly as he turned his chair to face them. Ha! When Felix peeked at his appearance, he was taken by surprise, as Lord Zervan didn't seem to originate from any species. He had the body of a man with skin as white as marble and eyes that seemed to glow with an otherworldly light. He was wearing a long, flowing robe adorned with intricate symbols and patterns that seemed to represent the cycles of time. What threw Felix off was his lion head, hidden golden wings, and most mysteriously, a green glowing snake that seemed to be rolling around his entire body and having its head resting on his shoulder. He seemed more like a chimera resembling his master Sphinx, but his guts were telling him that he was far from being a chimera. Welcome back, little one. Lord Zervan smiled gently as he eyed Felix, causing him to be thrown off completely. Welcome back? What is he talking about? Felix was left baffled. Maybe he meant to welcome you to his house and made a mistake? Asna tilted her head in confusion. Don't think too much about it. Lady Sphinx's eyelids twitched. Lord Zervan is known to love messing with people by using such peculiar statements to confuse them. For real? Felix asked speechlessly. He believed her, since he knew that anyone would be tripped off if someone that could control time were to tell them anything related to their future or past. whether it was a lie or truth. Haha. Looks like she warned you about me. Lord Zervan chortled after seeing Felix's expression turning back to normal. Felix smiled wryly, not knowing how to behave before his eccentricities. Boy, you can behave like normal. I am not going to revive your people. So, stop fretting about disrespecting me, Lord Zervan said with his usual kind smile as he kept moving the burning logs. His statement had caused the atmosphere to grow stale instantly, as even Lady Sphinx and Fenrir was left a bit stunned. They already were pretty certain that Lord Zervan was going to reject Felix's request, but they didn't think that he was going to shut him down in the first 30 seconds of their meeting. He literally shattered their hope before they could build some confidence to voice their request. Lord Zervan, can you at least hear them out? Lady Sphinx sighed as she looked at Noah and Felix's soulless expressions. They were hit pretty hard with Lord Zervan's rejection, as they had been dreaming about this day for more than a millennium now. They prepared everything to convince Lord Zervan, even if it meant begging him. Alas, what's the point? I already know what they are going to say, Lord Zervan said calmly. So, I might as well skip ahead and reject them. Thud. I will do anything you ask. Please bring back my sister. Please, I beg you. Without an ounce of hesitation, Noah knelt down with his head on the floor and begged him to reconsider his decision. His eyes were reddened like he was trying his best to hold his tears while his voice was cracking mid-sentence. Dignity? Respect? Noah had no use for such things when the only thing that mattered in his life didn't exist anymore. Boy, you are disrespecting your master by kneeling before another, Lord Zervan advised after seeing Fenrir's frigid expression. You better stand up if you don't want to get punished. Noah tightened his fists but still refused to stand up, making it clear that he was willing to go through any punishment as long as he reached his goal. Lord Zervan lifted Noah up with his mental energy and disclosed with a bitter smile. As much as I want to help both of you, it's really not that simple. What do you mean? Felix asked with a faint glimmer of hope in his eyes. As long as it wasn't impossible, then it was doable. Alas, he was going to drop this thought faster than Noah dropping to the ground. You assume that I can rewind the time on your destroyed planet until the point where everyone was still alive. That's the premise. Everyone nodded in agreement. Well, I can do that. Before Noah and Felix could feel giddy, Lord Zervan shook his head. Unfortunately, everyone revived will be merely empty husks without souls to them. This news caused Felix's heart to drop to his stomach, as he already could guess where Lord Zervan was going with his explanation. The moment someone dies, his soul becomes a clean slate with everything he has experienced in his life has been erased. So, even if I revived your sister, she won't really be your sister, as her soul will be completely new. Lord Zervan shook his head. If you just want her body, there are much easier methods like cloning or such. It can't be. Noah mumbled with an absent-minded look. Even when he was desperate and borderline crazy about his sister's death, Noah was still sensible enough to understand that his sister's soul was what mattered, not her body. If it was already erased, as Lord Zervan said, then there was really nothing to be done. You guys want me to do this to tens of billions of dead people? Not a chance. Lord Zervan said with a stern tone. Everyone who experienced death in their lives learns to process their grief and move on. I am certain that everyone has already done this in merely a decade, while you boys had more than a millennia. If you can't move on already, that's on you and no one but you. His words made plenty of sense, but they still fell on deaf ears, as both Felix's and Noah's situations weren't like most people's. In the case of Noah, his sister was literally his world, and losing her meant having nothing to stand on anymore. As for Felix, he might move on from the death of his grandfather and friends, as he has already done this in his previous life, but what was killing him was the fact that he caused their death alongside tens of billions. That wasn't easy to accept by any sane person. Why are you lying to them? I know that you can reverse the flow of time for the spirits to regain their memories. If I didn't know this, I wouldn't have suggested having them come here. Lady Sphinx asked telepathically. I am not lying to them, Lord Zervan replied. I am just not giving them the whole truth. You should appreciate my help, as those two boys need to understand that death is the end line. If I help them here, what stops them from coming to me every time someone dear to them dies? Or worse, seek other futile methods. Death is death. Life is life. If no one has respect for those basic laws, the whole universe will be thrown into shambles. Lord Zervin uttered indifferently. As the time primogenitor, there was really no such thing as a limitation. Lord Zervin was able to accelerate time in an entire galaxy all by himself. Reviving people was nothing but a walk in the park for him. Still, this didn't mean that he planned on abusing his powers for whoever requested his help. He only helped people when there was literally no other option. In the case of Felix and Noah, their situation could be solved by them toughening up and accepting the death of their beloved no matter how hard it was. You really didn't disappoint. Lady Sphinx smiled faintly. I expected you to reject them, but I didn't think you will go the extra mile for their sake. Lady Sphinx might want to protect Felix and help him reach his goals. But in this case, she really had no intention of having him revive anyone, as she knew that it would harm him in the long run. The only reason she brought out Lord Zervin in the first place was to give him some motivation to stand up on his feet. Though Noah and Felix's current situation didn't seem too good, as they appeared to be utterly devastated. If you are hellbent on saving them, then pay the spirit realm a visit and see if you can strike a deal with the Guardian of Souls. Just stop bothering me with this, Lord Zervin said in a careless manner. While what he said sounded more like a joke, Noah didn't seem to think of it as such. His soulless eyes seemed to have some life restored in them as he murmured, Spirit realm, deal. I can do that. Noah. Felix sighed. Forget it. Even Felix, who desired to seek any method to fix his mistake, was still sensible enough to understand that method was impossible. He had witnessed the spirit realm and the heavenly plane. He witnessed its structure, rules, and everything that he needed to understand that anyone who reached that plane was unrevivable. If a soul was still in the void of the spirit realm, there might be a chance to return to its body. However, the moment it stepped on the heavenly plane, it was a done deal. Even Life Primogenitor had stated that he was reviving only the wandering spirits and had no plans on touching the ones on the heavenly plane, since they were considered to have already started a new life. There was no way the Guardian of Spirits would ever agree to give up on spirits who already started their new lives in his domain. Even Carbuncle planned on staying with his wife in the spirit realm if it was possible to recover her memories. I guess it's best to leave him with this shred of hope, Thor said as he addressed Noah. He is still too fragile, and it's doubtful if he can accept the death of his sister, Kraken advised Fenrir. It's best to help him work things out before this last shred of hope disappears as well. We will see how it goes. Fenrir might not like Noah's current state too much, but he related to it greatly. He also lost his dear wife, and it completely made his life fall apart. But if he could move on in the end, he trusted that Noah would be able to do the same with a bit of help. You okay? Asna asked Felix softly. I am fine. Felix smiled wryly. I already knew that it was a long shot and prepared for failure. Felix might be devastated, but he didn't let his emotions get to him as much as Noah. He made peace with himself that this was his last attempt to fix his mistake and revive everyone. If it failed, he wouldn't look for another method and waste his time on it. Precious time could be used to at least punish the bastards who did this to his loved ones. 1,600 years was enough duration for Felix to mature at a moderate pace and understand that if couldn't save his loved ones, he could at least give them justice. This didn't mean that he was free of guilt. It simply meant that Felix had taken another step towards redemption and acceptance. Unlike Noah, half an hour later, Fenrir had taken Noah outside of the hut to speak with him personally about his current situation. As for Felix and Lady Sphinx, they remained with Lord Zervin and spoke about various things. In truth, Felix didn't do much of the speaking, as he merely listened to their rich conversation, trying his best to learn new things. Too bad, most of the things they spoke about had no context, which left him confused most of the time. Lord Zervin, I have been meaning to ask you. Lady Sphinx gave Lord Zervin a serious look and inquired, why did you accept our request to enter your galaxy and even set up a meeting with us? Did you see something? Felix fixed his posture to get more focused as he knew that this question was extremely important. He always wondered about Lord Zervin's reasoning to accept him and even allow him to bring companions. Since he knew that he was the time primogenitor, it was normal to assume that Lord Zervin might have seen something about Felix's future. I am always seeing things. That's not a reason, really? Lord Zervin chuckled. Everyone could see that he was avoiding answering the question. Lady Sphinx knew that she couldn't really force him to tell them about his visions of Felix's future. So she played along. If that's not the reason, then what else? She asked. To give him this. Suddenly Lord Zervin threw a weird-looking golden earring at Felix, causing him to catch it reflexively. The earring resembled a sun disk and had some writings on its surface. It was quite heavy considering its size. Lady Sphinx took it from Felix's hand with her mental energy and scanned it thoroughly before asking, "Is this a spatial earring?" "Yes, and it can be unlocked only by him," Lord Zervin said. "You joking, right?" Lady Sphinx frowned as she knew that there was no way he could be telling the truth. "Give it a try." Lord Zervin didn't bother to defend himself. Lady Sphinx infused it with her elemental and mental energy. Unfortunately, it didn't react to her at all. She passed the earrings to Felix and told him to do the same. Albeit confused, Felix did as he was told and infused his mental energy into it. Unexpectedly, the inscriptions reacted to it as they brightened up for a few moments. The hell? Felix felt slight shivers coursing down his spine after seeing the earrings being unlocked. Impossible! How can this be? Interesting. His reaction was shared by even his tenants as everyone knew that spatial jewelry was categorized into two types, public and private ones. Public in the sense that anyone could unlock and access them as long as he had the specific elemental energy to unlock them. As for the private type, they were considered customized spatial jewelry since they used the mental energy of the owner as the sole key to open them. Since every person in the universe had a singular unique consciousness and mental energy, it was impossible for anyone to unlock those private spatial rings beside the owner. What freaked out Felix and his tenants was the fact that the owner had to share his mental energy with the forger beforehand for the sake of creating this special bond. Since there was only one Felix and one forger in the universe that was able to create such a divine item, it implied quite a freaky situation. "Before you ask, I am not the one giving it to you," Lord Zervin uttered calmly. "It was left behind for you by someone." "Huh." With this answer, Felix and his tenants were officially thrown off as this was just too random and unexpected. "Who?" "You will know in the future." "This?" Felix didn't know what to do anymore as he knew that Lord Zervin could not be forced to confess or even persuaded. "Glance inside. There might be some clues," Thor suggested with a serious tone. "Okay." Felix took a deep breath and infused a wisp of his consciousness inside the golden earring. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt chills course on his spine at sight before him. His reaction wasn't even close to Asna's as her eyes reflected a never-seen level of terror before. Her reaction was understandable as the dimensional pocket turned out to be exactly the same as the ruins she was sealed inside. A colossal hall that was floored with tiles embedded with colorful gems and walls dyed with amber color. Their bright light illuminated everything with vivid details, showcasing the same soldier statues that were standing uprightly at the corners of the hall, each holding a different type of weapon with one arm. Meanwhile, their other arm had a purplish chain rolled up their forearms, clasping on them tightly. Those 4 purplish chains were connected to a small platform at the very center of the hall. Unlike the hall in the ruins, the purplish chains seemed loose. Still, the platform was hovering in midair without any support. This time, there was no fist-sized flame on top of the platform. "How can this be possible?" Felix uttered with a heart burning in agitation. In his previous life, he might not have taken a much closer look at the hall, but he was still able to recognize it immediately with a single glance. This new hall seemed to be the clean and undestroyed version of the ceiling hall. "Calm down. This might be just a copy," Lady Sphinx said with a composed tone. She might have been surprised by the ceiling hall, but she always kept her cool in any situation regardless of the abnormalities. "It's not a copy," Asna murmured with a dazed look. "How can you be so sure?" Thor frowned, knowing that couldn't be possible. "I spent almost my entire life in the ceiling hall. I know every nook and cranny of it." Asna answered him with a hint of fear in her voice. "Unless it was copied straight out of my memories, it can't be a copy." Every tenant was left silenced by her response, as they had no idea what to say next. Doubt her? They couldn't do that when she had no reason to lie to them in this freaky situation. Believe her? That also didn't seem much of an option since it pointed to a much scarier implication than the earring's owner. "I don't know. I just don't know anymore." Felix sat on the ground with his temples throbbing painfully like his brain wasn't able to process this situation at all. He shouldn't beat himself for it, as even the tenants were left utterly confused as well. "Let's all take a step back and propose theories to facilitate solving this mystery," Lady Sphinx suggested, easing up the tense mood. "I will start." Elder Kraken rubbed his tentacle beard as he shared his opinion. "I believe it's their doing. I don't know if they did this to let us know that they are watching us or for the sake of toying with us. Whatever it is, it had to be them." Felix felt his heart skip a beat after those beings were brought up again. "My thoughts exactly," Lady Sphinx nodded. "This also explains how the earning was made with Felix's mental imprint without him being there. Only those beings are capable of such a thing." Everyone nodded their heads in agreement but Felix, Asna, and Candace. In the case of Candace, she literally had no clue what was going on right now, as she wasn't informed about Asna's situation in too much details. As for Felix and Asna, the notion of being watched by those beings honestly was scaring the living shit out of them. Asna was already traumatized by them, while Felix considered them as his final enemies. To know that your future enemies were spying and even toying with you wasn't a good feeling in the slightest. "Did they really do this to toy with us?" Felix murmured. "Like they are telling us that her destiny is to be sealed again and nothing we do can change it?" This was enough to send goosebumps down anyone's skin. "Obviously, everything is mere speculation and we might be way off the truth," Lady Sphinx stressed as she eyed both of them. "So, don't lose yourselves to a mere theory. We know. MMM. Felix and Ansa understood that nothing positive would come out if they accepted this theory as the iron truth. Since not much evidence supported it, they decided to assume that it was wrong. At least, this way it wouldn't affect their lives negatively too much. Though, this method would leave them with more questions than answers. If this theory isn't the answer, then what else can explain this? Jormungandr knitted his eyebrows. Many theories floated in everyone's minds, like Lord Zervan messing with them after seeing Felix's past and future or something like this. But they kept shooting them down as they were just too preposterous. Lord Zervan might be somewhat of a jokester, but they knew that he would never go this far in his jokes. "Let's leave this matter for later discussion," Lady Sphinx said. "We don't have enough information to work with, which means not a single theory can be proven true." "You're right." Felix sighed heavily as he tried his best to shelve this matter for later. This entire development had really come out of nowhere and caught them off guard. It was best to think about it in their free time as they were still in the presence of Lord Zervan. "So?" Lord Zervan asked with a curious look after seeing Felix opening his eyes. "You really don't know about the earring's content?" Lady Sphinx raised an eyebrow at his genuine curiosity. "I know a lot of things, but the content of that earring still eludes me," he answered, catching them by surprise. "Then, how about a trade?" Lady Sphinx proposed. "Tell us the identity of the person who left you the earring, or at least the period of when it happened. You do know that I can see the future of myself accepting the trade and receiving the information from you without needing to do anything in the present." Lord Zervan chuckled. "I know that. I also know that you won't do it." Lady Sphinx smiled, knowing that Lord Zervan almost never abused his powers on others' backs. "I could have changed from the last time we spoke. Everything can change but you," Lady Sphinx answered calmly. "You are consistent in everything you do, just like time. I can't deny that." Lord Zervan laughed at her response. knowing that she had him figured out completely even though they had merely spoken once telepathically. So, keep your information, Lord Zervin chuckled. Since I never knew about the earnings content, it only means it's for the best. Some things are better left unlearned. You sure? Always. Felix had no clue how Lord Zervin's life could be changed by knowing about the ceiling hall since he didn't really have much connection to it. But, if he didn't want to know about it anymore, they couldn't shove it down his throat forcefully. How about the... As I said, you will know in the future. Lord Zervin denied them again of the answers, making Felix sigh in frustration. He knew that the only good clue they had was the identity of the first owner of the earring. What about my companions, then? Why did you allow me to bring them too? Felix changed his question as he knew that if Lord Zervin's real reason for allowing them entry was to hand him this earring, then what's the point of allowing Felix to bring companions? You are thinking too much about this. Lord Zervin chuckled. I just didn't want you to be the only outsider in my galaxy. Felix didn't know if he was telling the truth or gaslighting him again, but he understood that Lord Zervin wasn't going to give him any useful information. So, he might as well drop it before he annoyed him too much. My job can be considered to be done now. Lord Zervin smiled at them. You can head back if you want. This made it clear to them that Lord Zervin wasn't too interested in their company as much as in doing what he was tasked with. This isn't looking too good, Felix thought with a distressed look. When he first heard about the meeting invitation, Felix planned on seeing if it was possible to request one chance to exit and enter the galaxy. This would help him get the destruction bloodline and return to cultivate it to its best potential. But now it didn't seem like it was going to work. You should take this issue with Siamese. She already did me a favor by accepting you guys once. I won't ask her again. Lord Zervin answered before Felix could even ask him, which freaked him out as always. I see. Felix smiled wryly after recalling Foremother Siamese's interaction with Lady Sphinx. He knew that it was a long shot if she would even entertain talking to them, don't even mention agreeing to his request. Can you please help us set a meeting with her? Felix requested, knowing that Lord Zervin was their only hope to make a connection with Foremother Siamese. You heard him, right? Lord Zervin said as he looked at the ceiling. Just as Felix wanted to lift his head, he realized that the environment around him had changed completely. He was now standing on a field of dandelions. Each stalk in the field's sea of white had a fuzzy ball that appeared to sparkle in the sunlight. The tiny seeds of the dandelions floated through the air like fairy dust as they softly swung in the breeze. The only thing visible as far as the eye could see was an infinite expanse of white. The aroma of spring, a potent blend of flowers and recently cut grass, was pervasive in the air. Felix realized immediately that he was in a dimensional pocket as the sky was dotted with multiple black holes like they were painted on a wall. Before Felix's eyes could roam further, they ended up getting affixed on a mesmerizing purple-haired woman. Her skin was smooth and flawless, with a natural radiance that seemed to glow from within. High cheekbones and full lips gave her face a striking, almost regal appearance. Her eyes were a deep, dark green, sparkling with intelligence and a hint of coldness. She sat at the center of the dandelion field with graceful ease, her every motion fluid and elegant. She dressed simply yet elegantly, emphasizing her body without being too exposing. Despite her evident attractiveness, she exuded an air of superiority that would make anyone feel uncomfortable. Foremother Siamese? Felix inquired politely. He noticed that he had been teleported to this dimensional pocket all by himself, which made him understand that Foremother Siamese had no intentions of interacting with his master. Still, he wasn't too nervous or afraid of her, as he knew that Lord Zervin wouldn't let anything bad happen to his guest. Come closer, she ordered calmly. Although her tone was impolite as hell, Felix had no plans of acting tough before her. He went closer to her and remained silent, knowing that there was no need to voice his request again. In his mind, since she decided to bring him here, then there was a high chance she would agree to his request. After all, a no would have been sufficient to deal with him. I will agree to your request for a condition, she disclosed. As expected. Felix took a deep breath and asked, "What is it?" "I want you to never have any interaction with Lord Zervan again." Mother Siamese said coldly, "Don't ask for his help. Don't ask for a favor. Don't even think about him." Felix was left stunned at her condition. He expected many conditions, but never this. She must be too possessive of Lord Zervan and doesn't want anyone to take his attention from her. Asna chuckled. Although Asna's conclusion seemed like a joke, Felix was really about to believe it, since he didn't have any logical reasoning for this condition. Don't ask for his help. Don't ask for a favor. Don't even think about him. Felix wasn't even planning on doing this after his request was diverted to her. He knew that the moment he leave the galaxy, he would have almost no relation to Lord Zervan. Since he had no more favors to take advantage of, he couldn't even contact him anymore. There is another option. Lady Sphinx narrowed her eyes. She knows about the identity of the earring's owner and understands that having a connection with him meant big trouble to Lord Zervan. So, she decided to protect him by cutting off my relationship with him completely? Felix was speechless as she made him feel like he was a walking magnet for trouble. "It's best if you just ask her," Thor said. Just as Felix wanted to do this, Mother Siamese interjected calmly. "Yes or no? Anything else that comes out of your mouth will cancel this offer. This bitch is really something else." Asna cursed with an irked tone, not too pleased with Mother Siamese's personality. Unfortunately for them, Mother Siamese couldn't care less about their opinions of her, as she had no intentions of making friends with them. She couldn't make it any more obvious that she wanted them out of her celestial body as fast as possible. "So, are you going to take the deal?" Asna asked. "Isn't it obvious?" Felix smiled wryly. "What choice do I have left at this point?" Felix understood that he couldn't miss this opportunity to obtain Destruction Bloodline while making sure to cultivate it in the Elemental's galaxy. The price might be vague in long term, but still it was worth the trade. Receiving help from Lord Zervan wasn't even 1% guaranteed even with a favor involved. If it wasn't for the earning, he probably wouldn't have accepted Lord Osiris' favor. So, it would be too dumb to reject this secured opportunity to get much stronger for the sake of uncertain assistance. Yes. The moment Felix gave his answer, he was sent back to the northern forest with his party. The only one left behind was Lady Sphinx. "Damn. We didn't even get to thank Lord Zervan. She is treating you like a plague." Asna giggled. Felix's eyelids twitched, but he had no retort as he also started to feel the same. "Master, can you convey my regards?" Felix requested, knowing that Lady Sphinx was left behind because she had other businesses to conduct with Lord Zervan. After receiving confirmation, Felix removed Lord Zervan from his thought process and went to check up on Noah. Meanwhile, back in the hut, Lady Sphinx was staring at Lord Zervan with a solemn expression. "Tell me your offer. I already told you there is no need for you to keep collecting them. I can tell you right now what will happen when you gather those monoliths in one place." Lord Zervan said. "I also told you that I don't want that." Lady Sphinx replied calmly. "I didn't go through so much trouble to gather them just to hear the ending. I want to see it, I want to feel it, and I want to be there for it." You better not spoil anything for me," Lady Sphinx warned with a frigid look. Fine. Sheesh," Lord Zervan murmured to himself. "No wonder they are named maniacal monoliths." "You said something?" Lady Sphinx narrowed her eyes at him. "Cough, it's nothing." Lord Zervan swiftly threw a spatial ring in her hand and said, "There are more than 100 of them there. Siamese gathered them for me and I have no use of them as I already know the answer." This. Lady Sphinx was rarely caught off guard as her rationality always keep her cool-headed. Still, this was way too much for her to take. Receiving 100 monoliths at once wasn't even a dream come true, as he never assumed that this many monoliths could be gathered in one place. "I can't accept those. It's too much." Lady Sphinx pushed back the spatial ring. She understood that nothing in her possession would make this trade fair. "Don't you get it?" Lord Zervan chuckled. "You have to take them for my desired future to remain unaffected." "I see." Although Lord Zervan didn't go into much detail, Lady Sphinx understood what he meant. Lord Zervan knew the answer about the monoliths through the future Lady Sphinx. In other words, she managed to gather all of the monoliths in the far future, and she shared the knowledge with everyone as usual. If she didn't accept those monoliths right now, the future would change, which would result in Lord Zervan's memories about the monolith's answer being erased since it never happened. Thank you. No, thank you. Lord Zervan smiled as he watched Lady Sphinx take the ring. I know I said I don't want to know, but is it possible to know if the end results are worth it or not? Does it matter to you? I believe you won't stop either way. I guess you're right. Lady Sphinx smiled as she eyed the spatial ring. As the guardian of truth and knowledge, Lady Sphinx would never base her effort on the subject's worth. If that's the case, it was best to not learn anything about the monoliths no matter how tempting it was. Especially when she needed only 19 monoliths more to collect them all. 1 month later, Felix could be seen sitting on the floor of his training hall inside his spaceship. He was currently getting close to the wormhole connecting the elemental galaxy and the SG Alliance. He embarked on the journey toward Lord Shiva's descendants the day after his meeting with Lord Zervan. Without having the destruction bloodline, Felix didn't feel motivated in the slightest to continue his training. So he left as early as possible. He didn't take anyone with him besides Nimmo since the deal included only himself. The others had no permission, so if they dared to leave the galaxy, they would never be accepted inside again. Sir Felix, we are about to reach our destination, Queen AI suddenly informed, interrupting Felix's meditation. Felix opened his eyes and teleported to the cockpit instantly, making him see thousands of spaceships entering and leaving a cosmic wormhole. You back? Alone this time? You got ditched. Elder Hamir spoke telepathically with Felix the moment he got too close to the wormhole. I have matters to settle outside. I will be back soon. Felix replied politely. For you to get approved entry twice, you are really well liked by the Foremother. Something like that. Felix's eyelids twitched, having no plans on telling him that she hated him more than anything. Elder Hamir released a faint grunt in distrust at Felix's statement and went radio silent on him. Felix enjoyed the silence during his stay in the queue. After a couple of hours, his spaceship's turn arrived to pass through the wormhole. 16 years since I have gone off the radar in the Alliance. Felix smiled faintly as he went through the wormhole. I wonder how much has changed? 1,600 years in the elemental galaxy translated to merely 16 years in the outside universe. While the time difference couldn't be compared at all, Felix knew that more shit must have happened in the Alliance during that period. The SG Alliance was that lively and dramatic. Ting ting ting. As expected, the moment Felix emerged on the other side of the wormhole, his AP bracelet went absolutely haywire with millions of notifications pinging him one after another. Even Asna and the other tenants' bracelets went crazy with notifications, causing Felix's limbs to keep vibrating like he was wearing massage devices. Mute all, Felix requested. Notifications muted. Queen AI added monotonously, Welcome back online, Sir Felix. Thanks. Felix smiled as he heard Queen AI's same old voice. But this time, he knew that it was the real Queen AI. Sir Felix, are you willing to trade your information gained in the elemental galaxy? Queen AI proposed. No, thank you. Felix rejected the offer even though he knew that the payment would be mouth-watering. This offer was also offered to Asna and the tenants since the information was too vital to Queen AI. She always sought to absorb new data as it empowered her consciousness prowess in addition to making her more knowledgeable. Understood. Although she desired his knowledge, Queen AI still accepted his will without trying to convince him like some annoying merchant. Queen, log me in. Asna requested with an eager tone without wasting a single second. Who could blame her? She spent 1,600 years doing nothing but watching Felix grinding in his training with the occasional visits from him to do the naughty. Anyone would be bored to death. The moment she logged in, she went to the spa to clear her mind and sunbathe near the pool. I will be tending to my garden, Jormungandr said with a faint smile as he logged in too. Meanwhile, Thor and Carbuncle went to their favorite bar, while Kraken returned to his mission of collecting information to benefit his main consciousness, which was in the spirit realm. When Lady Sphinx saw that the crowded and lively table was emptied, she couldn't help but shake her head like a displeased mother. They are really getting too addicted. When she focused back on Felix, she saw that he was already lying inside his VR pod. Though Felix straightaway opened the news outlet, his inbox, and his contact list, wanting to get into business instead of entertaining himself. When he realized that there was just too much news to understand at once, he requested Candace to update him only on the big events that happened in his absence. The biggest news is related to us, Candace disclosed with a proud tone. The Void Nation has managed to dethrone the Sage race and becomes one of the 10 ruling powers in the previous Great Reset. Well, that's good to hear, but really not worth celebrating. Felix sighed. It would have been better if we managed to dethrone another race. It made sense for Felix to not feel too happy about this news since the Sage race belonged to them too. With Arthur still being the king of the Sages, it would have been much better if both of them remained in the top 10 rulers. Unfortunately, the Sage race was the 10th on the list, and if the Void Nation wanted to join the Alliance's peak, they had to start with them. I think it's been 6 years in this new cycle. Have you made any progress? Felix asked the real question. As you know, the Watchers race are permanent members in the top 10. So, although they are 9th in the ranking, we had to skip over them and aim for the 8th ranked. Candace disclosed, we believe that we will be able to surpass the Heavenly Turtles in the next 3 years before the Great Reset. That's quite fast. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise. How are you gaining so many SG points? Felix knew that the Heavenly Turtles might be ranked 8. But the points difference between them and the Sages was in the millions. That's because they were dominating the racial games just like the dragons. So, for the Void Nation to catch up to them in merely 6 years, they must have really put in the effort. After we stabilized our nation in our new home, we have decided to start offering our services in return for SG points. Candace smiled. Almost every background in this universe is suffering from daily void invasions. Since we proved to be able to take care of them, everyone is fighting to hire our services. Adding this to the mandatory quota, we will be getting indeed plenty of SG points. Felix nodded in satisfaction at his nation's activeness. He believed that his nation would be doing just the mandatory quota of dealing with 3 void invasions each month. He didn't think that the citizens would be motivated to even work harder than that and start accepting private commissions. Since SG points were used as currency between nations, this was greatly helpful to his nation. Of course, they will work hard. It is one of the fastest methods for the citizens to climb the ranks in the nation's hierarchy and obtain more territories. Candace chuckled devilishly as it was one of her plans to increase productivity. Felix approved of this 100%. Oh, also, we created a new hidden organization for all sorts of private requests, ranging from assassinations to even fulfilling some weird kinks or wishes through greed laws. Candace added, seriously? Felix frowned. You tell the clients about the aftermath, right? Of course, this is the only way we managed to make the organization be accepted by the inner circle and approved by the Queen. Candace nodded. Everyone knows what they are getting into when they make those requests. You still get commissions? You have no idea. Candace smiled wryly. We are actually at capacity and we have commissions stacked for the next 2 years. The fuck is wrong with people? Felix was left speechless. Felix knew that the void creature's powers come with some nasty penalties. For example, if a lust succubus was hired to fulfill some weird kink, the utilization of the lust law on that person would corrode his consciousness. If it was just once or twice, maybe it wouldn't matter much since consciousness could recover with time. But those void succubus knew what they were doing, and Felix understood that the moment someone had a taste of their divine techniques, there was no turning back. This meant they were literally signing and paying to turn themselves into sex slaves. This still wasn't worse than asking for a wish by using greed laws. Just like trade with the devil, no matter how small the wish, the penalty was always 100 times much worse. I was freaked out as well, Candace joked. If I knew many people were this sick in their minds, we wouldn't have been moving in the shadows and forcing ourselves on them. I don't know, this still feels off. Felix waved his hands. Just don't overdo it to avoid getting us a bad reputation. I understand. Felix might be sickened by this organization's operations, but he had no plans of disbanding it. Especially when the clients were giving their consent even after knowing about the risks. How about the human race? Felix changed the subject. Any news? I am sorry. I have tried my best to give them a hand, but it still wasn't enough to save them from having their rank falling sharply. Candace sighed. Upon hearing so, Felix opened the SG Alliance ranking and couldn't help but sigh in frustration after seeing that the human race rank was back to 28. TSK. So much effort gone to waste the moment I disappeared. That's to be expected. You were the whole team. Asna replied lazily while getting massaged by humanoid bots in a private spa. Felix sighed as he closed the holographic ranking list. He understood that as long as he didn't help the human race as a whole to advance their strength, they would always rely on him to advance higher in the alliance. As much as he wanted to help them solve this issue, he really wasn't free to invest all of his time in finding such a miraculous method. After all, what he needed to do was either create a new cultivation system or improve the old one. None of them were easy to achieve. Since I will be returning to the Elementals galaxy, it's useless to help them push their rank higher again. Felix made his decision to ignore them for now, knowing that they wouldn't be kicked out of the inner circle even without his help. Though the same couldn't be applied to his personal Empyrean rank. 16 years of absence really took a considerable amount of Empyrean points. He commentated as he eyed his newly downgraded Empyrean rank. Though he didn't seem to mind it too much as he knew that with his current strength, he could easily smash through the ranks and reach the top 10 Supremes. Are you planning to aim for the top 10 while you are here? Asna inquired. Top 10. Felix smirked coldly. I have an appointment with Elder Dragon, and it will be too impolite to keep him waiting much longer. A bit too confident, aren't you? Asna giggled. It's doubtful if I can handle him properly right now. But after my 6th replacement, Felix narrowed his eyes. I will make him regret the day he looked down on me. Felix could never forget the humiliation he had to go through during his first meeting with Elder Dragon. He was held at a gunpoint to sign a non-disclosure agreement to keep the ugly secrets of the royal dragon family to himself. The contract stated that the moment his tongue slipped up, Queen AI would terminate his existence instantly. When he rejected to sign it, Elder Dragon attempted to kill him without an ounce of hesitation. If it wasn't for his master's interference, he wouldn't be standing here. Ever since then, Felix vowed that he would dethrone the Elder Dragon of his supreme title as the strongest being in the Alliance. He would do it in the most humiliating manner possible to pay him back. Focus first on securing the destruction bloodline. Thor stated calmly, it won't be easy to deal with Lord Shiva's descendants. I know full well about their legends. Felix narrowed his eyes in focus. The legends of the Watchers. It turned out, the Watchers were Lord Shiva's descendants, a piece of knowledge that only a few authoritative figures knew about. For everyone else, the Watchers were a secretive and private race who almost never interfered in the Alliance's matters, even though they were the only permanent members in the top 10. But in reality, Felix knew that even the Watchers term was a mere nickname given to them in the old days due to doing nothing but watching from afar. Their real name was Shiva's Apostles. With Felix's authority in the Alliance, he had access to almost all types of private information in the data center. From there, he learned about the history of Shiva's Apostles during the Dark Age and the first years of the Scallions Foundation. It was a known fact that the UVR and the SG Alliance were created for the sake of minimizing wars in the real universe. While the dragons, shadowborns, orcs, dwarves, and almost every other race were fighting for the sake of resources or their survival, there were only two untouched races: the Metal Race and Shiva's Apostles. One race had the most advanced military technologies in the universe, while the other race was considered one of the most fearsome races in the entire universe, surpassing even the dragons. Even when there was no UVR during the Dark Age, rumors about Shiva's Apostles traveled far and wide, as every race that targeted their territories always had one survivor leaving in one piece. Vampires, werewolves, heavenly turtles, and even dragons gave it a shot to conquer them and failed. Those lone survivors did their jobs by spreading the news about the damnation of their people to everyone. When Felix read the survivor statements in those history books, all of them mentioned repeatedly that Shiva's apostles had erased their people, their weapons, and their spaceships with a mere look. With enough information from multiple victims, it was getting harder and harder to disbelieve them. Since Shiva's apostles never tried to conquer anyone, the only way to prove those insane rumors was by entering their territory. Unfortunately, not a single background dared to risk themselves for the sake of everyone's curiosity. This caused Shiva's apostles' fearsomeness to get inflated through the years, even though there was nothing to document their strength besides the words of those survivors. When the day of the Scallions Foundation arrived, they were invited to join as one of the top 10 most important races in the Alliance. When the rules were written to make sure that everyone would have a chance to become one of the top 10 races, Shiva's apostles were the only ones excluded. No one had any arguments about this sort of favoritism, as Shiva's apostles' terrifying strength was already engraved in everyone's minds. Even the dragons said nothing about this, since they knew that Shiva's apostles would never fight them for the number 1 title. This was enough for them. With the passage of time, Shiva's apostles had become nicknamed the Watchers after not a single participation of them had been recorded, whether in the games or direct contribution to the Alliance's developments. Even after 2 million years had gone by since the Scallions Foundation, they still held the 9th rank with 0 SG points in their account. When even the top 10 rulers never voiced their complaints about this matter, how could the new inner and outer circle races dare show their displeasure? This was the information that Felix learned from the data center. As for the knowledge gained from his masters, it made Shiva apostles appear 100 times scarier. You better hope the craziness of their lord has been uprooted with the birth of newer generations and the death of the old. Lady Sphinx commentated calmly. More than 1 billion years had gone by since that event. Jormungandr shared. If they hadn't calmed down, there is really something wrong with Lord Shiva's genes. Well, they have been keeping their word to the creation primogenitor by never leaving their territory. Maybe it won't be so bad after all, Thor said. Whether their newer generations are calmer than their ancestors or not. Felix said with a serious tone. I am not going there without backup. 1 week later, Felix was standing with his hands held behind his back in front of the cockpit's massive window. The Ruiner, Miriam, and Mammon were in front of him with stern looks on their faces. They were given merely a couple of minutes to greet Felix before he smacked them with the craziest mission they have ever heard of. My king, it's not that I am scared of them, but I really can't see a way for us to get the bloodline through force. Miriam smiled wryly. The Watchers are still part of the Alliance even when their involvement is null. Now that we have also joined the Alliance, we can't be using force on them unless we want to break the rules. Plus, they are allowed to attack anyone who trespassed in their territory without suffering any consequences, unlike us. Mammon added. I know. Felix acknowledged their statements with a head nod. He already knew that this mission wasn't going to be sunshine and rainbows when the Alliance's contract was involved. The fact that he had no leverage to make sure his request get accepted made it even worse, as it implied that using force was the only one forward. Using force against Shiva's apostles was a death-seeking wish. Still, Felix had no intentions of backing off. He knew that everyone wanted something deep down, and if he managed to work out a deal with Shiva's apostles, he wouldn't hesitate to make it happen. Let's talk with them first through the UVR and see what happens next, Felix stated. Aren't we going to alarm them like this? The Ruiner frowned. Of course, we won't contact them until we are close to their territory. Felix narrowed his eyes coldly. If everything fell apart, we have to be near to make our move. Miriam and the other two looked at each other for a second before shrugging their shoulders carelessly. They could see that the odds were heavily against them, and the fact that they had no plan wasn't too optimistic. Still, they had not a single notion of leaving Felix alone, even if it meant that their mission might cause their death. They were loyal to him, but more so to their god, who was watching this whole interaction from the Void Realm. This might be the moment when I get freed once and for all. Nemo's smile suddenly got creepier as his eyes kept flickering from red to green. Unfortunately, Lady Sphinx wasn't nearby to see this happening with her void vision. In a few minutes, Felix had grouped up with his subordinates in his UVR's room. Right now, they were sitting on the ground in a circle preparing for their mission. The journey was going to take at least 15 days by spaceship. Felix wanted to use this duration to prepare for the mission properly instead of traveling through the Void Realm. We will have only one chance to make them agree to a deal, Felix stated. So, let's brainstorm to come up with something that they can't reject. With such little information about them, it's hard to know what they want, Miriam said as she tried her best to think of something. We can see if they are desperate enough to want a wish from me, Mammon suggested using his greed laws. He knew that when it came to desperation, everyone's eyes get blinded by the level of risk. He had many cases of old authoritative individuals wishing for longer longevity after exhausting all other methods. Even when he told them that the trade might result in losing their emotions or their soul, they still agreed to the deal. I guess they will be desperate enough for their freedom? Felix murmured with a deep frown. Though it's doubtful if even your greed laws will be enough to help them out. What do you mean? Mammon and the others were confused by Felix's doubts. If it was any other jinns, they could understand his doubts, but this was Mammon. I think it's fine to tell you. Felix looked at them and asked with a serious tone. Do you guys know why Shiva's apostles never leave their dimensional pocket? I thought it was a cultural thing? Miriam tilted her head in confusion. This was the public concord as everyone learned it from Shiva apostles themselves. If only it was that simple. Felix shook his head and began narrating with a solemn tone. 1 billion years ago, Lord Shiva has gone mad and made a decision to bring total destruction upon the entire universe, resetting everything back to zero. You're joking, right? Interesting. Just this first statement was enough to throw them off and cause them to question it. Who could blame them? They might not have been born for over 1 billion years, but they still existed for hundreds of millions of years. For such a major event to go past them made it really hard to believe. It's impossible to know about this event unless a primogenitor shared it as it was marked as a taboo subject, Felix clarified. If it wasn't for his masters updating him about the history, Felix would have been just as ignorant as them. Why is it taboo? Miriam asked with a curious tone. I'm getting there. Felix continued on from where he left off. For Lord Shiva to pull off destruction on a universal level, he understood that it wouldn't be possible with his strength alone. So, he made sure to spread his seeds as far as he could, resulting in the birth of Shiva's apostles with significantly more numbers than other primogenitor's descendants. Miriam, Mammon, and even the Ruiner couldn't help but suck a deep breath in shock. As much as they tried to imagine it, they just couldn't process having more Shiva's apostles than other races. The fact that they possessed destruction manipulation, one of the scariest elements in the universe, made them feel a tingle of fear in their spines at such an insane thought. Just a few numbers of Shiva's apostles right now was enough to cause every single race to bow to their fearsomeness and give them a permanent slot as top 10 rulers for the sake of having them as allies. As much as the thought itself was frightening, what Lord Shiva did with his descendants was more chilling. Felix took a deep breath and disclosed with a serious tone. Instead of using his army of descendants to destroy planets and stars at a slow pace, he gathered most of them in one place and absorbed their energies, life force, spirits, and whatever they had to offer to empower himself. Then, Miriam asked with an invested expression after seeing Felix take a long pause. Luckily, he was stopped in time by an alliance of elemental lords. Felix sighed in relief. Creation primogenitor, illusion primogenitor, life primogenitor, death primogenitor, void primogenitor. Even time primogenitor helped stop his madness. He was killed eventually with all of his descendants. The slowest descendants to arrive were saved from the slaughter, but at the same time ended up being punished due to their ancestors' actions. Creation primogenitor had created a special dimensional pocket that allowed everything to enter and leave, but the carriers of Lord Shiva's bloodline. Ever since then, Shiva's apostles were imprisoned in their dimensional pocket without a single method of leaving it. The rest of the primogenitors were told about the story, and the elemental lords told them to never share this matter with their descendants, which eventually made this subject a taboo. This is all I know at the moment. Felix concluded his narration. His story was clearly paraphrased and shortened heavily as it was impossible to describe such a massive event in a couple of sentences. But his subordinates had gotten the big picture, and it sure stupefied them to the core, just like he was when he first learned about it. You're telling me that there was a moment in time when the universe would have ceased to exist? Even though they were void creatures, this was still enough to send chills course on their spine. Luckily, the elemental lords had saved the situation. Is it really better to keep him in the dark and even feed him false information? Thor said with a deep frown. He has no use for such knowledge at the moment. Lady Sphinx answered calmly. It will just affect him negatively without any benefits. If Lord Shiva was awakened, he is going to spill the beans eventually. Jormungandr stated. If he somehow didn't get the bloodline, then he won't need to know about that event. I guess that's one way of seeing it. Thor sighed as he dropped the subject and focused back on Felix and his subordinates, who seemed to have found a solution to their dilemma. Since Shiva's apostles can't escape the dimensional pocket through the gate, how about we smuggle them through the void realm? Miriam suggested. If we made a deal to free them in this manner, I doubt they will reject it. Before Felix could respond to her suggestion, Lady Sphinx interjected. Don't bother yourself with this method. Lord Cows will never let any one of them survive a single second in the void realm. Ah, I see. Felix sighed in frustration. He figured out that Lord Cows must have made a pact with the elemental lords to keep an eye on Shiva's apostles if they dared step inside his void realm. Felix told the news to his subordinates, causing them to return to the starting point. Since the dimensional pocket was locked shut, it made Felix recognize that even his spatial abilities wouldn't be able to free them. Otherwise, Shiva's apostles would have done this years ago by hiring a space worm service. What else can I offer? Felix pondered deeply, hoping to find out something that could secure the deal without touching their freedom. It wasn't easy to do, as their freedom was the only obvious non-brainer deal. I don't know if this will work, but how about promising them a meeting with Lord Shiva after you awaken him? Asna suggested while sunbathing in front of a pool and drinking a cold tropical cocktail. Felix raised his eyebrow slightly in interest at her unconventional idea. Isn't it a bit too risky? Candace expressed. How can he convince them about his ability to awaken their dead ancestor without revealing his secrets? Felix nodded in agreement at Candace's statement. The suggestion was smart, but it came with plenty of risks. He understood that Shiva's apostles would never trust him unless he showed them proof. The only proof he had was exposing his master's real statuses. If he did this, he could potentially risk this information reaching the Dark faction. Still, at this point, the Darkin faction knowing about my master's death won't change anything. Felix said coldly. They have already taken what I care about. The only way they can hurt me now is by coming for me straight. Felix knew that even if they were primogenitors, it wouldn't be easy to catch him if his location wasn't compromised. In other words, it was worth taking the risk. Obviously, we will be making them sign a non-disclosure agreement first to minimize the secret getting spread. With a strict non-disclosure agreement, Shiva apostles wouldn't risk getting themselves killed by Queen AI for the sake of sharing Felix's secrets when they had absolutely no enmity against him. In fact, if the deal went through, they would be on his side and try their best to help him awaken their ancestor for the sake of meeting him. Though, you need to make sure that you won't make a certain promise. Asna warned. You can't decide for Lord Shiva. I know. Felix nodded. The deal will be to try my best to convince him to meet them. Whether they take it or not, that's up to them. Although it might not sound too reliable, there weren't really any other options at the moment. If all things failed, violence still works. Felix suddenly stood up and excused his subordinates, not planning on sharing his plan with them. After they left, he turned his UVR's room into a fighting arena and voiced a request. Place 3 Shivian fighters before me at the highest difficulty possible. Since there was a chance of a fight breaking off, it would be foolish to go to battle without experiencing Shivian strength. Obviously, those 3 Shivians were going to be created based on Lady Sphinx's memory after she gave him permission. If it wasn't for her, The virtual Shivian's dummies wouldn't be able to manipulate destruction elements since the real Shivians never approved of making this data public. 15 days later, Sir Felix, we have arrived at your destination, Queen AI announced. Felix thanked her and logged out immediately. He teleported back to the cockpit and stared at the distance through his massive window. He had to zoom to the limit to spot a visible wavy gray crack in the middle of nowhere. There was nothing near it besides a few spaceships. This was the only spatial gate to Shiva Apostle's dimensional pocket. Are you going to contact their King Mahit now? Miriam asked the moment she appeared next to Felix with the other two. Yes. Felix returned to his seat and logged back in. Fortunately, he was now considered one of the 10 rulers, which enable him new benefits and authoritative perks. One of them was receiving Shiva's Apostles King's contact information to facilitate communication between the rulers. Without further ado, Felix dialed King Mahit. Ring, ring, ring. Cluck. After more than 10 seconds of ringing, the call was finally picked up. A holographic screen appeared in front of Felix, but it was darkened. Still, Felix knew that the call was connected, making him voice his greeting. King Mahit, it's a pleasure to meet you. Likewise, an elderly hoarse voice replied to Felix after a couple of seconds of silence. It sounded more like a polite reply than a sincere answer. Felix didn't care as he jumped straight to the subject. I have contacted you to seek a favor and I really hope your majesty can consider it. Felix wasn't an idiot to seek a deal from the very start, as it was harmless to see if he could solve his situation through a polite exchange of favors. Who knows? Maybe King Mahit wouldn't mind giving a few bloodline bottles to owe a favor? After all, Felix's identity wasn't the same as before. Speak. King Mahit spoke bluntly. I have reached the end of my cultivation path and decided to use Lord Shiva's bloodline in my last replacement. Felix said with a solemn tone, I found no other bloodline that can match Lord Shiva's greatness. Although it was a long shot, it wasn't bad to glorify and praise Lord Shiva's bloodline a bit to target King Mahit's pride. Unfortunately, King Mahit didn't seem too affected as he went silent for a short moment before reasoning with an indifferent tone. I believe you want me to hand you our blood for the sake of using our ancestors' bloodline? Yes, Felix added quickly. I will owe you big time, and if you need anything within reason, I will move mountains to make it happen. My apologies, but I refuse. If that's all, I will be hanging up. Before Felix could react, King Mahit hung up on him, leaving him staring at the window with a slightly dazed look. Well, that was a quick shutdown, Asna commentated. It was a far shot in the first place. Felix regained control of his emotions and said with a serious tone, Now to the real thing. Without delay, he contacted King Mahit again. This time the call was picked up instantly. King Felix, if you want to keep my respect, please don't call me again about this subject. My answer will always be no. King Mahit spoke with a slightly displeased tone. How about if I told you that I can get you a meeting with your ancestor? Felix responded calmly. King Felix, you are really pushing the line here, King Mahit said with a suppressed tone. He was clearly furious that Felix would be bold enough to use his dead ancestor's name for such nonsense. I am not joking, Felix promised with a solemn tone. I have a method to help you meet with your ancestor. However, I need you to sign an NDA first, as I can't risk this information ever seeing the light of the public. King Mahit went silent this time instead of raging or hanging up. This was enough for Felix, as it made him discern that King Mahit was actually thinking about his statements properly. Still, he was getting slightly nervous after an entire minute went by without receiving any answer. Fortunately, King Mahit didn't play with his emotions for too long, as he sent an invitation link and hung up on him again. I guess we are getting to somewhere. Felix clicked on the invitation link immediately, knowing that he had secured himself a face-to-face meeting. As he expected, the moment he opened his eyes, he found himself standing before a common wooden table in a normal modern living room. On the other side of the table, a tall, gray-skinned elderly man sat while having 4 arms crossed over his wide chest. In the faint light of the living room, his powerful physique was encased in a dark, dignified robe. One deep-set, penetrating eye was visible on his forehead, and it was fixated on Felix, giving him the creeps. His aura was strange, and his skin was hard to the touch, like the surface of a stone. His arms were strong and sinewy, and each one could easily crush bone. He had an almost supernatural appearance due to the weird markings on his robe, which appeared to shine dimly each time sunlight touched them. This was King Mahit, the current leader of Shiva apostles and one of the most feared and mysterious figures in the entire alliance. "Please sit." Felix nodded in appreciation and sat on the opposite chair. King Mahit poured him a cup of tea and placed it on a small plate in front of Felix. Felix picked it up and took a sip before putting it back without much change of expression. "A fine tea," he said politely. He was never a fan of tea, so even if tea made out of divine leaves was put in front of him, he would still react the same. "It is one of my people's specialties, as golden oolong leaves grow only in our dimensional pocket," King Mahit shared. "I see." It was clear that Felix had no interest in this tea conversation, but still, he didn't bring out the destruction bloodline subject as he didn't want to show too much desperation. He understood that he would completely lose whatever leverage he had. Fortunately, King Mahit wasn't interested in playing mental games as he was really sincere about the tea subject. The moment Felix didn't share the same love to tea as him, he switched straight to the main conversation. "What sort of NDA am I going to sign?" Felix forwarded a pre-made NDA contract and said with a serious tone, "I won't share anything unless you signed it." King Mahit ignored his statement and read the NDA contract at a slow pace. After more than 15 minutes, he glanced back up at Felix and said, "Isn't this a bit too extreme?" His reaction was understandable as the contract enforced him to never bring out any details about the upcoming conversation to anyone besides Lord Shiva, Felix, and his companions. Any transgression would lead to immediate execution. It was a known fact that when it came to executions, Queen AI was always faster. "It's strict, but it's necessary for my protection," Felix answered. "If he really has a method to help me meet my ancestor, then it's understandable that he wouldn't want it to be exposed." King Mahit pondered deeply. King Mahit might not show it, but he desired to meet his ancestor more than anything. It was for the sole reason of asking him about his motives to destroy the universe, which caused them to get imprisoned for eternity as a punishment for his selfish actions. While almost the entire population of Shiva's apostles were taught from a young age that it was forbidden to leave their dimensional pocket, none of them knew of the real reason. Only the royal family was burdened with the truth from one generation to another. Unfortunately, the truth was too short and unconvincing for them to accept suffering from such an eternal damning fate. "Let's hope it's worth it." In the end, King Mahit signed the NDA, knowing that this was a lifetime opportunity to finally seek some answers. "Now tell me, how can you help me meet with my ancestor?" King Mahit narrowed his eyes in focus. "I am capable of awakening primogenitor's wisps of consciousness after reaching 99% of integration with their bloodline," Felix answered bluntly. This was the first time he was telling anyone about this willingly, without having any sort of trust between them. It was a massive step up, as Felix would have never dared to share any of his secrets before, even if an NDA was involved. This kind of confidence came only through having unquestionable strength. "Why should I believe you? You might just be saying this to get my ancestor's bloodline." King Mahit was taken aback by Felix's answer, but he still didn't outright believe him. "How about a contract?" Felix said with a serious tone. "I am willing to put my life on the line to prove it." Felix planned before on making one of his masters come forward to help him prove his statement. But then, he realized that he could use a contract to do the same thing without needing to have his masters confirm their death to a stranger for his sake. Obviously, King Mahit might be able to piece the dots and reach the conclusion that most of Felix's masters were dead. But it wouldn't be the same as a direct confirmation. If he is saying the truth, doesn't that mean his masters are actually dead and he merely has wisps of their consciousness? As expected, the first thought that went through King Mahit's mind was the life/death situation of Thor and Jormungandr. He might be isolated from the real universe, but he still received most of the important news. The death of those two primogenitors in an epic battle was a big matter that was known to all authoritative figures, though it was put into question when both of them resurfaced. No wonder he doesn't want the news to go out. King Mahit reasoned as he stared at Felix. If the Darkins hears this news, it would change the whole dynamic of their faction's conflict. If I got Lord Shiva's bloodline and awakened him, I promise you that I will try my very best to convince him to meet you. Felix continued on, not wanting to give King Mahit too much time to think about the method itself. A promise to convince him? King Mahit frowned. This wasn't the deal. You really think I will be able to force your ancestor to meet you? Felix shook his head. I can only try my best to persuade him. The final decision is in his hands, and I can't do anything about it. King Mahit couldn't argue with him about this matter, as he knew that no one would be able to force his ancestor to do anything. The fact that he tried to destroy the universe was a clear sign of his strong will to get his way. I don't believe in promises with strangers, King Mahit said calmly. Make it a contract and we have a deal. As mentioned before, King Mahit wanted this meeting to happen more than anything, even if it meant trading multiple bloodlines bottles of his people for the sake of a small chance. Still, he wasn't foolish to trust in Felix's words and not bring Queen AI into the mix. Fair enough. Felix nodded in approval. King Mahit went silent for a couple of minutes as he drafted the contract. When he was done, he forwarded it to Felix. After reading it, Felix couldn't help but knit his eyebrows in disgruntlement at the strict and vague conditions. How can Queen AI measure how much work I put through convincing your ancestor? Felix shook his head. I can't put my life on the line for something that can't be calculated. Felix wouldn't mind signing a strict contract as long as the terms were clear. In this case, his life would be endangered for something that couldn't really be measured. Then, how about adding a term that ensures your conversation with my ancestor gets shared with me in case of failure? King Mahit said, I will be the judge then. I can agree to the term if the conversation shared was limited to only the discussion about the meeting and nothing else. Felix added, moreover, the judges will be my masters instead of you. Who says that you won't decide to terminate me, even when the conversation demonstrates my hard efforts? Your masters. My masters have a reputation to uphold as primogenitors, and they won't side with me if I really failed to uphold my part of the deal. Felix sighed. Let's be honest. All of this is mere extra unnecessary work. You know deep down that if your ancestor wanted to meet with you, he won't need me to convince him. King Mahit went quiet at the sound of that. He knew that Felix was right, and what he was trying right now was merely hard coping. In another sense, Felix's words were really not going to have much effect on his ancestor regardless of what he said. All right, let's do it your way. King Mahit caved in at the end, knowing that this conversation was leading to nowhere. Felix would never place his life in other people's hands unless he was too desperate. At this moment, there was still the option of violence. If it didn't work, there were other bloodlines to pick from. As much as it sucks to not get the destruction bloodline, it was better than losing his life on some contract technicality. King Mahit knew that Felix had other options while he had only one. So, he added the new terms and forwarded the contract to Felix, who signed it after reading it carefully again. You may not trust in my word, but I promise you that I will try my best to convince your ancestor. Felix promised again with a serious look. We will see. King Mahit suddenly stood up and offered. I will be preparing the bloodline bottles. You are free to visit the Wisdom Palace and wait for me to finish. Before Felix could reply to his offer, King Mahit broke into light particles. For him to offer me this, he either knows that I am nearby somehow or he predicted that I won't contact him unless I got close to his home. Felix turned extra guarded at the realization that King Mahit might be having his eyes right now on his spaceship, even when he had parked it tens of thousands of kilometers away from the dimensional pocket. He knew that it was possible through his third eye, as he was told that it was able to detect anyone with evil thoughts about the owner, no matter how slight. It was called the Eye of Evil for a reason. I didn't have any evil thoughts about him, but the same can't be said about those four. Felix was referring to his subordinates and Nimmo, who was the manifestation of evil itself. He might not have spotted him, but he could have easily picked up on Nimmo's evil energy even when they were tens of thousands of kilometers away, and his evil energy wasn't directed at King Mahit. This meant that if Felix and his subordinates dared to get physical with him and his people, they would have been prepared thoroughly. Felix already knew about this and still brought his subordinates, as he knew that his fate would be even worse if he decided to fight alone. Good thing the deal went through. Felix sighed in relief. It would have really gotten too ugly. While he was relieved that the peaceful option had worked, Nimmo didn't seem to share the same joy. Next time his words won't make a difference and you will beg me again to lend him a hand. When that happens, I will finally get rid of you. Nimmo's eyes flickered again to a red color as the voice kept speaking in his mind with the creepiest tone ever. Before the voices could get stronger, Nimmo retook control of his mind, turning his eyes back to green again. Nimmo knew that the red-eyed entity was right, as he only needed to absorb a few more laws, and he would finally gain the upper hand on him. When that happened, he had no idea what he would do to Felix. The only thing he was certain about was that he would never kill him. Unfortunately, there were plenty of fates much worse than death when it came to dealing with the paragon of sins himself, although he didn't have to accept the invitation and could have just sent someone to pick up the bloodline bottles. Felix still entered the dimensional pocket through the front gate. It was a rare opportunity, as Shiva's apostles do not let anyone enter their realm. Not even workers or delivery worms. Everyone was forced to stop at the front gate and pass over the rest to Shiva's apostles' bots. After Felix reached the dimensional gate, he parked his massive spaceship at the side and continued the rest of the journey on a moderate-sized aircraft. When the traders noticed his aircraft going through the dimensional gate without Queen AI stopping him, they were somewhat taken aback. Is that a watcher returning? It can't be. It must be someone given a royal decree of permission. They still give those? Damn, I will kill for one of them. They were right, as Felix was indeed handed this royal decree by King Mahit to facilitate his journey toward the Wisdom Palace. It enabled him to enter, interact, and do almost anything in their dimensional pocket. The only two things that were forbidden were taking pictures, videos, or talking to anyone about the environment. Due to this strict rule, no one actually knew what the dimensional pocket's environment looked like. For a prison, this isn't too bad, Felix remarked with a look of wonder as his eyes swam across the misty towering mountainous chain. A beautiful glow covered the scene as the sun rose over the cloud-covered mountains, revealing the jagged peaks and valleys below. The soothing roar of a waterfall far off echoed through the still morning air as it cascaded down a rocky ledge. Felix was used to seeing breathtaking scenery, yet he was still astounded by the sheer magnificence of the panorama in front of him as he peered out across the glittering view. On each mountain, he could see humble dwellings built from local wood and stone, mixing in with the environment naturally. There was some sort of an unspeakable hierarchy, as the buildings on the mountain sides and bottom were basic and humble, while the houses near the summit were extravagant and magnificent. Some houses were even perched on steep hills, overseeing an abyss hidden by the clouds. Still, terrace gardens and walkways going to different levels of the properties were present from the bottom to the summit of each mountain. When Felix zoomed on the nearest mountain to him, he spotted many Shiva's apostles of different ages, each minding their own business. The children played together while the elderly were sitting on wooden chairs in front of their homes, staring at the scenery with peaceful expressions. However, the moment Felix's eyes landed on them, they all turned toward his direction with expressionless stares. Damn, they are like radars with their third eye. Felix's eyelids twitched at the sensation of having so many Shiva's apostles staring at him. Even though everyone looked like humble peasants, Felix understood that none of them could be underestimated. Still, he wasn't too worried as the royal decree protected him. As expected, everyone dropped their guard and stopped paying his aircraft any attention after they heard about his royal decree from Queen AI. Felix also stopped lingering around and increased his aircraft's speed, flying into the horizon. It's really massive for a dimensional pocket, Felix murmured. It's like an entire world exists here. It is. Lady Sphinx confirmed it calmly. Creation Primogenitor has created an entire planet for them with a fake copy of small-sized sun, the stars, and a moon by using his creation domain. Isn't that a bit too powerful? Felix's eyes widened in shock at the thought of an entity having the literal power of a deity to create everything that could be created. He already knew that the creation primogenitor should be one of the most important and strongest figures in the universe. But still, to create an actual planet with its own laws and rules was something extraordinary. After all, it implied that the creation primogenitor could control and manipulate all elements and laws in the universe. You went too far. Lady Sphinx shook her head. Creation primogenitor is powerful as he is the only one capable of touching upon all elements and laws, but this doesn't mean that he can manipulate them as great as other primogenitors. Definitely not create a planet through laws. What do you mean? Felix asked with a look of confusion. He knew that laws were the realm of unigens, but he just couldn't imagine creating an entire planet using only elements since he knew that it posed a huge energy problem. He just couldn't imagine the creation primogenitor fueling the creation of the dimensional pocket and everything on it non-stop for 1 billion years to keep it from disappearing. You are right about one thing. Creation primogenitor does need to fuel his creations with energy to keep them from disappearing. This is the only thing that separates him from being an actual deity. Elder Kraken interjected after reading his thoughts. However, he has created a semi-solution to this problem after he mastered his creation domain. By using his domain as a stage, everything that was created inside of it can interact exactly like laws, which meant not needing elemental energy to exist. This leaves the creation primogenitor to only fuel his creation domain to keep his creations permanently in the universe. That's a tiny small price compared to before. I see. Felix's eyes were open to the truth. Finally understanding how could this dimensional pocket exist for 1 billion years without a single issue arising. He was already told that elemental domains were the apex of each primogenitor since it was the ultimate ability that allowed them to touch upon the laws. In the case of the illusion primogenitor, he created an illusionary world with identical laws to the real ones, making it impossible for even primogenitors to see through them. Lord Cowes created a void domain that was capable of erasing all matter from existence in a single second, staying true to the destructive source of void energy. Even Lord Quetzalcoatl's life domain was capable of reviving anyone he wanted with their memories intact as long as he had their corpses and they hadn't entered the heavenly plane. I kinda want creation primogenitor's bloodline, Felix murmured with an envious tone. He knew that if he managed to unlock the creation domain, he would be able to create anything he desired. It was simply the ultimate cheat code in this universe. Alas, Felix knew that was nothing but a mere wishful fantasy as the creation primogenitor neither had descendants nor had his location known. After flying for more than an hour, Felix's aircraft started approaching the summit of one of the tallest mountains in the dimensional pocket. When he got too close, Felix caught a glimpse of a palace, nestled amongst the clouds. Its towering spires and intricate architecture were a testament to the power and wealth of its owners. This should be enough. Felix exited his aircraft and beamed in his spatial card. Then, he flew towards the palace's gate at a slow pace to not alarm the 2 Shivian guards. Welcome to the Wisdom Palace. One of the guards greeted politely while the other opened the gate. It was clear that they were notified about Felix's arrival. Felix thanked them and stepped inside. Please follow me, a beautiful female Shivian requested Felix while walking in front of him. She wasn't wearing anything that indicate a royalty status, which implied that she was a servant. How peculiar, those Shivians have no issue with making their own people be the guards, maids, and even farmers if it meant having no outsider live among them. Candace commentated. She knew that each Shivian could be considered a powerhouse in the outside world. It wasn't like none of them knew about this since all of them were wearing AP bracelets, which meant they knew just as much about the UVR as anyone else. Yet, instead of complaining, they seemed fine about their current lifestyle. Each to his own devices, Felix said calmly as his eyes roamed around the gracefully designed corridor. After a few minutes, the Shivian maid led Felix into their finest guest room and poured him a cup of tea before leaving him alone. Felix ignored the tea completely this time and waited patiently for King Mahit to enter the room with some good news. After a couple of hours which felt like years to Felix, the door was finally opened. My apologies. The process has taken much more than anticipated, King Mahit said as he took a seat in front of Felix. No worries. I enjoyed the scenery and atmosphere, Felix replied with a faint smile. That's good to hear. King Mahit beamed 5 medium-sized red bottles and placed them on the table. Then he asked, "Is this enough?" Felix glanced at the 5 bottles and responded, "It depends on the bloodline purity of the owner of those bottles. If it's not high enough, I might need a few more." "I see. Then I guess you don't have to worry," King Mahit disclosed calmly. "Those are all mine." "Is he serious?" Felix was stunned as he assumed that King Mahit would have extracted the bloodline from other Shivians. As the king, it was doubtful that anyone would reject his request even if he didn't explain himself. Yet, he still chose to extract his own bloodline even if it meant overdoing it. No wonder he took hours to finish. Asna commentated. Felix swiftly beamed the bottles in his spatial card and thanked King Mahit for his efforts. He didn't bother to question him about his decision as he understood that it was his own personal matter. All he cared about was getting Lord Shiva's bloodline, and he didn't mind the source too much. "If I somehow need more, I will let you know," Felix added. "Of course, I will return the extra if I needed less." "No need. Just do your thing." King Mahit rejected it. "All right then, have a nice day." Just as Felix tried to teleport back to his spaceship outside of the dimensional pocket, he was stopped by King Mahit. Felix assumed that he wanted to request to hold the extraction process in front of him, but he was far from the truth. "I see an unspeakable evil roaming around you ever since you got near my home. I didn't know if I should bring it up or not." King Mahit spoke telepathically with a deep frown as his third eye was fixated on Nimmo, who was eating void energy in the void realm near Felix. "Oh, much appreciated for the warning, but it's coming from Nimmo." Felix smiled kindly. "He is a good friend of mine." "Good friend, huh?" King Mahit shook his head as he warned one last time. "It's not my business, but most of the evil aura is directed at you. It carries a bone-chilling malice to your existence." "What do you mean?" Felix's smile changed into a solemn expression as this accusation seemed out of place. He knew that Nimmo would not harbor any ill intent against him, but at the same time, he understood that King Mahit had absolutely no reason for him to lie. "If you are lucky to awaken Lord Shiva's wisdom eye, you will be able to see for yourself." King Mahit excused himself as quietly as he arrived, not caring that he had completely messed up with Felix's thought process. "Nimmo, come here for a second," Felix requested with a deep frown. Excited as always, Nimmo blinked in Felix's lap and began licking him in the face, melting all of his worries and doubts. "He must be confused, right?" Felix asked for some backup from the tenants as he just couldn't imagine Nimmo harboring bad intent at him. It just didn't seem possible from this ball of fluffiness. Unbeknownst to him, Lady Sphinx and his masters all shared a solemn expression the moment they heard the warning. They knew that it was related to that incident when Nimmo ruined Lord Hidiaz in the Void Realm. "He might be on to something," Lady Sphinx said, semi-agreeing with King Mahit's assessment. This took Felix by surprise as he didn't expect his rational master to agree. Soon, Lady Sphinx decided to tell him about Lord Hidiaz's situation after this matter reached this development. If she was near him, she might have remained quiet until she got better proof of Nimmo's awakening. But Felix was all by himself, and if something were to happen, it was best that he would be prepared for it. Nimmo might have awakened? After hearing everything, Felix didn't know how to react as the news was really somewhat hard to stomach. He might love Nimmo dearly, but he understood that if he awakened, this meant his entire persona might drastically change to resemble that of the Paragon of Sins. When that happens, there would be no more Nimmo, just the guardian of Void and 7 Sins. The only way to confirm this for sure is through awakening the Wisdom Eye. Through it, you can see if Nimmo really harbors evil intent at you without us knowing. Lady Sphinx said. That was indeed enough confirmation since Nimmo would really never hold ill intent at Felix. But the same couldn't be applied to the Paragon of Sins. I understand. Nimmo tilted his head in confusion after seeing the peculiar way Felix was looking at him. It was a look filled with confusion, doubt, sadness, and a bit of dread. Before Nimmo could think too much about it, Felix smiled kindly again and stretched his cheeks in a lovable manner, making Nimmo squeal in happiness. While this situation would make anyone fear for their lives and simply throw Nimmo as far as possible to secure their safety, Felix just felt sad. Sad that this moment has arrived faster than anticipated. Sad that Nimmo would change completely from a lovable idiot to one of the most fearsome beings in the universe. Most importantly, saddened by the fact that their relationship was coming to end if he received the confirmation. Still, instead of moping about it, Felix decided to enjoy the few last moments of his normal interaction with Nimmo. A week later, Felix could be seen sitting on the floor of his training hall in his spaceship while Miriam, the Ruiner, and Mammon were watching him from a distance. He had all the necessary tools to attack the 6th stage of replacement. The most important one was Lord Shiva's bloodline bottle. The 5 of King Mahit's blood bottles were more than enough to extract 99% of Lord Shiva's bloodline, which was the best situation possible as Felix didn't want to return to ask for more. On the other hand, Felix had already boosted his destruction affinity to 100% after unlocking it randomly with the tens of other elements during his affinity enhancement marathon. Though, destruction energy stones were quite difficult to obtain since they could be harvested only in areas that were known for a long exposure to rich destruction energy. There weren't many known areas like those in the universe. Fortunately, Lady Sphinx had some in her stock from the old days. "Are you ready?" Asna asked with a slightly worried tone. "Don't worry too much, I am fine," Felix replied with a peaceful tone while meditating with his eyes closed shut. He took an entire week to prepare for this replacement because his mentality getting affected negatively by Nimmo's subject. He had to have complete focus, and it was hard to reach such a state when a side of him knew that he was being watched by the Paragon of Sins. But he managed to control such negative emotions by spending more time with Nimmo and seeing that he was still the lovable idiot. Felix might not trust or know the Paragon of Sins, but he trusted Nimmo more than anything. He didn't have an ounce of evil when he looked at him. This was enough for Felix to regain his focus. "Let's begin." Felix snapped his eyes open, sending a faint shockwave around him through pure pressure. He reached out to Lord Shiva's bloodline and used a customized sharp needle to extract the percentage he desired. 5%, 10%, 15%, 20%. He halted at 20% sharp, not daring to take any further even though his previous replacement was done at a significant 25%. Felix never wanted to go above 20% ever again, even if it meant potentially losing more mutations. It was the right decision since 25% was really too much to handle for anyone. He might have gotten lucky the last time, but no one was sure that he could pull it off again. If it wasn't for Felix's desire to get the Eye of Wisdom badly, he wouldn't even attempt 20%. Because he already had gemstone root on his forehead, he had to push extra hard and pray a whole lot more to land on one of the rarest mutation conditions a bloodliner could receive. Mutation assimilation. As the term stated, it happened when 2 or more mutations overlap with each other and one couldn't get rid of the other. Usually, the permanent mutation had the upper hand since its genes were already well established in the DNA. But there were always exceptions when it came to genetics manipulation. In some rare cases, both mutations would end up assimilating and becoming one mutation if neither side managed to out the other before the integration process ended. In this case, Felix knew that Lord Shiva's genes were too aggressive and dominating, which meant there was a small chance of it either assimilating with his root gemstone or even his truth vision. So, instead of having Lord Shiva's third eye, one of Lady Sphinx's eyes might turn into Lord Shiva's eye and he would obtain benefits from both eyes. Though all of this was still a big if and Felix wasn't putting his hopes too much on it happening. With that being said, Felix took a deep breath and stabbed himself in the heart with the needle for the 7th time in his life and probably his last. "Here we go," he murmured softly as he drank pain relief potions of the highest caliber. "Candace always said that our king's integration process is something to not wish for even on our enemies." Miriam giggled. "So far, it doesn't look too BA. Boom." Miriam went mute instantly after seeing Felix's body suddenly explode into pieces, with mushed-up limbs thrown in every direction, and a blood cloud hiding what remained of their king. The explosion was instantaneous and sudden, which stunned everyone who was watching the process. "Is this normal?" Miriam murmured with a dazed look. "Felix." Meanwhile, Asna's eyes widened to the limit while her heartbeats accelerated rapidly. Fear, confusion, agitation, and all sorts of emotions were jumbled in her mind as this new development was something she never considered in her dreams. Asna, calm down. He is still alive and going through the integration process. Lady Sphinx stated composedly as she eyed Felix's body, which seemed to be reconstructing back at a noticeable pace. With Kraken's insane rejuvenation and 7 hearts, it was almost impossible to kill Felix without getting his brain first. This sight caused Asna to be relieved slightly. Still, she was worried as heck as she had absolutely no clue what triggered this peculiar reaction. "What do you think happened?" Thor asked with a solemn tone. "We have underestimated Lord Shiva's bloodline aggression. Even with Asna's spiritual pressure applied on it to tame it, his genes are just too destructive in their process of integration." Lady Sphinx answered as she used her senses on Felix's DNA, allowing her to see exactly what was happening down there. When they heard this, everyone did the same and was met with an extremely freakish sight of Lord Shiva's chromosomes completely blowing up the DNA strings instead of breaking pieces of it to attach themselves. Then, the DNA strings rebuild themselves from the start while including Lord Shiva's chromosomes. If it was any other bloodliner, the implosion was enough to finish them off. However, Felix's situation was unique in the sense that his insane rejuvenation allowed him to match this destructive process of this integration. Boom! 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 As anticipated, Felix's body continued to implode with each wave and reconstructed back to shape over and over again under everyone's stunned eyes. Just the visuals were already too hard to watch for them. They couldn't imagine what was Felix going through right now. Ugh. It hurts. It hurts so fucking much. Asna and the tenants had a close idea as Felix's thought process was absolutely consumed with pains-related terms as his mind was focusing on nothing but to soldier through it. Felix might not know what was going on with his body, but he understood one ironclad fact. The moment he gave in to the pain and lose consciousness, it would be a game over for him. This was enough to make him try his very best to stay conscious through this hellish process. "What kind of sadistic cultivation system is this?" Miriam commentated with sweaty palms as she kept her eyes affixed on the area around Felix that was filled with limbs, blood, flesh, bones, and all sorts of bodily fluids. "The kind I like." The ruiner smiled widely with a proud look. His respect for Felix had grown twofold after seeing his willingness to go through this shit for the sake of strength. Although Felix's situation didn't look too good, none of them attempted to help him out as he already told them to never interfere with his integration unless his vitals went silent. Seconds went by, then minutes. Before long, only 1 minute was left for the process to end. Yet, it felt like an absolute eternity for everyone involved as the past 14 minutes were really too hard to watch for anyone. The only saving grace was that the implosions kept reducing in power and quantity as more time passed. Now that Felix was at the final stretch, there were barely any implosions. However, this didn't mean that he was out of the water yet, since the past 14 minutes had taken a massive toll on his body and mind with the repetitive implosions and reconstructions. Kraken's rejuvenation was surely insane, but it wasn't free of charge. When the body rejuvenates in such an insane quantity, the energy required to keep it up would be extracted from his life force. In other words, Felix was losing many years of his longevity each time he recovered. Still, this was a fair trade to avoid death. 10 seconds remained. Thor uttered as he eyed Felix, who was lying completely flat on his stomach while twitching like he was in a seizure. 5, 4, 3, please. Asna kept counting down while her heart was beating out of her chest loudly, akin to a train pounding a track. 1. The moment she uttered the last second, Felix stopped twitching and went radio silent. His half-closed bloody eyes disappeared in the back of his head, losing consciousness automatically like his mind was wired to 15 minutes sharp. Nimmo blinked next to Felix's bloody face and started licking him with a concerned expression after the process finally ended. Felix had made sure to train Nimmo well enough to never ruin his integration process, as he knew that his miserable condition could make Nimmo use his abilities to help him out. So, even when he imploded for the 100th time, Nimmo didn't move a single inch from the void realm. "Looks like it's over." The ruiner appeared next to Felix's body, not caring about standing amidst a mountain of flesh and blood. Then, he beamed a medical pod and placed Felix inside of it to clean him up and help him with his recovery without needing to abuse his life form anymore. When a couple of minutes went by and Felix's nude body emerged to the world as clean as my bank account, Asna and his subordinates seemed to have confused looks while sizing him up. All of them had their eyes, not on his new long wavy crimson-colored hair, his grayish skin, or even his innocent antlers that seemed to have turned into black devilish horns, but on bizarre long random lines on his skin that resembled cracks on stones. They were almost everywhere. On his face, on his chest, on his ass, and even on his little general. Is this a mutation, or his body hasn't recovered properly yet? Asna asked with a slightly worried tone. It's a mutation. Lord Shiva's had them too, as they symbolize his only means of self-destruction. Lady Sphinx answered. What do you mean? Candace tilted her head in confusion as it didn't make any sense. With Felix unlocking destruction immunity, his body will be considered indestructible to any force. He can still feel pain and get affected by other harmful powers like freeze, mental attacks, melt, poison, or such. But he will be able to literally survive even a nuclear explosion without losing a hair strand. Those cracks allow him to go around his body's inability to be destroyed, as he could break himself apart completely and resemble himself whenever he desired. Lady Sphinx concluded. Like a Lego? What kind of mutation is this? Candace asked speechlessly. She felt that it was quite useless since no one would want to destroy their bodies willingly when they had a passive turning them into an unbreakable fortress. It is useless in general, but in the right hand? Lady Sphinx smiled bitterly as she hid her face with a book, not wanting to continue her sentence after recalling one of the most unforgivable moments in her life. Seeing that she didn't want to go deeper into this, and that even other tenants refused to speak on this matter any longer, Candace was forced to drop the subject. Do you think he has awakened the wisdom eye? His eyes seemed to have changed color again, but no drastic change occurred. Thor looked at Lady Sphinx and asked, Can you feel any change in his eyes? I don't know, it's not my body. Lady Sphinx shook her head. She could see things in Felix's body, but she couldn't feel what he was feeling. Thor looked at Carbuncle and he merely shrugged his shoulders in response, clearly telling him that he had no clue if his root gemstone was affected or not. I guess we have to wait until he wakes up. They sure were left waiting as Felix didn't open his eyes until the third day, a duration that was 6 times more than his longest faint after each replacement. This was enough proof that Felix's mind had taken a much worse beating than what it was used to before. My head feels so heavy, Felix murmured with a muddled look the moment he woke up. Good morning, sunshine. Asna spoke with a soft, relieved tone. Now that Felix was up, she could finally relax as the replacement process had thoroughly ended without any bad aftermath. How long was I out? I feel like I slept for days, Felix said as he held his head to ease the heaviness, feeling like he was carrying a ton on top of his scalp. It's been 3 days now. Damn. Huh? Are those my antlers? Soon, Felix's hands ended up touching his pitch-black devilish horns, which were massively thick on the bottom, curved in the middle, and slightly thin at the end. Felix knew that his antlers were nothing like the ones he was touching, which freaked him out slightly as he knew that they weren't just for decoration but were considered his spellcasting wands. Teleportation. Before he got his answer, Felix tested them out by teleporting outside of the medical pod straight to his bedroom. Thank God. When they worked, he sighed in relief, though one look at his new appearance made that relief go away immediately. The hell are those? He didn't care much about his hair or even his skin color. The cracks were the thing that intimidated him as they made his body resemble a broken vase that was glued together. Before he could lose his cool, Asna explained them to him. Allow me to destroy myself whenever I desired? How interesting. With this new information, his worry was turned into curiosity as he had no clue how could it be utilized properly by Lord Shiva. Knowing that it wasn't the time to explore this mutation, Felix swiftly manifested a crystallized mirror in front of him and brought it closer to his face with a look of anticipation and hope. The moment he saw his eye's appearance, He didn't know whether to feel excited or not, as there was a pretty drastic change in both of them. However, the key here was that both of them went through this change instead of having one eye belonging to Lord Shiva and the other to Lady Sphinx. Black sclera, golden iris, and black triangle pupil for both eyes. Felix murmured with a confused tone. Did I awaken the eye of wisdom or not? The only reason he was bewildered was that he saw Lord Shiva's third eye and it was completely pitch black, which resembled his sclera greatly. However, his pupil and iris were now almost the exact copy of Lady Sphinx's eyes as well. We were waiting for you to confirm it, Thor said. How? I don't know, try to look for evil or something. Thor shrugged his shoulders. Felix wasn't too sure how to do that exactly, but he started with the obvious method. He closed his eyes and began thinking of wanting to observe anything related to evil. When he kept thinking about it deeply, it was like an automatic switch was flipped in his brain, sending the appropriate signals to his eyes. I feel something happening in my eyes, Felix murmured at the ticklish sensation in his eyes. Unbeknownst to him, his pitch-black sclera had covered his eyes completely, resembling the true eyes of wisdom. When it stopped, he decided to open them and view the world again. The moment he did so, Felix's heart almost stopped beating from utter fright at the sight of a towering pitch-black horse-like entity standing right in front of him. He had crescent-thin red eyes and a flower-like aura on his forehead that was emitting long thin threads around him. He seemed like he existed and at the same time was never here. What freaked out Felix the most was the fact that this nightmarish red-eyed entity was manifesting right above Nemo's head. The hell is this? Felix had absolutely no idea how to react to this situation as he kept staring at the monstrosity before him, feeling like he was a mere puny mortal before a deity. If Felix was just looking at him, he wouldn't react like this. However, his eye of wisdom enabled him to detect evil at its core and whether it was directed at him or not. In this case, Felix felt like he would be crushed by the maliciousness aimed at him. He really has awakened, Kraken said with a solemn tone. It's not that simple. Lady Sphinx frowned. It seems like Nemo didn't fully awaken yet, as there are two different sets of auras and evil intensities. When Felix and the others focused back on Nemo again, they spotted the difference immediately. It's like two different beings. Thor raised an eyebrow in surprise. Did Nemo just awaken his alter ego? It can't be. Asna shook her head. When I awakened my memories, there was no such thing as an alter ego. No one doubted this anymore as it came directly from another Unijin. Who knew best than her? This leaves only one option. Lady Sphinx shared with a serious tone. Nemo has refused to awaken so badly. His real personality became his alter ego. When Felix heard this, he found that it made the most sense. Did he do this to protect me? Felix was somewhat touched as he knew that it must have taken a lot for Nemo to resist his awakening to the point it manifested as his alter ego. The fact that his alter ego never made a move on him made it clear that Nemo was secretly protecting him from it. What do we do now? Asna asked with a concerned tone. While she was extra strict on Nemo to discipline him, she loved him just as much as Felix. More so when she heard about him ruining Lord Hedia's life to avenge Felix. We have only two options here, Lady Sphinx shared. First, we can send Nemo on his way or hand him over to Lord Cows, as he is the only one who can handle his alter ego while it was still at its adolescent stage. This will keep you free of mind about him harming you when you least expect it. I can't do that to Nemo. Felix frowned, not too pleased with the idea. How could he ditch Nemo the moment something bad happened to him? It was clear to him that Nemo was in a constant struggle with his alter ego, which meant he needed to be more hands down in helping him go through this predicament. Second option is to confront him about it. Lady Sphinx said, whether you choose the former or the latter, just know that you can't be ignoring him for much longer. Even with us on your side, there is simply no way we can protect you from his sin laws. I will confront him about it. Felix decided with a firm tone immediately, not giving the first option even a second of his time. Felix didn't spend so much time with Nemo without considering him already as a family member. He was always there when he needed him and it was time to be on his side. We need a plan first. Felix decided to ignore the red entity for now as he knew that it wasn't posing much of a threat. He wasn't certain, but he was confident that Nemo was currently in control. If he wasn't, he would probably be having either a much different conversation or lying on the ground. Thus, Felix walked to the shower and deactivated his wisdom eyes, returning them back to normal. This gave him his colorful vision again, as the wisdom eyes made everything appear in black or white, besides the evil entities. He knew that his wisdom eye had many other applications than just being a radar for evil and bad intent. But after this new development, he had no plans to explore his mutations until he dealt with Nemo's urgent situation. While he was taking a shower, Felix found out that he had lost his hair mutation, which made him emotionally conflicted. On one hand, he found the mutation quite useful in many scenarios as it helped him win numerous fights. On the other hand, it was just somewhat disgusting to have tentacles as a hair, and even when he spent plenty of time with it, he never really got 100% comfortable. All in all, it was upsetting to lose it, but it wouldn't be missed as much as his crystallized wings. Sometime later, Felix exited the shower and went straight to the mirror to cut his long crimson hair that seemed to be dripping with blood. With his pitch-black horns, grayish skin, and peculiar demonic eyes, he truly resembled the incarnation of a demon deity more than a man. Much better, Felix praised as he looked at his reflection in the mirror with his new hairstyle. His hair was now reaching his shoulders instead of his ankles like before. If it wasn't for the sake of hiding those big-ass horns, he would have cut it even shorter. When he was done, he wore his void suit and gigantic sun disk earning, keeping it on him at all times even when its content was creeping him out. Then, he sat on the side of the bed and activated his wisdom eye again with a serious expression. "Nemo, come here for a second, please," Felix requested. Nemo blinked in front of him while his mouth was still gulping down a sea of void energy like there was no tomorrow. Felix looked at him and couldn't help but show a loving smile, going completely against his demonic cold appearance. During his shower, he managed to come up with a plan with his tenants that would help them keep Nemo around, while at the same time acknowledging the red-eyed entity's existence without being afraid of him acting up on Felix. This plan was really too risky as it depended on both Nemo and the red-eyed entity for it to work. Felix took a deep breath and asked with a solemn tone, "Nemo, have you awakened?" Gulp. Nemo's expression went stiff immediately, making him resemble a raccoon caught red-handed stealing from a home's garbage can. "Just tell me the truth. I will never forsake you," Felix promised after noticing Nemo's inability to respond. He understood from his expression that he wanted to tell him the truth, but he was afraid of the consequences. At the same time, he didn't want to lie to Felix. Nemo whimpered with his head lowered, seemingly agreeing with Felix's question. "I can already see your alter ego with my wisdom eyes," Felix said as he looked at the red-eyed entity, who seemed slightly surprised by his statement. "Is it possible to talk to him without giving him control?" Felix inquired. Nemo was slightly confused by Felix's desire to meet that bastard, but he still confirmed it with a head nod. Before Felix could react, the red-eyed entity disappeared from his vision, seemingly getting sucked back inside Nemo's body. Then, Nemo's right eye turned red while his other one remained the same. "We finally meet, puny human." Nemo spoke with a frigid tone that was filled with condensing superiority, like Felix should be honored to be in the presence of his existence. "Shit. I knew Nemo's first words won't be dada or papa, but does it have to be this?" Felix's eyelids twitched as his fatherhood dream came crashing down like a sand castle against a wave. "Will you look at this little asshole?" Asna sneered. "Daring to act haughty before me?" Without an ounce of hesitation, Asna used the ghosting feature in her bracelet to make an appearance in the real world as a holographic image. The moment Nemo's alter ego saw her disgruntled expression, his heart skipped a beat as memories of Asna's disciplinary beatings were installed too deep in Nemo's memory. "It's nice to meet you, ma'am." Nemo's alter ego attitude changed drastically to a respectful one. Before another Unijin who was much more mature than him, he would never dare to project his superiority on her. "Listen, you little shit, as long as you talk to my man, you better fix your tone." Asna threatened him coldly. Nemo's alter ego seemed to be annoyed with her order as it made him feel deep down that he was considering a mortal as his equal. Still, one cold look from Asna made him drop his displeasure and act slightly more polite to Felix even if he was faking it. I know that Unigens are supposed to have a superiority complex, but I didn't think they care to show it in this manner, Felix thought as he stared at Nemo's alter ego, whose nose was touching the sky in haughtiness. It is weird. Asna nodded. Unigens never act like this as they see it as beneath them to flaunt their status. There is a simple answer to this. Lady Sphinx remarked. Nemo's personality represents the peaceful, calm, kind, and almost all other positive emotions. His alter ego represented his other extreme half. If Nemo awakened and became one, he would have a balanced state of mind. But since he didn't, this was the result. Makes sense. Felix nodded in understanding. This realization made Felix understand that there was no way he would be changing Nemo's alter ego to like him since those emotions were stored in Nemo. So, without any pleasantries, he went straight to the subject. I understand that you want to be freed and gain control over Nemo's body. But I also know that Nemo doesn't want to leave. Felix stated. Hence, the only way forward here is to make you guys merge back again and complete the awakening process. Felix knew that if Nemo had just awakened normally, there wouldn't be such an issue. After all, he would be a clear-headed Unijin who understood that Felix was his benefactor and would never rebel against him. However, because of his fear of getting ditched by him if he was awakened, Nemo caused his extreme alter ego to surface. Like hell I want to merge with this softy. Unfortunately, both Nemo and his alter ego rebelled against Felix's statement, showing utter dislike and anger at each other. They might share the same body, but their personalities were on both extreme ends, making them unable to agree to anything. Guess what? I don't think you have much of an option. Felix frowned. You guys can't function properly by yourselves. Now that I know about your existence, I will make sure that Nemo will never let you get control even if it meant stopping his growth completely. It was clear to Felix that Nemo's alter ego was the strongest as he was capable of manipulating his laws much better than Nemo. Meanwhile, Nemo was considered the steering wheel, and as long as he didn't give permission, his alter ego could only observe from the passenger seat. In his eyes, it was best to keep Nemo as a lovable and somewhat useless idiot at his side by halting his growth if it meant sealing his alter ego forever. You dare to 3. Before Nemo's alter ego could finish his infuriated statement, he felt a strong killing intent directed at him from the side. When he glanced at the source, he saw Asna staring daggers at him. He went quiet immediately, swallowing his frustration back. Listen, I know that both of you fear getting consumed and losing your personality to the other, but you should understand that both of you are one, and when you merge together, you will realize that you haven't really lost anything. Felix comforted. Felix knew that he only needed to convince Nemo's alter ego to make amends and try to actively merge back with Nemo instead of seeking to completely remove him from the equation. Nemo was much easier to convince since he only feared being ditched by him. If he made him feel comfortable that this wasn't happening, he would have no other reason to avoid his awakening. Shit. Is there no other way to avoid this? Nemo's alter ego thought to himself with an irked expression. He understood that Nemo listened to Felix's orders like they were decrees from his god. So, if Felix ordered him to stop his growth, he would most definitely do this. Nemo's alter ego knew that he needed laws to awaken faster, but void energy did help him slightly and gave him hope for the future. But now, even that slight hope would be stripped away from him. As expected, Nemo soon nodded in agreement to the merge after his worries were pacified, leaving only his alter ego. I am proud of you. Felix patted him with a faint gentle smile, making Nemo squeal in happiness. Meanwhile, his alter ego's red eyes turned brighter in fury, as he felt humiliated by suffering through this treatment. The fact that he would be going through it every single day if he rejected the merge made him feel suicidal. As the extreme personality of Nemo, such degrading actions were just too much to handle. I will think about it. In the end, Nemo's alter ego gave Felix an answer. Though it wasn't an agreement, Felix still nodded in understanding. He knew when to push and when to stop. Still, for his safety, he requested Nemo to halt his growth process until his alter ego come to his senses and be a team player with them. Nemo promised with a high-pitched squeal, causing his alter ego's expression to turn for the worst. I just have to be patient. A day will come when this idiot will need my help to save his master. It will come eventually with the sorts of enemies he has. Nemo's alter ego thought to himself as retreated back into the shadows. What a strong wave of malice. Felix narrowed his wisdom eyes at Nemo's alter ego. He realized immediately from this wave of malice that he wasn't really going to think about it and that he still hoped to consume Nemo completely. That was plausible if Nemo's alter ego had gained control over the body and mind, making him able to erase Nemo's personality. This would leave just the worst and most dangerous version of Nemo roaming through the universe. Felix would never allow that to happen. Let's see how patient you will be when I shower Nemo with unconditional love. Felix smirked faintly as he picked up Nemo and started rubbing his belly while looking directly into his alter's ego. As he expected, Nemo's alter ego seemed to be boiling with fury as his pride and dignity were being assaulted non-stop. Felix's plan was to torture him like this until he give in to merge with Nemo. Uncaring about the ongoing silent war between his alter ego and Felix, Nemo merely kept giggling in enjoyment, not caring if the entire world was burned if it meant getting his belly rubs. Sometime later, Felix could be seen sitting on the floor of his room while Nemo was napping on the bed. Since his growth was halted, there was no point in entering the void realm to eat void energy. As for his alter ego, Felix gave him a break after spending more than 2 hours fooling around with Nemo. So, you have made up your mind to etch the advanced soul passive, right? Elder Kraken asked for confirmation. Yes. Felix nodded. Felix had made up his mind a long while ago to keep that passive since it allowed him to split his consciousness into multiple wisps. This was a massive advantage as he could use those wisps to continue cheating his way into mastering complex runic spells. If he had a connection to the UVR while he was in the elemental galaxy, he would have at least mastered multiple greater grade space spells by now and even branched out to time spells. Going through that grilling grind made him realize how desperately he needed this passive in his life. On the other hand, he would be losing Kraken's ultimate ability that would enable him to keep his memories intact even if he died. It was a great way to start a new life in the spirit realm after death by using one's memories. But Felix had no plans for such an early retirement. As usual, the etching process ended in a split second with a primogenitor's involvement. It's done. How do you feel? An unreal level of force going through my veins. Felix murmured with an astounded tone as he watched his boiling hot blood coursing through his veins. He felt like he was being cleansed from within as the all-round enhancement was taking a greater effort to strengthen his body at a noticeable pace. Usually, Felix either barely felt a change or was slightly different after each etching process, but this time, he knew that the enhancement numbers must be insane to leave such an effect on him. Without delay, Felix logged in to his UVR's room and went straight to the physical strength testing machines. Felix stepped up to the red punching pad, his fists tightly clenched and his muscles coiled like springs readily to release their energy. He took a deep breath and focused his gaze on the target in front of him. With a sharp exhale, he launched his right fist forward, striking the pad with a resounding boom that echoed through the room akin to a thunderclap. The force of the blow sent a shockwave through his arm. However, instead of getting pushed away from the force, he held his ground akin to an unmoving mountain. Felix looked at the cracks on his right arm's skin turning slightly brighter while it was shaking akin to a raging blender. A split second later, his arm stopped shaking, but the brightness remained on his skin's cracks. Is this the doing of your new destruction passive, force absorption? Asna uttered with a look of wonder as she scanned his arm. Must be, Felix replied as he swung his arm around, feeling like it was packed with new untapped force. Since Felix replaced his bloodline with 20% straight, he ended up unlocking 2 destructive passives. They were destruction immunity and force absorption. They replaced his water immunity and water walking. Due to having perfect water manipulation, all of his water abilities were quite useless now, so he didn't mind having them replaced. While destruction immunity was self-explanatory, force absorption was a new type of passive as he never heard of it before. It was understandable as it was plausible only with individuals possessing destruction immunity. Based on the passive's general description that he read, it enabled Felix to absorb almost any type of force, whether it was mechanical, nuclear, or chemical, instead of just resisting it. For example, if he suffered through a nuclear explosion, he would be able to absorb the force that was trying to obliterate his body. Then, he could release it back out. This made it plausible to make his opponents fall into the despair of getting fucked silly with their own powers. Unfortunately, the universe balanced everything. It's fading away through the cracks. Felix raised an eyebrow in surprise after noticing that the stored force in his arm was losing its intensity rapidly, like a balloon getting sucked out of air. In less than a few seconds, the cracks became dim again and Felix's arm returned to normal. "I guess it's impossible to keep the force stored inside like lightning," Felix remarked. This was quite a brutal limitation as it pushed him to use whatever stored force within him the second he absorbed it, so it wouldn't lose out most of its value. Though it wasn't too bad since the passive itself was immensely great. "I have to test out the difference. But first..." Felix turned to face the testing machine and looked at the result screen of his previous punch with a curious expression. 690,074 BF. It wasn't disappointing in the slightest, as Felix wasn't even able to read the number properly without double-checking it twice. Geez, almost 200k BF increase after a single replacement. This is almost half your entire strength after 6 bloodlines and tons of other modifications, Asna remarked with an astounded tone. Even Felix was left at loss for words as he didn't expect the number to be this massively high, especially when he struggled for almost 1,000 years to just increase his physical strength by 20k BF. This is understandable as with higher body limitations, you will obtain much higher overall enhancements, Thor stated. If it wasn't for your bad foundation, you wouldn't have wasted the real potential of at least 4 enhancements from your first primogenitor's bloodlines. Felix knew that was all true, which made him feel slightly upset that he needed to reach the end of the road just to start seeing some real numbers. Still, it is what it is, and he had no plans of complaining about it. Without further ado, Felix got into his punching posture and struck the red pad with everything he got. Only this time, when he absorbed the force of his punch's recoil, he smashed the red pad again before it could even cool off. Boom! The resounding explosion was much more deafening as Felix had utilized his original strength, plus the force of his previous punch in one hit. The most shocking part was the fact that Felix's arm was absorbing the resulting force yet again, and it was clear that it was much, much more than before. However, he allowed it to fade away to see the results first. 730k BF. Dear Lord. Felix mumbled with a floored expression at his punch's result. It was a mere 40k BF increase, which didn't seem that high, but Felix understood one fact. He could continuously absorb force after each punch, allowing him to keep increasing this number until he absolutely obliterate whatever was in front of him completely. In addition, this was merely the result of force absorbed from his own punches. During fights, he would be absorbing force after each confrontation unless soft elements were utilized like charm, poison, light, and such. In other words, Felix's physical strength might be at 690k, but in real fights, could keep increasing almost infinitely. Imagine combining this with your size manipulation and absorbing nuke-level explosions? Asna grinned wickedly. Even Elder Dragon would end up getting one shot with a single punch. It's really been a long while since I have been satisfied with the first passives unlocked. Felix smirked as he tightened his fist. If this is just one passive from the Destruction bloodline, I really can't wait to unlock the rest. I guess it was fair to say that Felix was completely satisfied with his decision to integrate with Lord Shiva's bloodline. Let's test the rest of the enhancements. When you finish, you need to check your 1% human bloodline. Lady Sphinx interjected with a solemn tone. I understand. Felix gave a slight nod with a serious look. He understood that this was finally the moment of truth. The moment when he would find out whether his bloodline path ends here like every other human, or he would be able to keep integrating with new bloodlines. After Felix spent more than 5 hours testing his other enhancements, he decided to call it a quit. He was pretty satisfied with the overall development of his other strengths, as the enhancement bonus was insane on them as well. For example, his mental energy capacity had tripled in size, allowing more freedom in using his mental abilities as well as access to newer ones. This was huge, as it enabled him to finally have enough mental energy to activate his spiritual vision and sustain the activation for a short while. Though, he had yet to test it, as he knew that the Spirit's Guardian would spot him and kick him out just like he did with Lady Sphinx. Felix didn't want to risk having the Spirit's Guardian's eyes on him, as he had a strong feeling that he would be able to sense Asna merged with his soul. At least, not this early when he had no preparation to deal with him. After Felix was done with his enhancements tests, he decided to leave his mutation exploration for tomorrow, as his mind wasn't too focused. He logged out and sat on his bed in a meditation position. He had a somewhat nervous and slightly hopeful expression. "I think it's going to be all right," Asna comforted him. Other humans are forced to stop at the 6th replacement stage, since there was no other beast higher in tier than the 7th. It's also because their 1% human bloodline can't handle any more bloodline additions. Felix shook his head. Anyone daring enough to test the 7th replacement by using an origin bloodliner's blood ended up paying a horrible price on the spot. Felix always knew that a human's 1% bloodline was limited in its capacity, since the DNA could not keep adding more chromosomes of 10s different of bloodlines while still retaining its human base. The wall was the 6th replacement, and going beyond it meant risking having one's DNA collapse completely. So, even with Asna's help to keep the bloodlines from rebelling against him, his own body would end up giving in to the large quantity. There is only one way to find out. Felix stopped the useless speculations and took a deep breath. Then, he closed his eyes and placed his senses on his 1% human bloodline, attempting to find out if there was any more room for another bloodline or not. This wouldn't be possible for other humans, as the only way for them to find out was either through advanced pieces of equipment or attempting the 7th replacement. "How is it?" "I don't know," Felix murmured. "I feel like there is a slightly extra space to add half a bloodline, if that makes any sense." "You mean it's not enough to complete the etching process as smoothly as always?" Lady Sphinx reasoned. "Yes." Felix nodded as he opened his eyes again. "Doesn't that mean it's doomed to fail if you dare to etch another ability?" Asna commentated. "Seems like it." Felix smiled bitterly. Felix never had a problem with the etching process, since the greatest threat was the primogenitor's bloodline's retaliation. However, when it was taken care of by them, the etching process was fast and problem-free. What enabled this smoothness in the first place was the space in the DNA being enough to accommodate any chromosomes without much of an issue. But now, the space had gotten much tighter, with 6 bloodlines crammed in there with the original human bloodline. Felix understood that it wouldn't be smart in the slightest to attempt another replacement, as it would be the same as pushing more passengers into an already packed to the brim subway train. There was bound to be heated friction between the passengers. "I guess this is your last replacement," Thor sighed. "Let's hope we find a way to keep increasing your strength beyond the origin realm then. Lady Sphinx is already running plenty of experiments on Noah, and the findings are quite promising." Fenrir added. "I understand." This news should be exciting for Felix, as the origin realm was believed to be the end of the road for bloodliners. But he wasn't able to get himself to feel joyful. If his target was just the primogenitors, then he had a strong feeling that entering the origin realm after his destruction bloodline would be enough to get him on their level. However, Felix saw further ahead and knew that his bloodline path was his foundation for a bright future, where he could even contest against Unigens and those beings who sealed Asna. Adding another bloodline before entering the origin realm would at least push his physical strength by at least 400 kbf or more. This was just too hard to give up on. It is what it is. Felix smiled to push down his dejection, knowing that there was no benefit in pouting about this. The only thing he could do now was to work hard in his integration and prepare for his ascension to the origin realm. "You have been awfully quiet in this conversation, Sphinx," Carbuncle said with a carefree tone as he smoked a fine cigar, making him resemble a mafia boss for hamsters. I'm just running the maths. Lady Sphinx replied without moving her eyes from her book. Maths? You see a way to make this work. Carbuncle got curious. That's why I am running the maths. What makes you feel like there is a chance in this? I know that you will never bother to waste your time on something that has zero chance of it succeeding. Lady Sphinx thought about it for a second before retelling her reasons. When it comes to gene manipulation, there is no such thing as impossible. However, we lack the knowledge and tools to make the impossible possible. As much as I am skilled at gene manipulation, I am still lacking too much compared to nature itself. The void domain failure has demonstrated this quite well. Carbuncle chuckled, making Lady Sphinx's eyelids twitch at his jab. Anyway, I might not be able to work something out if there was absolutely no space in Felix's human bloodline, but since there is, I believe that it's possible to make some arrangements to fit another bloodline. So, you are planning to manipulate with his 1% human bloodline? The core of his existence. Carbuncle shook his head. Even I know that is a very, very bad idea. Carbuncle was the most chill of all the tenants, as he honestly really didn't care as much about Felix's life as the others. However, he still understood that if Lady Sphinx went with this path, there are pretty much a certain chance of it going sideways and causing Felix's body to end up collapsing again. That's why I had no plans of telling anyone about this. Lady Sphinx stated, I will be running my own experiments on his clone with the same conditions and see if it was possible to find a way out. If not, we won't be losing anything. You do you, I guess. Just be careful and 100% certain this time that no complexions will arise in the future. Carbuncle returned to chilling on the ocean after sharing his take. He had no plans of telling the others about this since it would do nothing but give them false hope. What's worse, it might make Felix desire to seek this solution regardless of the situation. In other words, it was better to leave him accepting that his bloodline path had reached its end to prepare for the origin realm. If Lady Sphinx had some good news, she would share them and it would seem like a gift to Felix. If she failed, no one would know about it and Felix could continue with his preparation. The next morning, Felix could be seen sitting on the floor of his UVR's room while using his wisdom eyes to read through the runic pages of an unmastered greater spatial spell. He had already put his frustration of yesterday behind him and gotten back on the saddle by exploring his mutations. You sure it can help me see through the runes' complexity and master them much quicker? I feel nothing, Felix mumbled as he kept scanning the runic sentences before him. He was told that one of the main reasons why Lord Shiva's third eye was called the wisdom eye was due to its ability to get rid of complexities in life and simplify them to their basic form. This meant that it would be possible to facilitate problem-solving since those issues were difficult only because they were too complicated and convoluted. When stripped away of this and they present themselves in a much simpler manner, the mind would be able to solve them almost instantaneously. It was like a simple math equation. It looked difficult and complex to the general view, but before math students it was the same as 1 plus 1. Those same students would be completely thrown off in front of a complex equation written by highly intelligent math professors. But in the eyes of those professors, the solution was as easy as it could get. In the case of Felix, he utilized his wisdom eyes to see if they could help him with his garbage talent at dealing with complex runic spells. But so far, nothing much changed and those runic pages still seemed as gibberish as always in his eyes. He understood the language, but he just couldn't understand its true meaning as it was beyond his comprehension. Try something else. Maybe you are just too stupid when it comes to runic spells and not even the wisdom I can help you. Asna insulted him lazily. Don't you have a movie or something to watch? Felix shooed her away in annoyance. Though, he really started to believe that she might have a point as he had been either cheating his way to master runic spells or spending years of his time on just one lesser space. Meanwhile, Selfie was eating through time spells like they were candy. I must figure out how it works. Felix narrowed his eyes in concentration. It will revolutionize my runic spells mastery and even elemental manipulations. Unfortunately, Felix failed at using his wisdom eyes even when he had spent multiple hours on them. He had tried everything to make them work but to avail. His masters didn't help him out as they also were clueless about how it worked. I guess I have to wait until I awaken Lord Shiva and ask him about it. Felix sighed in frustration. He really wanted to take advantage of them as soon as possible to boost his training speed in all areas. You better hope that he tells you about it, Thor remarked. No one knows what goes into the mind of that unhinged madman. Let's hope so. Sometime later, Felix could be seen having multiple holograms opened in front of him. He was focusing on the one in the center while munching on a green apple. The hologram was showing more than 10 Empyrean games that were happening this year. Most of them had an average rank of 400 to 300. Only 2 games had an average rank of top 100 and top 50. If I want to collect enough Empyrean points to get ranked as the 11th, I really need to choose only games with an average rank of 100 of a 50. With Felix skipping more than 16 years' worth of games, his rank had taken a massive hit. However, he didn't really care that much about this since the ranking system wasn't locked, as he could choose any games out of any rank he wanted, and he would even be rewarded with multipliers to his total points. Right now, his rank was around the 400, and if he chose games of an average rank of the top 100 or top 50, he would be given a multiplier for every 100 ranks he skipped. This meant he would be getting at least x6 multiplier and x8 multiplier for the top 50 games. It's best to not waste my time on anything below the top 50, Felix said as he pressed on the game's details for this rank. The only information he was given was the date, the participants' number, and the game's format. 8 participants 1 month from now, and a lifestyle format? Interesting. Felix wasn't expecting the lifestyle format in such a high-level game, as he knew that the participants would be mostly either the strongest race leaders or the strongest fighters of such races. After all, there were merely 40 players in this level since the top 10 Supremes weren't involved in Empyrean games anymore. The only way for them to get involved was through a direct challenge from those below them. Are you sure about choosing this game? Your rank average is considered too low, Queen AI warned after Felix tried to add his name to the participants list. Yes. After getting his confirmation, Queen AI didn't bother him any longer and signed him up with the already registered 6 players. If it was someone else, they would have needed a test, but not Felix. He already shared some information about his strength with Queen AI, allowing her to judge him to be worthy to join those monsters. Although only 1 spot left, Felix wasn't too certain that it was going to be filled up in due time, since those top 40 players were too busy to participate in such games on a yearly basis. Most of them only enter a game when their rank was dropped by 1 or 2 at max. This usually led to those games being cancelled when the quota wasn't fulfilled. However, beyond Felix's expectation, it didn't take even a couple of days before he got notified that the list was completed. I guess this is happening. Felix smiled with a pleased expression. Since no one was given information about the participants' list, the public only knew that a month from now, there was going to be one of the most heated and high-level games happening this year. No one planned on missing it. If only they knew that Felix was going to be in it, the universe would be thrown into complete hysteria, as his long disappearance made almost everyone assume that he either gave up or killed himself due to the immense grief. Felix, there is going to be a meeting between the 10 rulers to discuss the possibility of exploring beyond the Great Void again, Candace suddenly informed. Will you attend it, or should I represent you? Another exploration attempt? Interesting. Felix rubbed his chin in intrigue. So, you can rest, I will take this one, Felix answered. All right, Candace informed him. The meeting will be held in 2 days. Thanks. 2 days later, Felix received the invitation link to join the 10 rulers' assembly while he was eating his breakfast. He pushed the hologram to the side and continued eating his food for the next 5 minutes. After he was done, he wiped his mouth and clicked on the link, causing him to break into light particles. When he opened his eyes, he found himself sitting on one of the 10 highest platforms that were connected to the heavenly staircase. Felix. Landlord? Is it really him? His sudden appearance had caught everyone by surprise, as they couldn't recognize him one bit. He had gone through a drastic change in both appearance and maturity, as he had lived for more than a millennium. Felix ignored them and kept his eyes focused on the thousands and thousands of unfortunate, desperate people attempting to climb the staircase to change their fate. Life is really peculiar, Felix murmured with a faint, forced smile, as he couldn't remember the day he was called to climb the same staircase to meet those deities. He ignored their attempt to humiliate him, knowing deep down that he was going to reach this stage sooner or later. Look at him now, sitting amongst them like that day had never happened before. Felix! Felix broke out of his absent-mindedness after hearing Queen Allura calling on him again. He turned to look at her and greeted her with a polite smile. "It's been a while, senior sister." "It's really him." High Chieftain Lokaka frowned as he could feel a sense of dread arising from the bottom of his soul at the sight of Felix. It was like his own body was warning him to never get on Felix's bad side. This sort of feeling was extremely rare to him as he felt it only against Elder Dragon and the primogenitors. He never expected in his life that a human would make him feel this way, and definitely not so soon. After the pleasantries were shared between him and his senior sister, Empress Scarlet asked with a gentle tone, "Are you feeling better now?" "Much better." Felix nodded with a polite smile as she knew that she was asking about his condition after the destruction of his planet and the wipeout of his people. "Good." Empress Scarlet offered with good intentions. "If you need assistance to process the pain faster, I am happy to help." "Thank you, but I am managing on my own." Felix rejected her politely. He knew that she was one of the best masters in terms of mental control, as she was better than even some primogenitors in this domain. So, if she said that she could help, he knew that it was more than possible to make him completely get rid of his guilt without any consequences. Still, he rejected her as he didn't want her poking into his mind. Empress Scarlet smiled at his response and never brought this matter again. "Enough about me. I have heard that you guys are interested in another exploration attempt of Beyond the Great Void." Felix asked with a curious tone. "Do you have any new methods, leads, or something to make the exploration succeed this time?" Empress Emily's researchers have devised a new technology that can allow us to manifest an almost exact 3D replica of an object by using only light regardless of the distance. Queen Alfreda responded with a composed tone. "I see. You think it's possible to use this device to map out a planet on the other side and connect it with our side by using a wormhole?" Felix expressed. "Something like that." Emperor Local nodded in agreement without an ounce of dissatisfaction or displeasure on his face. If one could see him, they would never guess that he was against adding the Void Nation to the alliance and even almost had a fallout with Felix in the process. It was clear to Felix that he had changed his mind about the Void Nation and was now on their side. He didn't care if he took this path after finding out that the Void Nation was just too useful to the alliance or because of his fear to become their enemy. Whatever it was, Felix had no intentions of holding any grievance between them in his heart. How could he when he had stolen their nethersteel and used it for his divine weapon? "When will this expedition take place? Who will be in it?" Felix asked. "That's what we will be discussing." Queen Alfreda said, "We are just waiting for Elder Dragon to join us. Speak of the devil and he shall appear." As the moment his name was brought up, Elder Dragon Berserth appeared on his throne that was slightly higher than all of them. He had an indifferent cold expression as his head rested on his hand like a god gracing his presence to his loyal worshippers. When he sensed Felix's presence, he glanced at him with a nonchalant look. Then, he taunted with a flat tone, "You finally stopped crying?" If there was one being in the entire alliance who wasn't afraid of Felix or his Void Nation, then it had to be Elder Dragon. His treatment of Felix was just as disrespectful as the first time they had ever met. To be honest, shedding some tears was helpful to process my grief. Felix replied with a faint cold smile. "You should try it sometime. If you don't have a reason to shed a tear, it will be a pleasure of mine to help you with that." The other rulers were taken back by Felix's indirect threat, as they didn't think that he would be this ballsy to threaten the Elder Dragon. If he thinks that killing Duchess Alina or becoming a ruler makes him on the same level as Elder Dragon, then he is really asking for a beating. High Chieftain Lokaka sneered. As anticipated, Elder Dragon didn't seem to be too entertained by Felix's response. "I see that your tongue has become sharper," Elder Dragon said calmly. "Child, it's best to know your place before I make you." "Make me? We will see about that." Felix chuckled in derision. With Felix's current level, he had not an ounce of fear or worry when dealing with Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon had noticed this, which made him quite disgruntled. Keep behaving like this. There will be a day when your masters won't be there to save you. Elder Dragon assumed that Felix's provocative actions were powered because of his masters backing him up. There will come a day when you realize that there is always a bigger fish than you, Felix remarked with a creepy smile. It's coming sooner than you expect. Seeing the rising tension between those two made everyone realize that if they left them talking, there would come a moment when Elder Dragon would end up losing his cool and do something all of them would regret. So, before he could react to Felix's mysterious warning, Queen Alfreda cut him off. Enough, we are here to discuss what beyond the Great Void. All of us have the stuff to do, and if you want to bicker with each other, do it at your own personal time. My apologies, Felix said. Elder Dragon merely breathed a steaming smoke through his nostrils in displeasure, but he still respected everyone's time. Empress Emily, please take it away, Queen Alfreda requested. Empress Emily expanded a 3D image of the universe in the center of the assembly, resembling a sphere with 100 billion colorful galaxies within it. It all looked fine and normal. However, if one zoomed at the bottom right of the universe, he would be shocked to see a humongous spherical blackness that was separating almost the entire bottom half of the universe from the rest. It seemed out of place, like a tumor inside a brain scan. Empress Emily explained with an emotionless voice. As you all know, our universe is believed to be still expanding without any interruption ever since its creation. However, the Great Void is challenging the base of this theory with its existence. Felix and the others nodded with serious expressions as they stared at the Great Void. It was obviously none than that spherical blackness. When there weren't many technological advancements, everyone believed that the Great Void was the end of the universe as it simply covered an unbelievable surface aura. However, when technologies got advanced, the metal race was the first one to pick up light signals from behind the Great Void, which made them certain that life existed beyond it. Unfortunately, the spatial size of the Great Void spanned over tens of billions of light-years from the two nearest galaxies. This distance was too much for even High Chieftain Lokaka to bridge with his wormhole. So, the only method left was to use multiple wormholes during the journey. However, because none of them had ever been there or knew what was on the other side, this method was doomed to fail. That's because opening a space worm without an exact location would result in being transported to almost anywhere inside the Great Void. This was exactly what happened during the previous exploration attempt, as High Chieftain Lokaka ended up getting lost in the Great Void for months before being able to get close enough to connect himself with his previous location in the Alliance. Ever since then, no one dared to attempt another expedition without some sort of a compass. This device might be the key to finally solving this mystery. We call it Light Mapper V1. Empress Emily showcased a cubical silver device that had some sort of a glass camera on all of its surfaces. It might appear small here, but its real size was almost that of a small spaceship. How does it work exactly? Queen Allura inquired. I can't tell you that, Empress Emily said bluntly. Tisk. Queen Allura didn't push any further, as she knew that the metal race almost never share information about such important new technologies before they take advantage of them first. If this device really worked as a compass to the other side of the universe, then its value was priceless. After all, an entire unexplored region of the universe meant billions of new possibilities for every race. It's still a prototype and has many flaws that need to be solved, however. We believe it won't take us much time before we fix them all and use the device in our expedition. If that's so, then we have to create a new expedition team and prepare them for the journey. Queen Allura proposed. I suggest each Inner Circle member will have the option to send one exploration team to represent their race. I guess it's fair that way, Queen Alfreda agreed. The rest nodded in agreement as well. They understood that if news of this device was released to the Inner Circle members and they weren't invited to the expedition, hell would break loose. We have to set some rules in case the expedition has succeeded and we reached the other side, Emperor Local remarked. Of course, Queen Allura said. The most important rule is to set up signal towers in each planet, meteor, moon, or surface during the exploration. Since there wouldn't be many people using the consciousness technique that enabled anyone with access to their consciousness space to become a tower signal himself, then they had to be primitive and use tower signals again. In addition, for each civilization we meet across, we must not antagonize them. It's best to offer them the same conditions to join our alliance. What if they are much stronger than us? Emperor Local frowned. We have no clue what kind of monsters and races are on the other side. That's a risk we have to be willing to take for the prosperity of the alliance. Queen Alfreda said calmly. While they were discussing this, Felix was listening with one ear and using the other in his conversation with his tenants. It was on this subject as well. Felix had already asked them about the Great Void before and what lay behind it since they lived for billions of years. If they had no clue about its origin, then no one really would know. Unfortunately, none of them bothered to answer him as they always told him to focus on what was near him first. Now that the subject was brought out again, and this time the Alliance even had a method of exploring that hidden portion of the universe, Felix had to ask them again. You will find out soon and in great detail, Thor said with a wry smile. What do you mean? This answer baffled Felix as he was put under the assumption that he had to reach the other side of the universe to find out. Too bad. The tenants didn't bother to clear his doubts when they knew that he was going to find out about it eventually. In their eyes, it was best that it didn't come from them as the truth was honestly too shocking for anyone to accept. Felix ended up dropping the subject after another failed attempt and refocused on the ruler's discussion. It took them a couple of hours to finish structuring a contract that was approved by all of them. Let's end this with a final vote. Queen Alfreda raised her hand and asked, who agrees to all the conditions in the contract? Everyone raised their hands in agreement but Elder Dragon. No one cared about it since decisions were agreed upon based on the number of votes. I guess this is all, you are excused. Queen Alfreda nodded in appreciation for everyone's work and then teleported away. The others followed suit one by one until only Felix, Elder Dragon, and Queen Allura were left behind. Senior sister, you can leave. I will be fine, Felix said with a carefree smile. All right, just don't fall into his taunts. Queen Allura nodded while narrowing her eyes at Elder Dragon, knowing that he remained behind to continue his conversation with Felix. Elder Dragon ignored her look and waited until she teleported away. When only two of them remained, a deafening, disturbing silence engulfed the assembly. None of them spoke, acted, or even looked at the other in a bad way. They just kept staring at each other with indifferent expressions, seemingly unaffected by each other's status. You have grown bolder. You weren't able to even look at him in the eyes for a prolonged period before. In the end, Elder Dragon broke the silence. Unfortunately, you are still the same, Felix replied. Elder Dragon seemed to not have taken his words to heart as he didn't react at all. He just kept looking at Felix like a wolf staring at a lost lamb. You're really in great luck to have such respectful masters backing you up. Elder Dragon shook his head before starting to break into light particles. He realized that it was useless to bicker and waste his time on Felix when he knew that he couldn't do anything to him. He was given permission to come at Felix only when he managed to reach the same level of strength as him. Till this point, he still thought of that as a mere excuse to protect their student forever from him. Don't be dejected. I will be coming for you sooner than you anticipated, Felix requested with a flat tone. So, I really wish that you get rid of your rustiness, as I don't want any excuses to arise when I wipe the floor with you in front of the entire alliance. Elder Dragon wasn't able to respond to Felix's insane challenge statement, as his body disappeared the moment Felix finished his speech. However, Felix managed to look at the utter amusement in his eyes as if he had just heard the greatest joke in his life. Let's see if you will keep that clown attitude when I put my foot on top of your corpse. Felix sneered coldly before exiting the assembly at last. 1 month later, 5 minutes before the game's details get announced, Felix could be seen sitting on the floor of his training hall inside his spaceship. His upper body was nude and sweating buckets, creating a small pool near his crossed legs. 30% at last. Felix exhaled deeply as he fell on his back, completely relaxed. He spent the past month pushing his integration by 1% every 3 days. It was much slower than what he used before, but Felix didn't dare attempt more than 2% each time. After all, Lord Shiva's bloodline had proved that it was way too aggressive in its integration process, and Felix would be a fool to put himself in that hellish experience before. Felix collected his integration tools and teleported to the shower to clean himself. When he was done, his AP bracelet started vibrating like there was no tomorrow. Felix didn't need to glance at it to know that the details about his game had gone public. Damn. The entire network is going crazy because of you, Asna remarked with a wide smile as she watched Felix's name get put next to every new article in the past 10 minutes. It was mandatory for news outlets, social media influencers, reporters, and such to write a piece on him, as his existence equaled free clicks. Let them be. Felix didn't bother to even take a peek at the network. He went straight to the Empyrean tab, and he was faced with a massive for his own game. His eyelids couldn't help but twitch after noticing that his face was much bigger than the other participants, who weren't nobodies either. He recognized them as they were all leaders of the inner circle besides one. This is really going to be an interesting game. Felix skipped the and went to read the version specified for the players. When he clicked on it, a side hologram appeared with the game details. Game platform, individual supremacy games platform. Game format, lifestyle. Game name, The Forgotten Chasm. Participants number 10. Strength allowed, human race system unlimited. Items allowed, nano-based items, symbiote-based items, potions, scrolls, and artifacts. Limited to legendary. Prize pool, Nanosuit V10, Necrolite Lance, Epic Artifact, Potion of Glory, Rank 5, Meteor Shower Scroll, Legendary Grade. Rules of the game. 1. All the players will be teleported above the digging site leading to the Whistling Chasm. 2. Players will be divided into 5 teams made up of 2 players each. 3. The chasm is filled with minerals of all rarities, ranging from dark, unclear, clear, and perfect. 4. Each mineral has its method to be obtained, depending on its rarity. 5. Dark minerals require only brute force to be mined, but at the same time, they are fragile and easily destroyed. Unclear minerals require a delicate mining process with proper tools. Clear minerals require players to finish unique sets of challenges in different dimensions to obtain them. Last but not least, perfect minerals are obtainable only at the bottom of the chasm, and there are no requirements to harvest them. 6. Each mineral harvested provides a set of Empyrean points, ranging from 0.1 EP to 50 EPs depending on the rarity and size of each mineral. 7. Minerals cannot be stored within spatial cards or any spatial items. One player of each team must be in touch with them at all times. Separation duration is 30 seconds before a penalty is presented for both teammates. 8. Penalties range from a 20% reduction of mined minerals to disqualification after the 3rd penalty. 9. Each player will be given a bag to place the minerals inside. This bag is indestructible from all sources and capable of expanding 10 times its size. 10. Players are allowed to steal each other's minerals without repercussions. 11. Players are banned from using mass destruction abilities for the integrity of the game's area. 12. Be warned. The chasm has its own master and residence. 13. The game will last for 12 hours. 14. The team with the most Empyrean points will be proclaimed as the winner. 15. The player with the most Empyrean points will be proclaimed as the MVP. For more information, please open up your SG interface. Good luck to all participants. Ha 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 ha. You went through more than 1,000 years of training to become a miner in a game. This is hilarious. Asna laughed out loud while holding her stomach. I expected as much, to be honest. Felix chuckled. How so? People believe that the higher status of players, the more dignified the games get to give respect to those players. Felix shook his head. But it's actually the opposite. The top 40 players are mostly given games that have as little conflict as possible to avoid unnecessary deaths. After all, most of those players are considered inner circle leaders of the Alliance, and it would be a horrible idea to put them in a game that requires them to kill each other to win it. Isn't that somewhat lame? Asna remarked with a dissatisfied tone. Not really, Felix added. Since those players are mostly leaders, it means that they have entire races backing them and supporting them in their fights. So, they really didn't care about the game design as long as they had the opportunity to watch their kings and queens fight for the honor of their race. In other words, those games could be viewed as more of an exhibition game, and the participants knew this as well and acted accordingly. No one wanted to die, and at the same time they didn't want to lose their rank. So, the games enable them to farm Empyrean points without much of a conflict unless they actually sought it voluntarily. You aren't going to play ball, right? Me? Felix showed an honest smile. I will play like I always do to secure my win. That's what I like to hear. Asna grinned, knowing that Felix had no intentions of going soft with anyone if it meant his chances of securing his win would be affected. The first thing that Felix did was open the participants list, even though he already knew about his opponents through the S. Giants champion Masa, Giants race Empyrean rank 45/ win rate 94.9%. Ionian's Lord Inozuka, Ionian race Empyrean rank 21/ win rate 96.42%. The Spider-Kin's Princess Morelia, Spider-Kin race Empyrean rank 18/ win rate 98.2%. Unpaid Landlord, Human race, Empyrean rank 433/ win rate 100%. Shadowborn Ruler Hogan, Shadowborn race Empyrean rank 16/ win rate 98.33%. Night Guard N1, Hive race Empyrean rank 30/ win rate 95.87%. The Pandian's High Honor Jara, Pandian race Empyrean rank 15/ win rate 98.87%. The Werewolves King Tresner Werewolf race, Empyrean rank 14/ win rate 99%. The players' list was packed with heavy hitters that would make anyone feel wet just by the thought of spectating a game that involved them all. I'm paired with Princess Morelia, Felix said with a composed tone. It could have been better with Tresner or Jara, but whatever. He was at a different plane of strength that made him unaffected by almost any decision made in the games. In fact, he would have rather been given the choice to play solo, as it would free him from any responsibilities of his teammate. You can still play solo in this game, Asna remarked. Both of you will get bags, and the penalty is given only if both of you weren't in contact with the minerals. Indeed, Felix knew that even if Princess Morelia wanted to sabotage him, she couldn't pull it off as long as he was in contact with his own minerals. This implied that both parties could head in their own directions and never meet again until the end of the game, where their collection of minerals would be transformed into Empyrean points. The total of their Empyrean points would decide if they won or not. As for the MVP title, it would still be given to the individual who had the most minerals on him. Wouldn't everyone play solo like this to avoid friction at the end? Candace asked. Only if they decided to never pay a visit to the bottom of the chasm. Felix replied with a serious tone. Why? Asna wondered. She knew that none of those authoritative figures would ignore mining perfect minerals since they give the highest amount of Empyrean points. However, their location was at the bottom of the chasm. It's because of the chasm's current residents and master, Felix shared as he displayed an old holographic article related to the Whistling Chasm. What are those worms? Asna was disgusted after seeing the pictures of hideous giant brown worms. The smallest ones stretched for tens of meters. These are the whistling giant worms. They have been found living at the bottom of the chasm when the miners reached it. They were extremely deadly to the point. Just one of them had caused a massacre of more than thousands of miners. After this incident, the mine was closed shut temporarily until the worms were taken care of. Felix shook his head. Unfortunately, nothing worked against those worms as they were considered as immortals with their insane rejuvenation and resistance to almost all elements. So, they decided to give up on the mine and just blew it up to eradicate them. Did they succeed? Is that why it's called the Forgotten Chasm? Asna asked in intrigue. They did succeed in killing most of the worms with explosions and burying the entire mining site. Felix highlighted another article and said, Too bad. None of them knew that this would end up awakening the chasm's master. Oh dear. Asna raised an eyebrow in surprise at the horrific video in the article. It was showing a worm monster that was hundreds of kilometers in size with a serpentine mass, coiling and undulating across the landscape like a living mountain range. Its skin was slimy and covered in mucus, with bulging veins running beneath the surface. The creature's head was massive, with a gaping maw full of sharp teeth capable of crushing even the largest structures. Its eyes were large and glowing, allowing it to see for vast distances. Its body was segmented, with each section capable of moving independently, allowing it to writhe and twist in unnatural ways. It seemed unharmed and unaffected even when powerful nukes were thrown to the bottom of the chasm. SSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSSS after he was hit with a low-pitched sonic boom coming from the chasm's master. It merely screamed, and everyone in 100 kilometers radius of the chasm was killed off immediately. This is the reason why it's called the Forgotten Chasm nowadays, Felix stated with a serious tone. No one dares to get close to the entire planet with this creature residing in it. It is still alive to this day? The Alliance didn't take care of it. Asna was confused by this. She could understand the planet's citizens failing to handle it, but not the Alliance. Whether poisoning, explosions, or even sending down spatial worms to slice it up. Nothing worked, as it was found out to have immunities to most elements and the ability to revive itself no matter how much it was sliced apart. Felix answered. The only way found to kill it is by sending down powerful beings like Elder Dragon or just blowing the entire planet. It was obvious that such powerful beings wouldn't bother themselves to handle it. As for using a planet-destroyer weapon for its sake, it beat the purpose, as its death was meant to help the citizens return to their homes and feel at peace. Since it never bothered to leave underground and didn't seem hostile unless it was aggravated. This matter ended up being dropped by the Alliance as they had other priorities to focus on. If it's so dangerous, why is it kept in this game? Asna wondered. I thought this is supposed to be an exhibition game on the low. Exhibition game or not, it doesn't mean that those leaders aren't going to be given a real challenge to get more Empyrean points. Felix answered. In other words, if they wanted to just chill and farm some Empyrean points, they only needed to avoid the bottom of the chasm, where its master was residing. If they greed for more, they could do so at their own risk. Sometime later, Felix was reached out by Princess Morelia through an email, seeking a meeting to discuss their preparation and game plan. Since Felix wasn't planning on teaming up with her for real, he told her of his motives from the start to avoid any friction. Felix didn't know how did Princess Morelia take the news in real life, as her reply was a short statement of agreement. As long as she agrees. Felix put down the subject and refocused on creating the best plan to get himself as many Empyrean points as possible. Meanwhile, his masters were in a meeting with the primogenitors to discuss the terms of the bets for this game, as everyone was represented by a primogenitor. Even the Giants champion Masa. Just tell us, what bloodline did he use? Is it Lord Shiva's bloodline? It has to be. He has similar mutations. Kumiho said with a curious tone as she stared at Felix's masters. You will find out in the game. Now, are you going to place a bet or not? Thor replied with an annoyed tone. Ever since the start of the meeting, she had been trying her best to find out about Felix's new bloodline after his appearance changed. Since the skin color, cracks, and even hair color matched with Lord Shiva, everyone had a strong inclination that he had used his bloodline. You guys are really quite ballsy to pick his bloodline even after what happened, Erebus commentated. Aren't you worried that it might displease the elemental lords? They have no business with what we do to our student. Lady Sphinx said calmly. Now, are you going to finalize the bet or keep wasting our time with this subject? No need to be this bitchy about it. We were just trying to give you a piece of advice, Kumiho said with an irritated tone. The other primogenitors gave Felix's masters similar looks, but no one brought out the subject again. From their looks, it was obvious that Lord Shiva hadn't left the best impression on them, as even his bloodline was enough to irk such a negative reaction. Days went by, and before long, only a couple of minutes left for the game to start. While Felix was playing poker with the tenants to keep the tradition alive, the network was absolutely going wild because of this game. Just the live concurrent viewers had already surpassed hundreds of trillions, and it was believed that the amount should be tripled at least if illegal streaming services were counted. This made the game be considered the biggest event in the past century, and it was all because of Felix's involvement, as the human race's numbers were simply unfathomable. "Sir Felix, you will be teleported to the game hall in 2 minutes. Queen AI notified." "You heard her, I am out." Felix threw his trashy cards on the table and exited the consciousness space, knowing that his absence wouldn't be noticed as he was always getting destroyed in poker against them. After waiting 2 minutes in silence, his body began breaking into light particles automatically. A split second later, Felix found himself in the exact same ancient ballroom hall from his first ever game. It was a grand and majestic space, with high ceilings that seemed to reach up to the heavens. The walls were adorned with intricate gold leaf detailing, and the polished wooden floors gleamed in the soft light of the crystal chandeliers overhead. At the far end of the room, a stage was set up for musicians to play, but it had only one podium on it. "King Maxwell, it's great to finally see you again." Felix's focus was shifted from the hall to the werewolf's King Tresner after hearing his distinguishable rough and loud voice. He was coming at him with a sincere wide grin and an extended giant hand. "The pleasure is mine, King Tresner." Felix shook his extended hand with a polite smile. He knew that King Tresner wasn't faking his sincerity, as both of their nations were now close-tied allies after he gifted them with the entire vampire's territory without anything in return. For the past 16 years, the werewolves had demonstrated their loyalty to their friendship, as they had taken extra steps to help out even the human race with all sorts of issues. "It's really an unfortunate situation for us not to get teamed up with each other." King Tresner sighed in frustration. "I really hope to be able to fight alongside you one day." "The day will come eventually." Felix smiled. "King Maxwell, I hope we have a nice friendly game between us." Ionian Lord Inozuma suddenly interjected in their conversation with an amiable expression. Unlike most Ionians, he resembled a bizarre, gigantic humanoid vulture. Even though he had an amiable expression, he still appeared like an unsettling monster with a wingspan of about 10 meters. His body was coated in matted, black feathers that appeared to absorb all incoming light. He had 2 unfathomable, inky black eyes, and his hooked beak shone in under the chandelier's light. "I won't be making any promises," Felix replied with a faint smile. "Unlike you guys, I am ranked at bottom of the list, and if I want to climb to my rightful position, I have to work extra hard." Although Felix's tone was polite and calming, his underlying statements were nothing but that. The Pandians' high honor Jara, Giants champion Masa, and Shadowborn's ruler Hogan couldn't help but knit their eyebrows deeply at what he said. It clicked right away in their minds that Felix was giving them a gentle warning that he was planning to go all out in this game for the sake of climbing faster. This meant he was most definitely going to be seeking conflicts to steal their minerals, as that was the fastest method to get more Empyrean points. "Are you sure about this?" Ionian's Lord Inozuma asked with narrowed eyes, seemingly trying to imply that it was best for Felix to change his attitude. The atmosphere had gotten a bit stale and stiffened, as everyone but Princess Morelia and King Tresner had released some of their spiritual pressure in direction of Felix to help him make the right decision. "Yes," Felix replied bluntly, not bothering to even use his spiritual pressure to counter theirs. "Impossible. How did he reach this stage? Is he already on the 10 Rulers League?" This stunned them a little, as they knew that it would be impossible to pull this off unless his spiritual pressure was a league above theirs. There was no one above them but the 10 rulers. Obviously, utility-based rulers weren't considered. "I see. Good luck in your endeavor then." Ionian's Lord Inozuma excused himself and went to group up with his teammate, which was Shadowborn ruler Hogan. "This changes everything," he said with a solemn tone. "Indeed, if just one of us isn't going to play ball, then this won't be an exhibition game anymore." Ruler Hogan nodded. Everyone knew this, which made them change their attitude completely. "Did you really have to do that? You could have just lied instead of putting a giant target on our back," Princess Morelia said with an irked tone as she stared at Felix from the other side of the hall. "I didn't want to hear their complaints that I have taken advantage of the situation to get the best of them," Felix said with a flat tone. "Secondly, I have put a target on my back alone, as I already told you that I have no intentions of being a team player. TSK, you have really gotten too cocky after beating the Duchess. Princess Morelia snorted. Just don't regret it later on, as no one here is less fearsome than her. Felix didn't respond, but he also knew that she was right. Duchess Alina might have been ranked higher than them, but this wasn't evidence of a massive power difference at all. That's because the ranks between 10 and 50 were extremely close in terms of points difference. This meant Duchess Alina could become rank 20 easily after losing just 2 games. Vice versa was correct too. Still, this didn't faze Felix one bit. Poof! Hiya everyone. I am Miss Rose and I was appointed as the judge. Abruptly, a gorgeous female spirit fox manifested in front of the podium and greeted everyone with a friendly smile. She was lean and tall, her rust-colored fur glistening under the chandelier's light. Her long, pointed ears twitched as she scanned her surroundings, her eyes a bright, piercing green. Her face was slender and fox-like, with a black nose and sharp, white teeth peeking out from between her lips. She wore a simple leather tunic that showed off her toned arms and legs, and her tail flicked back and forth behind her as she moved. Let's talk later. King Tresner patted Felix on his shoulder and returned to his teammate, who was the Pandian High Honor Jara. Do you have any questions for me? How strong did the committee make the chasm's master? Ionian's Lord Inozuma inquired. Although he was part of the inner circle leaders, he didn't have much control or authority over the SG committee. In fact, even the 10 rulers didn't have authority over them unless their decisions were unanimous and approved by Queen AI. It was done like this so no one would be able to manipulate the game's design, rewards, and such. It has a similar strength to the real thing when it was first discovered. They really want us to work for those points, huh? Her answer didn't please anyone, as it made them understand that if they desired to mine perfect minerals, they better bring their A game with them. Since King Maxwell has an X8 multiplier from the start, doesn't this mean that he is bound to win the game as long as he puts in a bit of effort? Giants champion Massa huffed through his nostrils. Isn't that a bit too unfair? Although the participants considered this game as an exhibition game before, it didn't mean that there wouldn't be rankings in it. Just like God's raid game, there would be the upper 50% and the bottom 50%. The top half would get their points increased and the bottom half would get either their points decreased or break even. Well, his situation is a bit unique, as there is no returnee system in the Empyrean games to make him skip the ranks. Since his strength doesn't correlate with his rank, the system is working in his favor to fix his situation as fast as possible. Miss Ross answered as she looked at Felix with a charming smile. TSK. It still feels like getting in this game is meaningless when the winner is already decided. Giants champion Massa wasn't too pleased with her answer, even though it made the most sense. If you are unhappy, you can always eliminate him early. King Tresner sneered. Or what? Is that too much for you? That was enough to shut him up, as Giants champion Massa wasn't stupid to seek to challenge Felix when he had just demonstrated that his spiritual pressure was a league above theirs. So, he swallowed his indignation and didn't bring up this subject again. Any more questions? Do we get anything if we took out the chasm's master? Shadowborn ruler Hogan asked with a curious tone. He really didn't care much about rewards or titles. However, if slaying Chasm's master rewarded with Empyrean points, then it was a different story. You will be getting a unique title called the Avenger and, most importantly, 200 Empyrean points. Miss Rose added, by the way, you will be getting 5 Empyrean points for each whistling worm slayed. This information made everyone change their attitude when it came to dealing with the worms. They planned before on just ignoring them unless they assaulted them, but now, everyone was preparing to hunt them down. I guess that's all. I will be seeing you in the stadium. Seeing that no one spoke again, Miss Rose took her exit and left them to their own devices. For the next half an hour, everyone remained next to their teammates but Felix and Princess Morelia. When the duration was about to end, Felix sent a warning to King Tresner. It's best if you protected yourself with an icy armor at all times. What do you mean? King Tresner was confused. Good luck. Felix wished as his body began breaking into light particles, completely ignoring his question. Landlord, Landlord, landlord. Just like always, the moment Felix opened his eyes, he was met with the extraordinary and chill-rising sight of his fans stacked up akin to sardines in the seating areas while chanting his name at the top of their lungs. Louder, louder, louder. His agent and #1 fan Emma could be seen championing armies of Felix's fans, who were all wearing his merchandise of all types and shapes, making them resemble multiple versions of Felix in his past. Most of them were seen wearing blue-haired braided wigs and carrying tentacles toys in their hands as they waved them around proudly, seemingly trying their best to relate to their idol. Alas, when they saw his new appearance and the drastic change he went through, every one of them felt like they were cheering for a completely different player. The hell? Who the fuck is that? Is that really our lord? Some of them even began to question if that was really Felix or someone sharing the same name as him, and they were bamboozled into paying for tickets for a different player. Their doubts were soon cleared after Miss Rose introduced those players one by one with their full honorable names. This time, no one felt an ounce of charm coming from Felix, as his new devilish appearance was just too intimidating, making everyone feel like they were staring at the devil himself. Unfortunately, there was no interview segment to help them clear their doubts about Felix, since Miss Rose didn't dare to interview such authoritative figures for the sake of entertainment. So, after she concluded with the introduction, she kicked off the game right away by teleporting everyone above the chasm. It was a deep circular canyon with hundreds of layers, resembling roadways for machinery to travel on. This was the open pit of the chasm, where the earliest part of mining happened. At the very bottom of the open pit, there was a giant dark hole that resembled a sink. That was the entry to the forgotten chasm. The environment nearby was harsh and barren, with bad weather conditions and rugged terrain. Felix and the rest of the players were teleported to different locations at the very top of the open pit. You have 1 minute grace period before you can start attacking each other. Miss Rose asked. Already, the moment she saw everyone nod their heads, she kicked off the countdown, making the spectators join her. 5, 4, 3. Felix glanced at Princess Morelia and advised with a flat tone. It's best that you remain here for the next 6 hours. Huh? Why would I do that? Princess Morelia scoffed. I don't care what you do. Just don't interfere in my plans. As you wish. 2, 1. Go! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Before the last octave could reach the spectators' ears, the players had already taken off akin to a storm, leaving behind them utter destruction. This resulted in dust clouds arising in the open pit, which blocked the spectators' view. This caused them to miss the sight of the players disappearing through the chasm's hole. When the dust settled, Miss Rose and the spectators were taken back by the image of Felix sitting on his location with his legs crossed and an apple in his hand. He was eating it with an indifferent expression as he stared at the chasm's hole, seeming like he wasn't in rush whatsoever. What's your boy planning now? Erebus asked with his eyes narrowed at Felix's masters. His champion's previous losses against Felix had taught him a valuable lesson that he never underestimate his opponents and most definitely never made an action without meaning. You will find out eventually. Thor grinned slightly, causing Erebus' eyelids to twitch in annoyance. Is Landlord waiting for the grace period to end before entry? Miss Rose guessed. This is really a good decision as it enables him to avoid any friction with other teams, though this will cause him to lag behind and potentially lose out on the free minerals. The other players didn't rush at the top of their speed without a reason. They knew that being the first gave them the advantage of mining the easiest mineral before others. When they get most of them, they could then focus on the difficult ones. When Miss Rose changed the focus of the main camera to Shadowborn ruler Hogan and Ionian's Lord Inozuma, this was exactly what was shown to everyone. Both of them were using their unique visions to locate the ores inside the walls of humongous cylinder-like tunnels and mine them by using their abilities. Since they were still near the surface, the minerals were graded as unclean, forcing them to use gentle touches to avoid breaking them apart. This was happening in other tunnels too, as each team had chosen a different tunnel from the other. The chasm's hole was connected to 10 tunnels, which made it possible to keep them separated at the start without issues. Grace period has ended. The moment 1 minute passed, Miss Rose refocused the camera on Felix with a look of anticipation that was shared by most of the viewers. Alas, those looks of anticipation soon turned into confusion as Felix still didn't budge an inch. In fact, he beamed a fruit basket and was enjoying its deliciousness without a care in the world. What is he doing? Miss Rose was baffled as she had no more guesses about Felix's motives. Unfortunately, no one was able to help her out since they were just as lost. Seconds went by and then minutes. Before long, more than half an hour had gone by and the only change that happened near Felix was the fruit basket being emptied. Miss Rose checked on him once in a while through his personal screen, but never placed him again in the big one since no one was interested in watching him eating fruits for hours while the others were playing the game properly. Unexpectedly, Night Guardian N1 and Giants champion Masa are taking the lead in terms of Empyrean points, Miss Rose commentated. Night Guardian N1 was using his insane mental prowess to control the whistling worms like pets, helping him dig through new areas to locate much rarer minerals. This strategy was amazing since minerals were the main source of food for those worms, which made them the perfect detectors. To be ranked as third even though she is the only one mining, Princess Morelia really going the extra mile to carry her team. Miss Rose switched the camera focus to Princess Morelia, showing that she was using almost the exact method as Night Guardian N1. She was using them as minerals detectors, but through manipulating them with her silk strings. She was seen sitting on top of a worm while having thin silky strings implanted deep inside the worm's brain. As the leader of the entire spider kin race, her silk manipulation was already at an uncanny level. With her intelligence being added to the mix, she was capable of using her silk strings to turn anyone into her puppet by controlling their brains. This was one of the many abilities that made her a fearsome player worthy of being ranked as 18 in the Empyrean list. Unfortunately, the others weren't to be underestimated as well. With more time passing by, Princess Meowria kept losing her edge slowly until she was ranked last with Felix. After all, the scoring wasn't counted individually, which made the other teams obtain more Empyrean points in total than her. Motherfucker, are you trying to throw the game and screw me with you? In the end, she couldn't hold her indignation anymore and cursed out Felix telepathically. No one could blame him really, as the game had been going for more than 5 hours now and Felix had yet to touch a single mineral. Anyone would be livid to have such a useless teammate. Felix ignored her complaints and carried on chilling in the open. While the viewers and players thought that Felix was merely wasting time, he was actually doing something that no one thought was possible. Mapping the interior of the chasm. He went there. Looks like there is another tunnel. Felix spoke with himself as he used his wisdom eyes to observe the movements of all the players inside the chasm. Everyone used potions or other utilities that enabled them to completely mask themselves from their opponent's visions. This would have worked against Felix if he still had only truth vision. But with evil vision, their evil auras sold them away cheaply before him. This allowed Felix to follow every direction and step they took inside the chasm and create an imaginary map in his head. After 6 hours of doing this, Felix finally was satisfied with the end results. This should be enough to kickstart the plan. Felix cast a levitation spell on himself and hovered in a steady manner toward the chasm's hole. Landlord is finally making his move. His actions were noticed instantly by Miss Rose, making her focus the camera on him with an excited expression. Some felt dread and some felt enthusiastic about what he was going to do. Everyone had waited patiently for 6 hours straight for something exciting and Felix didn't disappoint them. True Poison, 3rd level, Ragnarok Sunday. Felix uttered with a flat tone as he extended both of his hands in the air while he was hovering directly above the chasm's center. Whoosh! Dark purplish poisonous liquid surged from Felix's palms and began to revolve around a single point, creating a tiny condensed ball. With more poisonous liquid being fed into it continuously, the sphere kept enlarging in size at an unprecedented speed. In a couple of seconds, the sphere was already turned into a supermassive globe with a radius span of hundreds of meters. It was at least double the size of the chasm's hole. Yet still, Felix didn't seem to have plans of stopping as he kept increasing its size rapidly under the dumbfounded eyes of the viewers. Ragnarok's sun. How? Siren looked at Felix's masters with widened eyes, unable to believe the sight before her. Her reaction was shared by all the primogenitors, as every one of them knew that it was impossible for Felix to make such an unlogical breakthrough in his poison manipulation. It's been merely 16 years. What the hell did you guys do? Erebus asked. We did nothing, it's all due to his efforts. Jormungandr answered honestly. Erebus and the others were surprised by his answer, as they knew that Jormungandr wouldn't lie to them about such a thing. If he didn't want to answer, he simply wouldn't, as no one could pressure him. Still, this didn't make sense in their eyes. You telling me he managed to master Ragnarok's son? An ability that took you a century to create? In 16 years? Kumaho snorted in annoyance. You take us for idiots? What can I say? He has a great master. Jormungandr chuckled. None of Felix's masters had any intentions of telling them that he had access to Elemental's galaxy, since this could reach the Darkin's ears and create unwanted trouble for him. Seeing that Felix's masters refused to clear their doubts, the primogenitors were forced to drop the subject for now and refocus on the game. The first thing they saw was Ragnarok's sun coming to completion after its radius reached a kilometer. It might be just a 1-kilometer radius, but this was a sphere of a pure liquefied true poison of the 3rd level. This thing was an absolute killer weapon that would have put dread into the hearts of all spectators if they knew about its true horror. Crystallized funnel. Felix wasn't done, as he manifested a gigantic dazzling crystallized funnel that had a mouth just as large as the chasm's hole. Thud! Felix controlled it to lock tightly with the hole's walls until not a single dust particle was able to exit from the chasm. Then, he lowered Ragnarok's sun until it was extremely close to the funnel's extended back, but not making direct contact with it. Don't tell me! Some of the viewers already began to formulate theories on Felix's plan, while the majority were still watching with utter bafflement written on their faces. With the preparation concluded, Felix hovered next to Ragnarok's sun and ordered calmly, "Release!" Whoosh! Whoosh! Ragnarok's sun began to span rapidly around its axis, while releasing great quantities of poisonous mist from the bottom and into the funnel. The viewers weren't able to see it clearly from the surface due to the funnel, but when the camera switched to the chasm's interior, everyone felt chills course on their spines. An imposing and alarming flood of purplish poisonous mist surged through 3 tunnels out of the 10 connected to the chasm's hole. The tunnels weren't small at all. Yet still, the poisonous mist wholly filled them up, making it almost impossible to see anything besides the mist. It can't be! What scared the viewers the most was the horrific sight of the poisonous mist flowing through only the tunnels that were taken by the other players. It was like the poisonous mist was using a guiding system to target the players. It wasn't far-fetched to call it that, since Felix had spent 6 hours mapping out the exact tunnels taken by his opponents. Now, he was using this map in addition to his evil vision to seek out only his opponents, completely ignoring Princess Milryra. He did so on purpose, since if he harmed her intentionally, he would be punished due to the rules. That's why he wanted her to stay next to him to avoid this from the start. Do you hear that? Giants champion Masa frowned as his ears kept twitching at a fast-approaching windy noise. He might not have elemental manipulation like the others, but his physical strength and senses were so great, they would put the others to shame. This enabled him to hear the poisonous mist even though there were still tens of kilometers of distance between them. I hear nothing. Night Guard N1 replied expressionlessly and returned to his mining. I am telling you, I am hearing something. Giants champion Masa stressed. It might be another whistling worm. The noise is different. Forget it, I am going to check. Giants champion Masa cracked his shoulders and walked in direction of the noise. He knew that it wasn't other players, as no one would be able to get so close to them without being spotted by his senses. Even Ruler Hogan would get located by him inside his shadow unless he completely negated any bad intentions towards him. Why does it sound like a raging breeze? The closer Giants champion Masa got to the source, the clearer the noise had gotten. Before long, the noise seemed like it was just around the corner, making Giants champion Masa raise his guard to the limit. Whoosh! Ha! When he finally saw the source, he was left utterly stunned at the fast-approaching, raging poisonous misty storm. In a split second, his cultivated instincts broke him out of his daze and made him prepare himself for impact. He took a deep breath until his hairy chest resembled an inflated balloon. Then he released it at once toward the raging poisonous storm. Whoosh! His breath was so strong, it created a terrifying tornado that clashed with the poisonous mist. It worked! Miss Rose exclaimed as she eyed the two aggressive sets of energies attempting to overpower the other. Alas, Giant's champion Masa was using merely his breath, which wasn't an infinite resource. When it ended, he was forced to take another deep breath while the poisonous mist kept coming non-stop like it was being powered by a generator. This wasn't far-fetched from reality, as Ragnarok's sun wasn't spinning for no reason. It was turning the poisonous mist into a raging storm capable of pushing through anything instead of needing wind to carry it. Giant's champion Masa had absolutely no chance of blocking this with merely his breath. After some failed attempts, he realized this truth as well, making him change his approach. "Come!" he challenged with a thunderous yell as he covered his entire body with a legendary protective armor that resembled what the Vikings used to wear. The only difference was that the armor's openings were sealed with golden energy. He carried two large wooden clubs that were also unique, as the wood seemed to be shimmering with white light from within. This entire wardrobe made Giant's champion Masa turn from a barbaric giant to one of the deity's warriors with a sacred mission of guarding them. Whoosh! The poisonous mist surged through him and continued on its path non-stop, not affecting him too much due to his legendary artifact armor. Giant's champion Masa narrowed his eyes in great focus as he kept scanning around him within the poison, knowing the true threat was never the poison itself, but the creator. "Come on out, landlord," he called again as he swung his clubs around, clearing the area from the poison before it filled it up again like he did nothing. Unbeknownst to him, Felix was still hovering near Ragnarok's sun. He didn't seem to have a single intention of fighting Giant's champion Masa personally. "Arise," he commanded calmly. Whoosh whoosh. Abruptly, the poisonous mist around Giant's champion Masa began to spin around him faster and faster until a circle was created with him in its center. Before Giant's champion Masa could react, massive solidified poison warriors started to step out of the poison wall from every direction. All of them were the same size as Giant's champion Masa and were carrying different weapons, making them seem just as menacing and scary as him. Their expressions were cold and lifeless, making them seem like they had absolutely not a single thought in their minds. Yet still, Giant's champion Masa felt goosebumps arising on his skin, as he could sense their murderous intent, like their sole reason for existence was to erase him. "Kill him," Felix ordered expressionlessly. Giant's champion Masa had his clubs firmly in his grasp as he stood in the middle of the circle, seemingly not too nervous about getting approached by more than 10 solidified poison warriors. When the two sides faced one another, the atmosphere was tight with expectancy. "Die!" Giant's champion Masa lifted his clubs and shouted a battle cry as the other poison warriors jumped him simultaneously. Boom! 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 Even though the numbers were uneven, Giant's champion Masa still managed to hold his ground, as with each swing of his club, one poison soldier ended up getting shattered into fragments. Giant's champion Masa battled while moving with amazing speed and agility, evading and weaving. His clubs flashed left and right, killing his adversaries with lethal precision. However, the moment he destroyed one poison warrior, two more emerge from the poisonous mist and charge at him with the same intensity. "This is bad for the Giant's champion," Miss Rose exclaimed. "His enemies will keep coming at him no matter how much he destroyed them. There is just so much poisonous mist around to fuel their aggression." Everyone thought the same, knowing that it was only a matter of time before Giant's champion Masa tire himself out. Unbeknownst to them, the situation was far deadlier than they could imagine. How can a poison be this potent to harm even a legendary artifact? Giant's champion Masa had an ugly expression as he felt his armor getting eaten up slowly but surely after each hit he ate. The poisonous mist wasn't really doing too much to it, but it was a different story to the poison warriors, as their entire existence was created out of solidified, highly condensed, and potent true poison. With the pressure and momentum of their weapons striking the armor, the poison dug deeper each time. This isn't working. I need Night Guard's protection. Knowing that his armor was bound to give in at this pace and he would be exposed directly to the poison made Giants champion Masa consider retreating to his teammate. Unbeknownst to him, Night Guard wasn't having the best time of his life either against the poisonous mist. How can a poison eat through mental energy? This doesn't make any sense. Night Guard N1 frowned deeply as he fought against multiple poison warriors and even countless projectiles fired at him from every direction. Currently, he was somewhat safe as he was protected by a mental barrier, but he could feel that it was getting eroded and weakened incredibly fast. He had it actually worse than Giants champion Masa, since he wasn't as strong as him physically, and the only tool in his possession was currently being countered hard. His range is over tens of kilometers and now even mastered true poison 3rd level? Siren was quite startled at the sight of her champion struggling to handle those never-ending poison attacks. Did you boost his poison manipulation talent somehow? This isn't right. Thor and the others kept their mouths shut, making Erebus and the rest extra irritated by their silence. Felix's entire transformation made no sense to them as he seemed to have jumped countless levels at once. They were taken back mostly by his 3rd level of true poison, as they knew that mastering poison capable of affecting spirits, souls, and mental energies was the apex of existing poisons. That's because it was the only poison that could be considered a killer to all life forms since everyone had souls. Right now, Night Guard was experiencing it firsthand. Meanwhile, Giants champion Masa was sprinting back to Night Guard N1 while guarding himself tightly as the poisonous mist wasn't making it any easier for him. Phew. Poison warriors kept manifesting in his path to block him while countless poisonous projectiles were fired at him. Still, with his uncanny physical prowess, he easily toughened through the barrage. Unfortunately, the same couldn't be applied to his armor as the poisonous mist's corrosion was already fearsome on its own. But Felix had added the sacred corrosion attribute to it, making it capable of eating through almost anything with time. Night Guard! I need a shield! Giants champion Masa shouted from a distance the moment he spotted his teammate hovering inside the poisonous mist while being protected with a mental barrier. I am the one needing help. Isn't your poisonous resistance on the extreme end? Night Guard N1 knitted his eyebrows deeply. Why the hell are you struggling against it? Giants champion Masa seemed shocked at the sight of his partner receiving the same love as him from the poisonous mist. He always thought that if someone would be completely safe from poison, it would be Night Guard since it was a known fact that poison couldn't affect mental energies. Alas, they never tasted the true potential of poison element. Crack! Crack! Through the never-ending onslaught of the poison warriors, Giants champion Masa's armor was finally cracked, allowing the poisonous mist to touch his skin. Damn it! Giants champion Masa had gotten pissed off, as he was forced to hold his breath to keep the poison away from his internal system. He trusted his insane poison resistance to keep the poison from affecting his skin too much. We have to go lower. I will shatter the ground. He called, believing that he had enough time to escape from the poisonous mist. Alas, he had no clue that his fate was decided the moment the poisonous mist touched his skin. Ugh, hi! Under the startled eyes of the viewers, Giants champion Masa abruptly fell to the ground and screamed with a pained expression, appearing like he was being tortured alive. What's happening to you? This sight stunned Night Guard the most as he didn't think that his partner wouldn't be able to survive even a second after making direct contact with the poison. My soul! It hurts! My soul! The moment he heard his agonizing cries, Night Guard used his mental vision to sense his partner's soul health. Impossible! When he noticed that Giants champion Masa's soul barrier had turned purplish in color and was on the verge of shattering, he was left completely in disbelief. I surrender! Giants champion Masa didn't need to look at his soul to know that his situation was bad, which made him voice his surrender as fast as possible to save himself. This was the smartest decision to make since if his soul barrier got shattered, there was nothing Queen AI could do to save him even with the ultimate revival coupon. That's because his soul would have been destroyed by Felix and not his consciousness killed by Queen AI. Those were two different realities. Can someone tell me what's going on? Miss Rose commentated with a dazed look, having no clue what had just happened. Too bad for her. Even the viewers were left utterly dumbfounded as none of them were able to process the notion of the Giant's King surrendering against a mere poison ability, while the owner was literally tens of kilometers away. Is this it? Was the Giant's champion always this weak? I know that Landlord is strong and can win against any one of those players, but not like this. This is just preposterous. Did the Giant's champion sell the game? If only they knew that Giant's champion Masa was so close to being completely killed off without a chance of even visiting the spirit realm. None of them would have such thoughts. It's not safe here anymore. Night Guard N1 had absolutely no intention of staying inside the poisonous mist for another second after realizing that his life would be ended with a single touch. He swiftly began smashing the ground under him with invisible fists, attempting to escape through a small hole and close it shut with rocks again. His plan was sound, but he forgot that the poisonous mist wasn't the only threat he had to watch for. In the blink of an eye, Felik appeared behind Night Guard N1 akin to a ghost, causing him to instantly fire a powerful mental attack in the area after sensing his threat. Alas, his mental attack ended up backfiring at him the moment it attempted to break through Felix's mental defenses. It's best that you surrender while I am still asking nicely. You have no chance of winning against me. Felix shared with a flat tone as he looked directly into the Night Guard N1's shaken eyes. Hive Race was known for being emotionless most of the time, but Night Guard N1 really couldn't help but feel absolute dread when he came face to face with Felix in his battle form. His mental defenses were getting thrashed by the poisonous mist, and now even his mental attacks weren't capable of harming Felix's mind. This was all he had to offer, and both were useless in front of this monster. This wasn't a normal occurrence, as Night Guard N1 was the third strongest member of the Hive Race, being weaker only than Night Guard N0 and the Empress herself. Yet, he became just like a normal player before Felix. What happened to you? Night Guard N1 asked. I got stronger. Felix replied indifferently as he moved toward him. When he got face to face, he merely reached out with his hand and snatched the minerals bag, breaking off the mental barrier purely with his disgustingly physical strength. The moment Night Guard saw that the poisonous mist was about to touch his skin, he immediately surrendered to save his soul. Felix didn't bother to even look at his body, which was breaking into particles. He turned his back on him and went to pick up the other bag that belonged to Giant's champion Masa. He gathered the minerals in one bag and then teleported back to Ragnarok's sun, not knowing that the entire stadium had become as quiet as moose because of him. Is this really a top 50 game? Miss Rose murmured with a dazed look.